Monday, December 3rd meeting. Monday night, we're all together in the chambers. Would the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Du Bois. Here. Councilmember, Vice Mayor Filseth. Councilmember Fine. Here. Councilmember Holman. Mayor Niss.
Here.
Councilmember Koo. Here. Councilmember Scharf. Here. Councilmember Tanaka. Councilmember Wolbach.
Here.
6 present.
Is Councilmember Tanaka on the phone? Not yet.
I move we go into closed session. Second.
Great. Would you vote on the board as to whether or not you wish to go into closed session? Hit it quick.
And Vice Mayor Filseth? Yes.
Okay. There are 6 present, and we will go into closed session currently. Greetings again to the Monday, December 3rd meeting. We are in the council chambers, if anyone is listening, and we have been in closed session, and we're continuing on with the special orders of the day. And we are going to begin with the appointment of 3 candidates to the ARB, 3 candidates to the Parks and Rec Commission for 3-year terms ending December 15th of 2021, and 2 candidates to the Planning and Transportation Commission for 4-year terms ending December 15th, 2022, way in the distance. So tonight, City Clerk, I'm going to call on you, and you have put out the ballots, and you also have indicated somebody wishes to speak to us before we vote.
That's correct. Wynn Firth would like to speak
Okay.
on this item.
Okay, Wynn Firth, who is currently chair of the ARB, has asked to address us.
Mayor Niss, members of the City Council, thank you for hearing me. I'm here not to speak against any applicants, since I know nothing about the applicants, other than those who are my colleagues currently, but just to tell you that it's been my experience during the recent era on the board, when the current group of people has been there, that it has, my colleagues are very well qualified as architects, they're very well qualified as reviewers of design, and they bring complementary skills and approaches to the review of buildings, and it appears to me that they work well with each other and with the applicant that come before us and the members of the public. They do their homework, they visit those sites, they talk to a wide range of people, between Ozma Thompson, who graduated from high school in Palo Alto extremely recently, from our point of view, to those of us who've been here longer, much longer. We get a range of knowledge about different eras of living in Palo Alto and using various businesses and living in various communities. Peter Balte brings a very strong set of views about design and compatibility. Board Member Guyer has extensive experience as both a planning commissioner and an architectural review board member, and a lot of experience as a commercial architect for large commercial and government policies, as well as working as an emergency building official, so he tends to have a very informed point of view when reviewing commercial development. And Alex, of course, has a depth of knowledge about architecture and building in Palo Alto that we'll probably never see equaled on the board. So, thank you.
Thanks for coming tonight. So with that, Councilor Du Bois.
So I just wanted to talk about the process real quick. So back in September 2017, I made a motion of Policy and Services, and Mayor Niss seconded it, that we would move these kind of end-of-year appointments into the spring. That came to council. It was pulled from consent in December 2017. And then in March of 2018, we passed portions of it, but the rest of it never came back. And, I'd like to see it come back. I'd also just like to remind council that at the end of 2016, we were faced with the same situation of appointing people to 3-year terms with new council members coming on board. And I think Councilmember Burt and Schmid moved that we not vote until January. And so we pushed it off, and we voted in January 2017 when new council members, I think Greg Tanaka, Lydia Koo, Adrian Fine came on board. And I would just urge us to think about that. I think it's good policy. It's not, I actually don't think it would really affect the outcomes, but I think it's a good process that we're, appointing people to 3-year terms. They're going to be working with the new council members and the people that are on council going forward. So I'll stop there. I think Karen Holman wants to say something as well.
Okay, thank you. Karen?
Yeah, I agree with the comments made by Councilmember Du Bois, and I would go a little bit further in saying that this was the recommendation that came to council unanimously from Policy and Services Committee, but has never come back to council for consideration after, I think it's a year-plus delay. And so I'm not sure what the reasoning is for that, or why just a portion of the recommendations came forward. That's very puzzling to me. But I think it is wise to heed the actions of the prior council when making appointments when they're lame duck council members, which I'm one of them. And I think it's a wise decision to move that way.
Okay. With that,
So could I move that we postpone the appointments to Parks and Rec, ARB, and Planning Commission until after the first of the year when the new council has taken its seats? I'll move that.
Okay, there's a motion and a second on the floor to postpone tonight's decision until next year. Anyone else wish to speak on it? Would you put your light on? Councilmember Koo?
I think basically Councilmember Du Bois and Councilmember Holman have spoken to the reasons why we should move it. It just seems the right thing to do to move it to next year.
Councilmember Fine.
So I won't be supporting this, and it's maybe for a somewhat personal reason, but I was appointed by the council, I think in, was it 2014, end of 2014, to the Planning Commission, and people made the same arguments then, that, you know, the new incoming council should make appointments. I never, at that time, saw it as a political decision. Maybe in hindsight it was. That's how the chips fall here. And I would encourage those of us who are continuing on council to reconsider the recommendation that was made by PNS but wasn't supported by this full council to reevaluate that next year.
I think we've also said before, next year's council is probably going to look a lot like this year's council, with the exception of one person. Tom, did you want to speak to this?
Yeah, just real quick to the motion. I would point out that the PTHC itself went ahead and moved their appointments of chair and vice chair to January for the same reason.
Okay, so I see no other lights on. You're voting on whether or not to vote tonight. If you vote yes, you're postponing it until next year. So if you're voting against it, you're going to push the red light. Just for clarity. Okay, this...
Mayor Nis. Mayor
yeah,
Nis. Councilmember Tanaka is on the phone.
Did he vote? He hasn't. Oh, okay.
How do I vote? Do I just orally assume I'm a vote?
Did you vote?
Tell us. Just say it.
Hello?
Greg, can you hear us enough to know that you're voting?
Yeah, I do. But how do I vote? Do I send an email? What do I do?
Tell us. Just say it out loud.
Oh, okay. No.
Okay. Okay, so that fails on a 6-2 vote.
I'm sorry, my light is not working, so it's...
Oh, so 6-3. Thank you. So Councilmember Koo, Tanaka, Koo, Holman, and Du Bois are voting yes. So we will continue on with the voting for tonight. So presumably by now you have filled out this sheet. And would you tell us what the process is we're going to use tonight, City Clerk, because it's somewhat different?
So what will happen is we collect the votes. You can continue on with the next agenda item. If we have a unanimous vote on the applicants, I'll let you know. If we have to go to a second round, we'll go to a second round, and we'll just keep doing that through all three of the boards or commissions.
Okay. In other words, we're not going to stop and pause while there's any vote count. We'll continue on. The clerk will report the vote as she has it, and then we'll put out the next set of ballots. So that was number 2, which was special orders of the day. And coming now to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Are there any? Okay, I don't see any. And city manager comments. Jim, are you back again as city manager? Yes?
Yes,
Yes. Greetings.
thank you. Just two short topics.
Yes, we'll get
Recently, when you were reviewing the design on the public safety building, we talked about the public art and the potentials there. I know a number of council members in particular were interested, so the invitation here is, for the council or community members to join our public art staff and artist Peter Wegner to learn about the proposed public art concepts for the public safety building. That will be held on Thursday, December 6th, this Thursday from 5 to 6 p.m. at the Palo Alto Central HOA Community Room at 122 Sherman Avenue in the California Avenue area, of course. Mr. Wegner will discuss concepts for the site developed from previous stakeholder meetings and community input, and participants will have the opportunity to ask questions and provide input. So for more information, please email elise.demarzo, that's DEMARZO, at cityofpaloalto.org, or call 650-617-3517. And then from news from Stephanie Douglas, our Superintendent of Recreation Services, the 2018 New Year's Brunch will be held at Mitchell Park Community Center on Friday, December 28th, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Tickets are now on sale at Cubberley, Lucy Stern, and Mitchell Park Community Centers, as well as Avenida Senior Center for $10 each, which includes a full hot breakfast buffet, champagne or sparkling cider, toast, and live music by the 10th Avenue Band. Tickets can be also purchased via Eventbrite at https://PASeniorbrunch.eventbrite.com. Space is limited, so please plan on purchasing your tickets before December 21st. A very limited number of tickets will be available for sale at the door. And that's all I have to report.
Madam Mayor, if I might. Madam Mayor, if I might, under agenda changes and deletions, we forgot to raise our hand and remind the council that we would like a vote to move items number 9 and 10. And the revised agenda indicates the staff request that 9 be moved to a date uncertain in 2019, and item number 10, the staff would request that that item be continued to December 10th.
Want to mention item 11 now or during consent?
Item 11 or item 12?
Item 11 is the housing ordinance, and we're going to spend the bulk of our time this evening talking about it. There is an item on the consent calendar that we...
What is it?
429.
We'll talk about
We'll deal
that
with
at
that under
consent.
consent.
You want to take that up on your
Yes.
consent?
So if the council would please vote to move, right now, vote to move items 9 and 10 as indicated on the agenda, that would be helpful.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so it has been moved and seconded to remove items 9 and 10, which is, and for any of you who have an old agenda, this is a new agenda tonight, just so that you do see it. Okay, with that, if you would vote on the board. Okay, so Lydia, your light still is not working, right?
Hey, Liz, are you going to call me to register vote?
Yes. So I think that's unanimous, although the lights seem to be kind of in a mystery mode tonight. I'm going, right. So I'm going to
I will point out
presume,
that the Finance Committee week will be revisiting the chamber AV upgrades.
that would be very
discussion.
nice, wouldn't it? Yeah. So I'm going to,
You got a vote from Tanaka.
pardon?
Did you get Tanaka's vote?
Yes, yeah. I'm first going to register your vote. So the council registers a unanimous vote on this, and Councilmember Tanaka?
I vote yes.
Okay, so we have a unanimous vote with Councilmember Tanaka coming in from Japan, and taking us back to oral
Mayor Niss?
communications.
Mayor Niss, we do have partial results for the
Oh, thank
ARB,
you.
but we will need to do a second round. We have Peter Balté getting 9 votes, and we have Alexander Liu getting 8 votes, -1 from Fine. Both Robert Guyer and David Hirsch are tied, so we will have to
They're tied?
they're tied. And which I don't, yeah.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes. Councilmember Tanaka voted for Peter Balté, David Hirsch, and Alexander Liu. But let me, yeah, let me look
Can you explain
at
how
it.
we have a tie?
That's, yeah, we're going to look back at it.
Okay.
I think it's fine. It's going to be 4-4.
We'll just take a moment while we ascertain the vote.
We do have an answer. So we have Peter Balté with 9 votes, Alexander Liu with 9 votes, and David Hirsch with 5. So those 3 will be appointed to the Architectural Review Board.
Okay, thank you very much. And the second round of ballots is going to be
Could you read the vote, who voted for what?
Yes, I can.
for Parks and Rec.
Councilmember Du Bois wants me to read the actual votes for each of these.
Okay.
And then the next will be Parks and Rec after we do this. So we have Councilmember Du Bois voting for Peter Balté, Robert Guyer, and Alexander Liu. Vice Mayor Filseth voting for Peter Balté, Robert Guyer, and Alexander Liu. Councilmember Fine voting for Peter Balté, David Hirsch, and Alexander Liu. Councilmember Holman voting for Peter Balté, Robert Guyer, and Alexander Liu. Mayor Niss voting for Peter Balté, David Hirsch, and Alexander Liu. Councilmember Koo voting for Peter Balté, Robert Guyer, and Alexander Liu. Councilmember Scharf voting for Peter Balté, David Hirsch, and Alexander Liu. Councilmember Tanaka voting for Peter Balté, David Hirsch, and Alexander Liu. Councilmember Wolbach voting for Peter Balté, David Hirsch, and Alexander Liu. Peter Balté and Alexander Liu with 9 votes, and David Hirsch with 5 votes.
Okay, thank you very much. Tom, do you want her to do that with each round? Okay. Okay, so I think everyone has voted on Parks and Rec, so we're going on to oral communications. And we hope everyone will bear with us tonight. This is a complicated meeting. In addition to the start of this, where we're going to be voting and doing our meeting simultaneously, we also will later be taking up an item where we have recusals. So you'll see people getting up and down as well as staying here and listening and voting. So under oral communications, Bill Lorton, Jeff Levinsky, Jim Levinson, Carol McPherson, Suzanne Kane, Joe Hirsch, Terry Holzmer, and Arthur Keller. Are you Bill Lorton?
Yes, I am.
Greetings.
Can you hear me? Very good. Well, good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've been sitting through several of these oral presentations about Rinconada Pool over the past few weeks and just have a few comments to make. It seems to me that it might be more understandable for the city to jettison a long-time community asset such as Rinconada Masters program if the economics of the arrangement were more advantageous to the city. But from what I have been hearing, that does not seem to be the case. Under the agreement with Team Sheeper, The city's taxpayers will continue to pay for all of the pool's maintenance and capital upkeep, while Team Sheeper will pay for staffing costs in some cases, and yet keep 99% of the revenue generated by the pool. The city gets to keep the other 1%. Now, these are striking numbers. When I was the team's treasurer just 2 years ago, we paid the city 30% of our revenues. It's a big difference. So why is the city staff so strongly supportive of this contract when it appears that the main beneficiary of this arrangement is Team Sheeper? It also seems to me that the best way forward here is not to give Team Sheeper everything it wants, as some members of the city's staff appear to favor, but to balance the interests of the existing community of Rinconada pool users, including Rinconada Masters, with those of Team Sheeper. Good faith collaboration will be the key to finding such a balanced way forward. Clearly, it will take some effort for Rinconada Masters and Team Sheeper to clear the air and find a way to work together. From everything I have seen and heard, Rinconada Masters stands ready to make this effort. I hope the Team Sheeper does as well. Regardless, I implore the City Council, as the body representing all Palo Altans, to make sure that all parties make that effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Levinsky, and then Jim Levinson.
Good evening, Mayor Niss and council members. I wanted to thank the press for all the coverage of the President Hotel issue recently in the papers and elsewhere. And I want to thank the community for enormous outpouring of interest and concern for the residents and for how the city enforces its own laws. There's much more to the story. There's many tendrils left to be followed and such, and many people working on that, in fact. But the big theme is that we feel the city has not been protecting the residents, and it's not been protecting housing. It was clear from the start. There are staff reports all up and down filled with mentions of grandfathering, and yet the word grandfathering wasn't mentioned to AJ Capital as a problem prior to their purchase of the building, apparently. And as a result, AJ Capital said, well, it's still legal, they can, we can do what we want, and yet we find on the agenda items to change the laws to allow AJ Capital to proceed. It's alarming. It's frightening. The staff report for next week for the item about changing the downtown grandfathering law contains many, many omissions and problems. For example, it claims that the Ellis Act, it claims without concern that the Ellis Act applies, when in fact the Ellis Act explicitly protects the city's right to set its zoning rules and does not say you can change a apartment building to something else if the owner insists upon that. The report claims that the change is necessary for the public health, safety, and welfare of the city. It's the opposite. You should be protecting housing and protecting residents. That's the welfare you should be protecting. The staff report completely fails to give you the option of giving me the option.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Jim Levinson, Carol McPherson, and Suzanne Keene.
Thank you. I'll read this so I can get through it in 2 minutes. I'm Jim Levison, a Rinconada Master swimmer for the past 36 years, having joined the team when I moved into my Palo Alto home. As a business person, I need to know, 1, how well has the current vendor fulfilled the terms of the contract? What are the users' evaluations of the products and services provided by the vendor? And 3, what terms should we retain or change in any future contract? I suggest the City Council and the pool community need these answers regarding the current contract. Therefore, both the Council and the public need time to review the completed 2018 Team Sheeper report before making a final decision or approving a new contract. This report was due in October, but won't be available until later this month. It was also past due in 2017. In addition, as taxpayers, we should have answers to, during the 2017 approval process, the Aquatics Department forecast $125,000 of 2019 revenue sharing paid to the city. Therefore, Team Schieffer will need to collect fees of $2.5 million next year, which seems unlikely based on 2017 Schieffer report. What is the city's current 2019 revenue forecast, and how does it compare to the actuals for 2017 and 18? How will the city make up any shortfalls? During the same approval process, the Aquatics forecast 2019 operating pool costs of just $60,000. Does this include all operating, non-operating, and capital costs? What were total 17 and 18 costs? What are the current forecasts for 2019? How will the city cover any shortfalls? When the Masters team subcontracted directly with the city received $15,000 to $20,000 annually while having very limited responsibility and costs to manage this relationship. In 2018, the Masters will pay $20,000, of which it appears the city will receive $200. I assume the economics are the same for PASA. How is giving up 99% of the revenue with no incremental increase a good financial decision? Should the city consider going back to subcontracting directly with Masters and PASA? Thank you.
Thank you for speaking. Carol McPherson, Suzanne Keene, Joe Hirsch. And we'll have the report on the ARB after we go through oral communications.
Okay. Hi, I'm Carol McPherson, coach of Rinconada Masters. Mine's going to be very short. We are closer. Is that better? Okay. I'm Carol McPherson, Rinconada Masters coach. I just want to thank everybody for their patience with all of our people speaking this last couple of months, and I hope that the decision will be made in favor of us staying at our home pool at Rinconada Pool. Thank you.
Thank you. Suzanne Keene, Joe Hirsch, Terry Holzmer, and then Arthur Keller.
Good evening. I wanted to say I really thank Jeff for laying out the case for the hotel so well. And I also want to thank the reporter who did the investigation piece and the title on the piece was shameful, and I think it is. I think we're seeing a downgrading of our democracy all over our country in many, many different ways, and it would be nice to think that in our city we could be straightforward and honest. I also feel that the residents, when you have big decisions to be made, should be just as important as anybody else that you're interviewing, developers, whatever. They should be, if not more important. And I think the traffic needs to be solved. If there is a solution coming down Alma tonight, it was backed up from East Meadow halfway down downtown. So I think there's a lot of issues that need to be solved before we build more and before we just put more traffic on the street and not enough parking, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Hirsch.
Council members, first question I have is how many minutes do I have tonight? Why is it 2 minutes? Don't you want to hear from us? You can hold this to 30 minutes total. If you had 8 people times 3 minutes, that would be 24. Don't you want to hear from us? It's really insulting that you hold it to just 2 minutes. I'll have to cut my comments short, but I'll give you an executive summary first. My comments are about traffic throughout the city. City wants to reduce bottlenecks. Instead, it is creating them. City wants to cut costs, but is continuing to pursue traffic projects that the residents are opposed to. After the Ross Road situation, city staff said it would have greater outreach to residents, but it is not doing so with regard to Arastradero Road, where it appears that we are in another design, build, and defend scenario. Have staff meet with us, the Arastradero residents who are opposed to the bulb outs before they are built. Arastradero is not a pedestrian thoroughfare. The bulb outs are unnecessary and unwanted. They're potentially dangerous, leaving the city with some potential liability. We ask that they not be implemented. Save the dollars. You're looking for ways to save money, although one bulb out has already gone in. long lines on Arrastradero, those are bottlenecks. Certainly from El Camino to Gun in the morning and from Gun to El Camino in the evening and at noon when people leave work or go out for lunch. The Miranda intersection is a bottleneck. The west of the Foothill Expressway is a huge bottleneck with long lines of traffic after people leave work in the Research Park. The resetting of lights at the Charleston-Alma intersection and the restriping causes another bottleneck. Suzanne Keene has mentioned one that we experienced on the way here tonight on Alma, where there was traffic for a better part, maybe quarter to a half a mile. Bottlenecks are being created all over town. Once again, Mayor, I think it's insulting to the community, to us who came here tonight, that you cut the time down to 2 minutes. I apologize for saying this to you, but it's heartfelt. 30 minutes is what's allocated for oral communications. You cut us down to 16. That's inappropriate.
Thank you for speaking. Terry Holzmer and Arthur Keller.
Very quickly, I'll mention two things. Last week, I wasn't able to attend the housing ordinance. However, I want to give you a personal perspective. I live in a condominium complex for 25 years. I know what parking's like. Parking is a mess. We were allowed only one parking space per unit. My wife and I go to different places every single day. Until this county, along with city help, fixes the public transit system, and I don't think they're able to do that, but until they do, you're going to have problems parking. And if you don't allow enough parking, it's going to be a major issue in this city. The second thing I want to mention really quickly is the investigation piece that the Weekly just did. I want to commend them on their hard work and what they've accomplished. Everybody in the city should be having shivers down their backs for what they exposed, I think, for the Weekly exposed. I honestly believe this article, which is about the events of the President Hotel, should be thoroughly investigated by the council, by this council, as quickly as possible. And the people who are responsible for the coincidences that occurred should be looked into and how this action happened. I believe these are unethical actions. I think it's time that we hold them, our elected officials, including our city staff, to high standards. I would also like to say that I certainly hope that the promises they made to this developer, which apparently have been made by several officials, should not be kept, and the city should do everything it can to reenact the downtown cap and not changing the grandfather code. Thank you.
Thank you. Arthur Keller?
Thank you. Can I give this to the council members? Thank you. So I believe in making data-driven decisions. And so I'm given to the clerk, and eventually you'll get copies of data that I've gathered from the U.S. Census Bureau American Community Survey. And the second page of this chart is about employees in San Francisco, employees in Palo Alto, and it has 5-year periods from 2005, 2009, 2009, 2013, 2012, 2016, and then 1-year periods from 2011 through 2017, the latest data, and similar data for Palo Alto residents. And the data for Palo Alto residents basically says the number of people who have no vehicle available is within the range of error, the range of error. So it's basically been flat. The number of people who have one vehicle available has been relatively flat. The number of people with 2 vehicles available has been relatively flat. It goes up and down, but it doesn't. It stays about the same. There's no change. Number of people with 3 vehicles available or more has not changed in a whole range as long as the Census Bureau data has been available. So I think that that's one interesting piece of data that people should consider in terms of transportation. There's also other data that I've supplied here in terms of how people get to work, and that might be useful to you as well in all of your deliberations. The second thing to consider is people say, if we only would build more density in Palo Alto, we'd have more transit. Well, that is a pipe dream, because our neighbor to the south, Mountain View, is doing just that, and the most recent, and they've been doing it for quite a while, and the most recent VTA round of cuts, they had cuts too. And if they were increasing their density, why don't they have increases in transit? It's because the transit is actually going to San Jose to service BART. And we could build twice as dense, we're not going to get more transit. So we need to be able to handle cars and bicycles, but we're not going to, our public transit is not really cutting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Angela Della Porta.
Thank you. I just want to make 2 quick points. One, as a former teacher, I want to point out that what we need in Palo Alto, if any housing, is we need housing that teachers who work here and nurses who work here and firefighters who work here in the city can afford. And then the second point, at our Ventura Neighborhood Association meeting yesterday, we met a woman who has moved to our neighborhood, planned not to have a car. She works at Stanford. It takes her 50 minutes on public transportation to get to her work at Stanford from the Ventura neighborhood. And she can't bicycle. It's too dark. There are too many potholes. So she has to get a car now. She wanted not to have a car, but she has to now. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no more under oral communications, we have a report from the clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Niss. For the Parks and Recreation Commission, we have Councilmember Du Bois voting for Ann Cribbs, Jeff Greenfield, and David Moss. Vice Mayor Filseth voting for Ann Cribbs, Jeff Greenfield, and David Moss. Councilmember Fine voting for Ann Cribbs, Jeff Greenfield, and David Moss. Councilmember Holman voting for Ann Cribbs, Jeff Greenfield, and David Moss. Mayor Niss voting for Ann Cribbs, Jeff Greenfield, and David Moss. Councilmember Koo voting for Ann Cribbs, Jeff Greenfield, and David Moss. Councilmember Scharf also voting for Ann Cribbs, Jeff Greenfield, and David Moss. Councilmember Tanaka voting for Ann Cribbs, Jeff Greenfield, and David Moss. Councilmember Wolbach voting also for Ann Cribbs, Jeff Greenfield, and David Moss. So those 3 are appointed to the Parks and Recreation Commission.
Okay, congratulations to those 3. I appreciate that. And we have the next ballot coming. I'll wait until Jessica passes these out and take up the next item. Okay, so the clerk has passed out the ballots. There they are. And once again, what we'll be doing as we have before, vote, we'll report the vote, and then we will continue on with our meeting.
Mayor Niss?
Yes, ma'am.
If you'll note on your ballot that Elaine Wang withdrew her application. So we have crossed her name out on the ballots.
Okay, thanks very much. Okay, and that, while you're voting or contemplating, that takes us to the consent calendar. As you know, we vote on this in one motion unless something is removed by 3 council members.
Madam Mayor, may I interject a comment?
Of course.
So I would suggest that the council consider removing item number 11. That's in your purview, really, being on consent. And I just say this, one, at the end of last week, talking with the planning director, it was clear that, there were some reasons that I think he really could have found that the project might be able to meet approval, but was not able to get to that agreement. And I guess got the sense that a little bit more time might allow a fuller conversation about that. Just secondly, I know that there have been some questions sort of raised about square footages and the way it's assigned in the building, and I don't think as the staff has adequately been able to answer those in the public realm for the council. So I would put those out as reasons for the council to consider pulling that item and bringing it back on an upcoming agenda. There's no way we could do it on the 10th. We've moved these other items
Okay.
to that date.
Then I will ask for one of my colleagues to make a motion to remove this.
I'll make that motion, Mayor Ness.
Okay, it's a motion from Councilmember Fine. A second?
For
I'll
a
second
date
it.
uncertain.
I need a third person. Thank you. Okay. 3 people have suggested that this, yes.
So the item having been pulled, we would recommend that it be scheduled on the 17th of December.
Our motion will be that we hold it for tonight and schedule it for the 17th. So that's the motion, Councilmember Fine?
Yes.
Okay. And that has been seconded by me and by the Vice Mayor. So you have your light on, Tom. Do you want to speak to this? Okay. So if no one else wants to speak to this, would you vote on the board, and that item will...
Right.
Thank you. Okay. We now go on with the rest of our consent calendar. Anything else that anybody wants to address or pull, or anything else? Councilmember Koo.
I actually want to register my no vote for number 6.
Okay, Councilmember Koo is registering a no vote on number 6. Anybody else? Okay, if not, a motion to approve the remainder of the consent calendar. Second, or would you vote on the board? Okay.
Hey, Liz, can you hear me?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Greg, I can hear you. Did you vote yes?
Okay.
We hope so.
So I wanted to first say that on the item 11, so I also support voting to remove. And then I want to register no vote on 6 as well.
Okay, and no on 6, got it?
And then a consent calendar, I'll put yes.
Okay, good. Thanks very much. And Greg, did I hear that you can only be on the phone with us a short time tonight?
Sorry, what did you say?
Could you tell me about how long you'll be on the phone?
I have a meeting coming up in about an hour and a half. But then after me, I'll call back in.
Okay. And you know that we're going to be taking up an item that has 5 parts to it?
Yes.
Okay, thanks very much. Okay, that actually takes us to our action item for this evening, and it is only
Liz?
6:30.
Liz?
Did I get to vote?
I wanted to also register a no vote on number 6, and yes, we do need to vote on the motion for the consent calendar. Yeah.
It was up there.
Okay.
So yes, do you wish to speak to number 6?
No different than,
We just voted.
no different than my prior comments objecting to the exemptions for impact fees and such, so consistent with prior comments.
I originally voted no for this in the original vote. I guess there are impacts with parking, and we have no idea what's going to do when we don't assign parking to these units that are going to be in neighborhoods. And the development impact fees exemption could be used towards multiple of things in terms of mitigating impacts from parking. So no, I'm completely against exempting development impact fees.
Councilmember Tanaka, do you wish to speak to your no vote on number 6?
No.
Was that a yes or a no?
He said no. He said no.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So now, having heard from those who voted no on number 6, we actually go on to our public hearing for tonight, which is the adoption of an ordinance amending Chapter 18.18. This is the Downtown Commercial District of Title 18 zoning and so forth, which is listed under, just read the wrong one. You didn't poke me fast enough. Yes, we have now gone over number 9 and 10, and we're going on to a public hearing for adoption of an ordinance amending various sections of the Title 18 of the Palo Alto Municipal Code related to residential mixed-use development standards, including, but not limited to. And it's all listed on page 4 of your revised agenda for tonight. One aspect of tonight, which, just to acknowledge now, could make it somewhat more difficult to follow, is many of us are still using last week's item because many of us had that marked up at the time. So as you reference something and wish to talk about it, would you at that point tell us whether you're from the November last week's agenda and packet or whether you're on tonight's packet? Because the numbering is slightly different.
The staff report numbers are the same, though.
Yes. Okay, so with that, we are going to take these up as we mentioned last week, and as I will go through now.
Do you want to see if there's a checkpoint on the PTC? Because some of us are going to have to sell for queues here. And we're still approaching.
Thank you. So do you have any information for us now, City Clerk, before we get rolling?
I do. We have Councilmember Du Bois voting for Giselle Ropervar and Thomas Siegel. Vice Mayor Filseth voting for Giselle Ropervar and Tom Siegel. Councilmember Fine voting for Giselle and Carolyn Templeton. Councilmember Holman voting for Giselle and Tom Siegel. Mayor Niss voting for Giselle and Carolyn Templeton. Councilmember Koo voting for Giselle and Tom Siegel. Councilmember Scharf voting for Byrne Beecham and Giselle. Councilmember Tanaka voting for Byrne Beecham and Dina Mosser. And Councilmember Wolbach voting for Giselle and Tom Siegel. So Giselle, with 8 votes, is appointed to the Planning and Transportation Commission, and we'll have to do a round 2 ballot.
And could you tell us the next 2 in line, in case we didn't hear those numbers? I don't know, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Could be.
So we do have 2 changes. One, I misread on Wolbach. He voted for Giselle and Carolyn Templeton, and Councilmember Tanaka voted for Byrne Beecham and Dina Mosser, and Councilmember Scharf, Byrne Beecham, and Giselle. So we have Byrne Beecham with 2 votes, Dina Mosser with 1, Giselle with 8, Thomas Siegel with 4, and Carolyn Templeton with 3.
Okay, so quite clearly, we're going to do another round. Okay. Do you want to wait until we read this one before we really get rolling? Why don't we do that? Because I think everyone has marked it now, Jessica, and since there's only one person you can vote for at this point, we'll see if we need to continue on. Then we are going to take these items up in 5 different stages tonight, as we spoke about last week. And Acting Planning Director Jonathan Late will present a portion of what we did last week, and then we will start the recusals as well. And we're going to start
So,
with
Madam Mayor,
number-
if I may interrupt for just a moment, it's me here. I had a conversation with Councilmember Holman, and she did take the time to pre-clear with me some general procedural questions that she has. And so I think that would make sense, along the lines of what you started last week, to go ahead and hear from her on those items that are not specific to any of the areas before you switch into the...
Before we start down that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so while we're, tell us if you have anything to report yet. If not, we'll start with, are you going to do those, Molly, or is Karen? Karen, you're going to do them. Why don't you do those, unless you have a report, do you? No, I don't yet. Okay. So, Councilmember Holman.
Yeah, and to be clear, they're not procedural questions, they're broad questions about what we're going to be undertaking. So one of them is, was there any independent economic analysis done for any of the work in front of us?
No.
Was there any other economic analysis done? Did anybody provide economic analysis?
I'm sorry, Councilmember, can you repeat that?
Did anyone provide any economic analysis?
Not for this specific effort to implement the work plan. We did rely on other documents that have been produced as a part of the comp plan and other studies, as well as some conversations that we've had. But we have not contracted with for any kind of economic pro forma analysis of the plans that the concepts that we've presented in the ordinance.
So was, there were meetings with a number, I've forgotten how many meetings, but there were a number of meetings with property owners and developers and architects. Did they provide economic analysis? We have like some things in the packet that refer to some.
Nothing informally. We had conversations, and we wanted to sort of get a sort of a gut check on the concepts that we were exploring. And so we had, Jeannie had participated in telephone conversations with some of the folks that we have on our advisory group, maybe a couple others from her background in other communities, just to get a sense for, where we were.
So my question having to do with that is, because my experience is with both SOFA and the prior zoning ordinance update, that there was an economic analysis. So without an economic analysis, how could there be conjectures about what would likely be built or not as a result of zoning changes?
Right. Well, I think that, again, we went through somewhat of an informal process to solicit some of that information. What we do know is what our development codes show us today and what kind of housing production it's yielding today. And the changes that we've made have not made housing production any more onerous in that regard. So we believe that the changes that have been contemplated were to the net benefit of housing production. And so that's why we don't feel like that analysis was necessary, but it's a fair comment, and if the council feels that some kind of pro forma analysis is necessary, that's direction that we can receive and follow up on.
Okay. Was there any discussion or meetings with retail providers, retail operators?
Yeah, so our conversations were mostly with property owners or developers, but not specific retail tenants.
Okay. Was there any analysis about various changes throughout, from my perspective, affect permeability? And that's long been a goal of maintaining permeability of our lots. Was there any analysis of that?
Referring to water recharge, from a water perspective?
Yes.
No, there was no additional analysis relative to that. So, no.
Okay. And what about impacts on canopy?
So all of the, so no, there was no specific analysis toward that. I will say that in large part, the development standards that exist in the code today are retained as a part of this ordinance. There are changes on El Camino that we've talked about that increases the potential for lot coverage, and there's some other minor changes, but the overall building envelope that can be approved with a project today is largely intact with the proposed ordinance, and the changes that we've made address parking and unit density and things along those lines. So we would not anticipate any change to the environment, whether it's water recharge or canopy coverage in the community. And I'll also note that we still have, as a part of this whole process, the discretionary review components. And so where there is a case that may come up, we would handle those on a case-by-case basis to address those issues.
So there wasn't any concern that increased lot coverage could affect canopy?
So again, I think that we're clearly concerned how any development standard would impact the canopy coverage in the community or any of the other areas that you've addressed. We do not believe, based on the way that the proposed ordinance has been drafted, that those issues get triggered. And should they get triggered, we do have the individual review where it would go before the Architecture Review Board where we can have that conversation.
Okay, and I think just a couple, 3 more questions. So there are references kind of peppered throughout saying that we're doing this instead of I guess, I can't remember the exact wording, but we're making these changes so that we aren't subject to SB 35. But yet there aren't any, and I'll just roll these into one, also density bonus laws. So there aren't any tables that compare what would happen with what's being proposed compared to what could happen with the density bonus laws and SB 35. So I didn't find them anywhere. Is there any reason why those weren't provided? If we're trying to preclude one thing, it seems like we ought to find out, or ought to understand how we're precluding it and to what extent.
Yeah, thank you. So
Could I ask you to pause just a minute, Jonathan? We're going to pass out one more round while Karen's asking her questions.
I'm almost done.
It's okay. She's just going to pass out the sheets.
So we have a tie on this second ballot with Thomas Siegel and Carol Templeton. Councilmember Scharf voted for Byrne Beecham, and Du Bois, Filseth, Holman, and Koo voted for Thomas, and Fine, Niss, Tanaka, and Wolbach voted for Carolyn. So we'll have to do a third ballot.
Should we just have a great vote?
What's that?
Yeah,
She just had a great vote, yeah.
Let's put Greg on the spot.
Sure. So I think just to my question about SB 35 and
Yeah, thank you.
density bonus laws.
So nothing we are doing here exempts the city from SB 35 regulations. That's a state law that the city of Palo Alto is subject to. The conditions are such that we're not anticipating any projects to qualify. We don't anticipate that projects would come forward seeking to qualify for SB 35, in part I'll say for a number of reasons without getting too technical about it. That could change, though, if depending on our housing production and how that goes over time, we could be in the future subject to I'll say a lower threshold for on-site affordability on an SB 35 project, and if that were to happen, then we would anticipate seeing more of those types of projects. But what we have proposed here and the ordinance for the council's consideration. And this is a little bit of a complicated topic, so I appreciate the question, and we can talk more about it as we get to some specific areas. We've introduced this concept of a housing incentive program, and the purpose here is to create a housing incentive where somebody who wanted to redevelop their site would look at this and see that there are more advantages for going, more advantages toward the end goal of producing more housing units than they can achieve using our base zoning district, which SB 35 would be tied to, or the state density bonus law, which is a 35% increase, depending on, up to 35% increase, depending on what level of affordability is being proposed. So with our HIP, what we're saying is we're making it more attractive to potential developers to take advantage of this process, while also ensuring the city retains its design review aspect, which you don't get under SB 35. So we're given a little bit more unit density, we're given a little bit more floor area, but we're also preserving our design review process. That's kind of the context in which we've set that up.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. And then any table comparing what's being proposed compared to comp plan policies, programs?
Yeah, so in our staff report, so as far as the table, this isn't numbers, but I think we have in our staff report a sort of a crossover of how the work plan ties into, are those the comp plan ones?
This is the work plan versus the
Yeah, there is some verbiage, but not really easily.
We don't have, yeah, so we don't have numbers. If you're, I need a little clarity on your question. I don't know if this is a carryover from the last conversation or a new topic.
Oftentimes, when changes are being proposed for whatever, there's a table that shows, you know, a change and how that implements comp plan policies or programs.
Yeah, thank you. I think it may not be as clearly written in this report. I'd want to take a look at our draft ordinance to see if there's connections there, but we also have our housing work program, which ties in a number of goals related to the comprehensive plan. And each one of the work plan tasks that we have is derived from any number of housing related goals. And I'm just kind of looking at the sort of the middle section of the housing work program, where it begins to list housing-related comp plan goals, starting with L1-4. Actually, it goes even before that. We have a number of policies that we believe are tied to and related to the changes that we're making. And if the council wants, I can get into more detail about that. But if you don't have a copy of, it's in this copy of the housing work program.
And I think my last question is, throughout there's reference to rooftop gardens and how that can be used as open space. And was there any analysis of what the likely noise impact is of that, given, you know, the trajectories of noise and our lack of code enforcement?
There was no noise study that was done. We've introduced some design elements to keep it away from the edges of buildings. And we've introduced this concept as a way to help increase the number of units that could be generated on the site. But this is a shift for Palo Alto, and it does warrant the council's deliberation as to the appropriateness or to the extent at which we're proposing it. I know that we've released the auditor's office has released the code enforcement audit, and there's work to do. And I believe that in the coming year, there's going to be a concerted effort that ties in all the city departments to make sure that we're being responsive to the audit and making some changes, which would include noise-related enforcement. So there's elements of this that still need to play out, and we look forward to the council's discussion as to how best to mitigate this issue or address it.
And I think my last question also has to do with rooftops. is lighting. As I read this, lighting can be 12 feet taller than the maximum height, I think it was, or is it 12 feet above the rooftop or 12 feet higher than the maximum height? I think it was the latter. And I wasn't clear whether, and again, this is broad, it's about I wasn't clear whether that was consistent with or in conflict with what I recall as being an ARB finding, which is, or finding or review criteria, that the source of light is shielded. Because as I read this, it just looked like there's not spillover light, but if you're, if at that height, there might not be spillover light, but if you're looking at the source, it can be quite glaring and significant. So what's the response to that?
Right, so the ordinance does include some provisions to address the, how light is diffused through that area. And I believe, again, there's some additional setback requirements. But I imagine without review, it is conceivable that somebody could look up atop one of these rooftop buildings and see light fixtures and the light source. So what will be important for us is during the review process, because these would go to the Architectural Review Board, we would do, in the future, as we do now, ask for lighting plans to understand how that could be impacted in the surrounding area. So that would be part of our typical review should a project like this come forward. If the council feels like we need to be a little bit more, add some additional provisions to ensure that doesn't happen, that light sources shall not be visible from the public rights of way, that's an easy add to the ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Councilmember Koo, did you have questions?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Let me have the clerk read. Hang on one second. The clerk's going to read I hope the finale.
It is the finale for tonight. We have Councilmember Du Bois voting for Thomas Siegel, Vice Mayor Filseth voting for Thomas Siegel, Councilmember Fine voting for Carrie Templeton, Councilmember Holman voting for Thomas Siegel, Mayor Niss voting for Carrie Templeton, Councilmember Koo voting for Thomas Siegel, Councilmember Scharf voting for Carrie Templeton, Councilmember Tanaka voting for Carrie Templeton, and Councilmember Wolbach voting for Carrie Templeton. Carrie Templeton, with 5 votes, has been appointed to the Planning and Transportation Commission.
Okay, thank you very much, and we will let her know. Councilmember Koo.
So while you were doing all the research, and since Mountain View is our neighbor and they've done a substantial amount of housing building over there, have you looked into how many BMRs were produced versus their market rate, just so that we can see how much is their inclusionary zoning that they managed to get, and then also with regards to, the trickle-down economics with all of their market affordability there, how affordable are their rental prices in actuality?
I'm still working on the trickle-down part. Trickle-down economics. No, I mean just politically, trickle-down economics. But moving forward, no, we did not, is the short answer. We did not engage Mountain View in that conversation, and for a couple of reasons. One is the ordinance that we're producing here is not just about affordable housing units. This is about market rate housing as well. And there are a lot of aspects here to spur different income level housing production. And so that's one answer. The other is working with our consultant, Jeannie Eisberg, who has a lot of experience on the East Bay and also on the peninsula. We've contracted for some assistance, and her expertise and familiarity with development has also aided us in drafting this ordinance. And we did not do that other part about looking at how many units Mountain View has produced and how that relates to their BMR program or BMR units and market rate, and then how that relates to rent. So we did not do that.
Yeah, I guess I was really trying to figure out how much more affordable, has it actually become, whether it is for, the tech worker or for the teacher or for the nurse, or even the young policeman who is going to start his career in one of this. I mean, where is how do you calculate when does it become affordable? And with the substantial number of homes apartments, high density that they've built, it would have been nice to see how much less expensive it has become, or more affordable, since the word has been co-opted. But yeah, I mean, it would be an interesting thing analysis to kind of look at, so we can kind of understand where our housing ordinance, if it's opening it up to loosening up all the laws, then we should really have an understanding of what it actually does do.
Sure. I think that, we're really interested in hearing the council's deliberation on the ordinance. We did work hard to not draft language that would have significant changes to the character of Palo Alto, that we really tried to work within the building volume envelopes that we already have on the books today. And so we'll hear if we got that right or where we need to make some changes. Just generally to your other comment, all of us have heard reports about housing in the Bay Area and the lack of affordability. I don't know that as a region we're producing enough housing units to affect that delta in price points for rents. Where we have seen it and where there have been studies on it is in Seattle, where a lot of housing had been produced, and they did start seeing some changes to rental prices and also the characteristics by which property owners who have rentals to lease, offering more incentives for people wanting to attract new home buyers or renters. We're clearly not at that scale, and we don't have that kind of a comparison to make. But I don't know that even if we did reach out and did the study that you're suggesting, I don't think it would reveal anything informative to our analysis tonight.
I just wish that we had more data, and then also comparing to Seattle, I mean, I'm in real estate, and a lot of my clients often comment about the climate here in California. So again, I think that there is some kind of difference in comparing Seattle and California over here. On to another thing, just to piggyback off Councilmember Holman, the noise mitigation. I do have concern about that in terms of the rooftops, et cetera. We can't even, we've had complaints about noise in the past, whether it's construction noise but there's a method in terms of determining the dB, the sounds and so forth, ambient and so forth. And yet we've never been, I won't say never, we've not been able to resolve the issue simply because by the time the policeman comes out, my understanding last time was that we had 2 police officers who knew how to measure noise, and they're both out of town, or they don't know enough how to measure noise. So in this regard, we're really not, we're saying we have that mitigation in place, we have a noise ordinance, but we actually do not really have a method to do it correctly or a fast enough way to do it. So I really have concerns about, just being able to throw out, we have noise mitigation or we have a noise ordinance. Then in terms, so I just want to put that out so it's a big concern. Then on...
Are we addressing that in this ordinance?
No, it's in the rooftop thing.
Oh, so you're referencing the rooftop noise.
Mm-hmm. In terms, again, about rooftop, light spillover, right? So we have complaints from 28 El Camino Real, that's the former JJNF building, that they have these huge lights up there, and they were told to turn it down, and it hasn't happened. And it's back up now due to something. Again, these kind of complaints, it takes so much for residents to get it resolved. And again, it's another ordinance or condition that we just don't get to, and which is why, just going ahead, not addressing some of the bigger issues that has linkage to just simply building is a big concern. And then I wanted to find out, one of the methods of naturally providing more affordability, why has the Palmer fix not been included into this housing?
We're under contract with a firm to help us with that analysis to explore increases to our in lieu housing requirement and also to address the Palmer fix. It's just, we're doing everything we can with the resources we have, and we're hoping to get that out to you in the first half of next year.
I would have thought that, we would have put priority of what we want to see
I think
put out rather than just, if people are going to start building all these apartments, we certainly want the Palmer fix in here before we even roll this out or roll it out together.
So I think that's a policy conversation for the council to have. I feel like we haven't, since I've been here, we've never done anything quite like this. This is a pretty significant effort, and we really took our guidance from the work plan for the 2018 ordinance, and we've done an analysis of where we were able to make it happen, and in the staff report, and where we fell short or where it's ongoing, we've identified that as well. I agree. There's a lot of different fronts that we need to tackle this issue, and we're doing the best we can to roll it out to the council as soon as we can.
Yeah, if I could just add to this, I don't think we should lose sight of the fact that we have always said that there will be several steps and versions and iterations and evolutions of what this is, that our ability to wait and get everything done rather than starting to take it into maybe somewhat bite-sized pieces to begin to make some progress. We've lost ground on building housing, providing housing over the past 3 years. We're falling far short of your adopted goals. And we have the capacity issues of our staff and just time to be able to get these things done. So I think the staff really made a good faith effort to say, let's advance some proposals that the council can start to deal with and address, knowing that there are identified in the plan, and then the council may redirect or ask for other things in the future. How do we come back? This is not a one swing at what we're going to do to redress housing. Again, I can't, you just have to state, you have made housing one of your top priorities every year for the past few years, and we failed. And what the staff is doing is try to respond to your adopted direction in the comp plan and advance put some arrows in your quiver, I think somebody said last week. And I know your questions aren't on this line, but this idea of why would we propose something that might not work, I'm hard pressed to understand why that's a problem. Well, then it doesn't work, okay? Then it makes it even clearer we've got to be sure we're looking at something else. So I do think this is one of these things where the staff has worked really hard to try to put something that the council can begin to react to, but then also act on.
Jim, I really appreciate...
Councilmember Koo, are you close to being done?
No, I'm not actually. I really appreciate...
Councilmember Koo, you've now been talking for 15 minutes.
Well, we're here for a discussion on a very important matter, or is this another
We are,
one
but
of
we
these,
have five sections to get to tonight.
Don't talk and don't discuss, and we just go ahead and push forward?
No.
Is this what it is?
We do have 9 of us to speak tonight.
I can appreciate. I have questions, too.
Could you wind it up with one more question?
Have we also discussed, I would like to know, why have we not put in their affordable housing impact fee so that we can kind of look at every building that comes about? We have a way of ensuring that there is some fees coming in from these developers after a certain number of units that they've built, so we can put it towards actually BMR units that the city can do, towards our housing fund.
Yeah, and we do have, I think the council I'm forgetting the year, maybe it was last year, recently adopted our housing impact fees so that anytime there is a new residential development or a commercial development mixed-use project, we do collect those fees at the time of building permit issuance. for every project that is subject to our ordinance.
Well, and have we discussed also increasing it again
We haven't discussed increasing them.
to what the county has been
Oh,
proposing?
the 100 and some odd number. No, we haven't had that conversation internally or with the council.
I'd love to see that conversation, actually.
I think maybe when we come back at the next level, I would think a very cursory analysis about how much development we have and even identifying how much we could increase it. Let's even say we put the highest impact fee that could be possibly justified, to convert that into how much yield would that actually provide in impact fees to help subsidize affordable housing. And then, this would be very easy to do, actually. And then how many units could we actually really build with that impact fee money? My guess would be it would still be far short of the annual amount of housing that we need to be able to build as a city, so under your adopted policy. So I would encourage the staff that the next go-around that we do on this, we run some of those numbers.
So, Councilmember Ku, if you're done, Councilmember Fine has a question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to thank staff again for all the work on this, and also our planning commission. I know our chair is here. I think there's a lot of good work in here that's taken more than a year to happen. I guess I have one question, but I'll save it to the end. I just have mainly comments, and I'll try to be brief. So one, this plan, while it's not itemized exactly, actually has a good opportunity to produce more below market rate housing, both by incentivizing that portion and also by producing more market rate housing. You get more below market rate housing through our inclusionary ordinance. To answer a question earlier, I think Mountain View this year is on track to do something like 1,100 plus units, and their inclusionary percentage is 15 or 16, I think. So, it's 150, 160 below market rate units. That's how it works in the system. In terms of the Palmer fix and increasing the inclusionary zoning, the inclusionary percentage, the city manager and our assistant, or an interim planning director indicated that'll come to council in the next half of the year. The work plan does include a lot, and Councilmember Ku, if you want to prioritize that, I'm happy for us to transmit that message to staff. I think there is more work to be done on the housing work plan. As the city manager said, we really can't do everything at once. We do got to start somewhere. This has been more than a year in the making, and if you're not able to support these changes tonight, that's fine. I would, kind of just question rhetorically, why did you support the colleagues' memo and the work plan? But that's neither here nor there. Housing impact fees will come from new housing development. That's our rules of the land. It applies to all housing. And then there's been some questions about meetings with developers. If anyone up here knows people who build housing besides developers, please let me know. I'd love to meet those folks. The one question I had, on the housing minimums that's proposed through a couple sections here, does that preclude somebody from redeveloping at the same number of units per acre? So if I have like
So I'm going to, thank you. I don't mean to interrupt you, Councilmember Fine. I'm going to look at the staff. I think that question is specific to the multifamily
Okay,
zone.
I'll save it for then.
Yeah, it'll be best
All right,
there.
I guess my question was more specific. Thank you all. I hope we can do some good work tonight.
Tom, could I encourage you to be brief so we can actually get to one section?
Yes, I will try. First of all, I really want to say thank you to staff on this. I think you guys, you're doing a good job of kind of balancing housing production and really kind of keeping in mind how we have a sustainable city. And I know it's been difficult, so thank you both. So I had a question about the HIP. Under the city code, what's the definition of 100% affordable housing in terms of income levels?
So there is no specific definition, I believe, that says 100% affordable housing. When we add the word 100%, what we're saying is that we're talking about a project that is 100% deed restricted, and to distinguish that from a project that might be a mix of market rate and affordable housing.
But could it be deed restricted to 120%?
Yeah. So when you, just to continue along with that, our Chapter 16 of the municipal code includes some provisions, our regulations related to affordable housing. And it's in that chapter, the definitions section 1665020, that includes a number of definitions for very low-income households, and moderate income households. And those are generally tied to different income levels, and they're specified in the code. And so including, I would say, up to 120% of area median income.
So this is kind of in lieu of SB 35, right?
So again, this is not in lieu of, but an opportunity to entice developers who may want to qualify under SB 35 to use our local ordinance instead.
So under SB 35, they would use the state's definition of affordability, which would be a different definition?
Yeah, I think it's restricted to, let's check that. We'll have to look that up, but yeah, I don't believe the state goes to 120.
It's like 80% probably.
We'll take a look at that.
Okay. Yeah, so I was just really interested in how you guys thought about that interaction, that have these different definitions of what 100% affordable housing is, and
so yeah, I can.
And it seems like the HIP actually applies to market rate housing, while SB 35 only applies to below market rate housing.
SB 35 applies to any development as long as it's 2/3 residential and 50% of the units are deed restricted.
And we look below market, right?
Yeah, but to 80% AMI is what we just looked up, and that's also on packet page 112 of the November 26 report.
So it's only 50% below market rate, and then our HIP is 100% of deed restricted but can only go up to 120% AMI. Is that correct?
So it depends on what aspect of the program, and I think what we could do, council member, as we get to the different areas where this is affected throughout the city, because we may have some council members who are recused from some parts of the HIP discussion for certain parts of the city. We can dive a little bit more deeply on this, but I will say that we were in part also guided by the council's action on the affordable housing overlay, where the Planning Commission had a conversation about where to establish the AMI threshold, and I think the commission came back with 60% AMI for those housing projects, those affordable housing projects, and the council increased that to 120% AMI to be consistent with our moderate rate income. So that was a starting place for us, understanding that through the public dialogue and council deliberation that may get modified.
Okay, but just last question on the HIP. You couldn't be deed restricted and just say it's going to be 200% AMI. I mean, the ordinance caps it at 120.
So the areas where we're talking, and I'll look to Jeannie to make sure I'm not saying something incorrectly here, but in portions of the ordinance where we are talking about incentives that can be granted for 100% affordable housing projects, it would be deed restricted to 120%, no more than 120% AMI.
Okay. And then a couple of quick questions on rooftop use. I thought it was interesting you had a proposed, I guess, second floor higher. I do think noise, falls off quickly with distance, so maybe something we can talk about as we go through this tonight, whether it should be maybe a third floor. So does the new ordinance allow one to kind of shift the building envelope? So could you build a rooftop we call it a rooftop garden, but there's not a requirement that it be green necessarily, right?
I believe we did add a requirement that a certain percentage, it looks like 15%.
Yeah. And there was a maximum. I was curious why there's a max greenery.
Well, I think to qualify as usable open space as opposed to unusable, if you can't access it because it's all shrubs, for instance. Okay.
Yeah, so we said it doesn't count as FAR, and then could somebody, kind of redo that and move that square footage elsewhere in the building envelope.
And there's a whole section on this tonight, as you know, in one of the sections.
On changing it over time?
No, on rooftops.
Yeah. No, I was really kind of just trying to understand if there's kind of a loophole.
Yeah, I don't know of any loophole, but certainly if there is one discovered, we'd want to know about that and fix that. If I'm understanding your question, could somebody take qualifying, usable rooftop open space and somehow convert it to floor area in the building? That, depending on how the structure was built, I don't see how that would happen if they were already at the height limit, because you would be enclosing space that's above the height limit. So that would be the first problem. Second, if they've maxed out their FAR, their floor area ratio, then adding additional floor area would be problematic. We wouldn't approve a permit that allows them to go over the FAR. So I think we're covered there, but maybe I'm missing something in your question that you're asking about.
Okay, just two more quick ones. There's some changes to the RM zone. What happens to an existing R1 house? And then if somebody in that R1 wanted to put an ADU, would they be disallowed?
Councilmember Du Bois, we'll take that up under the multifamily section.
Okay. And then kind of another kind of loophole question. So the parking for the first 1,500 square feet, does that apply to existing tenants in existing buildings? So if I have a bunch of retail spots, can I, after this passes, assign them to the office space in my building and just have less retail?
Let me take a look at the language of the code and understand how that fits in.
Okay.
So let's table that question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, with that, let's talk about how we are going to go about doing this, because as you recall, we did go over this last week. I'm not going to reference pages because some of you will be using tonight's and some of you will be using last week's. But on my page 9, where it says citywide revisions, we're going to take that up as number 5, which is currently number 1. That will take us to page 10, which is where the first one, which is actually the old number 2, is now the new number 1, and that's multifamily zones. Number 3 is good. Adrian?
No, speak on that.
Okay, we're not there yet. We're going to get there in just a minute. Number 3 will, and on the first one we're taking up, Eric and Karen are both recused. On the second one we'll take up, which is downtown zoning, Greg will be recused on that. And number 3 tonight, the third one we'll take up is California Avenue. I'm recused on that, and Eric, you'll run that part of the meeting. I'm also making sure to indicate who is going to run which part of the meeting. And then lastly, on that page is properties adjacent to El Camino and the CN and CS zones. And as I see that, nobody's recused on that one. And then with a little luck, we'll get to the last one, which is number 5, which becomes number 1 tonight. So Jonathan, as you and I discussed earlier, you would give just a very quick preamble to number 2, which is number 1 tonight. Again, on my page 10, somebody else's page. If any of you are using a new page, tell me what page that is. I think it's the same. Anybody using, if not, it's the same? Great.
Same page, same staff report.
Okay. And with that, Eric and Karen, do they need to explain themselves, City Attorney? Do they need to explain why they're leaving?
Yes, they do.
Okay. So Eric first, and then Karen.
I own property in the RM15 neighborhood.
Karen?
I am within 500 feet of RM15 zoning.
Okay, so we will excuse you two, and I'm sure it'll be no time at all where you'll be back in the room. So with that, Jonathan, do you want to give just a quick preamble?
Sure. And
yeah, and this is multifamily zones.
right. So I just wanted to introduce again Jeannie Iceberg sitting next to me, who has been absolutely instrumental in making this effort
And
come
we're
forward.
very grateful that you came, truly. We know you had other plans and changed them for us. We appreciate it.
So Jeannie will walk us through a summary of the changes, and then we're happy to answer some questions from the council before we move on to the next section.
And if there's a reference to a report or a page or anything, just mention that as you go along.
Okay, so up on the screen, we just have the basic changes within this section of the ordinance, and then we can go through specific language, which starts on packet page 128 from the November 26th agenda item. So again, there was a very specific policy in the housing element and comp plan to change the density of the RM15 district. Right now in the housing element, basically it says that if you're a housing element opportunity site in the RM15, you can redevelop at 20 units an acre. And so we are proposing to standardize that across the board so that the maximum density in the RM15 district would be 20 units an acre, which means we're essentially changing the name of that zoning district to RM20. Second, this was another specific policy from the comp plan around establishing minimum densities. This was also in the work plan. And so we've identified minimum densities that make sense for the minimum lot sizes that are required in this district. And so we did create a provision such that if for some reason there was a substandard lot or a site could not be developed to that minimum density, through the ARB's review, that units could still be created on that site. It wouldn't become a site where no development was possible. And then third, this item about replacing non-conforming unit density. So there are some RM districts where the density exceeds it's essentially non-conforming with respect to density. So the density on the site exceeds what's actually allowable in the district. And so this provision just would allow someone to redevelop at that higher density, and they would just be precluded from using state density bonus law, but the city would allow that higher level of density development. So that's the basics for that district.
Okay, thanks very much. And that was just perfect, just enough to get us into it.
And if I may, just on this one, I wanted to note for the council that since our last meeting last week, questions come up, and we wanted to be clear that nothing about what we're proposing to do here would render a single-family home or any other multifamily project that is less than the minimum unit density that we're establishing in the code as a non-complying use, so as to not to preclude somebody from being able to add an ADU or add on to their home. So that is some language that we will need to add into the ordinance when we come back for the second reading, just to clarify that no residence becomes non-compliant for failure.
Do you need us to put that in, or are you going to put that in when it comes back?
I think we would get that as part of your motion when you end this conclusion, this section.
Okay. In that case, Councilmember Fine, do you have your light on?
Yeah, so thank you very much for this. My one question was going to be about that little last clarifying piece about redeveloping units that are lower than the new minimum densities. So with that, I'll move, I guess, the staff recommendation on this part with the qualifying language, the clarifying language on redevelopment and nonconformity.
Can move this along somewhat expeditiously tonight. It would help if we can hold our comments to 5 minutes. We won't hold it over your head, but it would help a great deal. I appreciate that Jean is here, and I know she probably values her sleep more than usual these days. So with that, Councilmember Fine, do you want to speak to your motion, and Councilmember Wall, back to your second?
No, just thank you again to staff for this. I think this is some good movement in the multifamily zones that we do have, kind of allowing them to be a little more dense and produce more housing. I think the minimums are actually important and the right direction to go in. Personally, I may have wanted to see more in here, but I think our planning commission did a good job of blocking and tackling on this. And like much of the ordinance tonight, I'm happy to take 2/3 of a loaf, and I think this is good work on the housing front here. So please support this.
Okay, Councilmember Walbach.
I'll associate my views with those of Councilmember Fine. Just to reiterate, I also would have liked to see this be a little bit more aggressive. The staff report early on acknowledges that the changes proposed throughout this ordinance proposal might not be adequate to achieve our goal of 300 units a year, but this is a start. It's an important start, and I also want to thank the PTC. I know you had a lot of meetings about it and put some really tough thought into this. I might not agree with every single decision you made, but I respect the work, and on this section in particular, I think I'm happy to support it as is.
Okay, everybody else has their light on. I'll call on all of you, but I want to go to Councilmember Tanaka. Greg, are you still there?
Yes, no comment right now.
Okay, no comment?
Yep, no comment.
Is that what I heard?
That's what you heard.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll check you off as having made a comment or not made a comment and go down the line. Tom, Greg, I'm sorry, Tom. Phil Seth has his light on. That's you.
You made me move over. So.
Yes.
I think it's your twice.
Now both of them are on. Okay, so Tom, then Sharf, and then Koo.
Could you come back to me? Could you come back? I'm not quite ready.
Sorry?
Yeah, I've hit my light, but I want to think for a second. I do, but after a couple of people, I just want to gather my thoughts, please. Yeah.
Way, Sharf, Koo, and back to Du Bois.
All right, so I guess I'm up. So what sections are we talking about in the ordinance now? We're talking about from pages what to what?
You're on 10, and you want to know in the ordinance itself.
When I'm on
Packet page 128.
128 2.
Through,
So for anyone listening, we are going from the report into the ordinance at this point.
the top of page 137.
Okay.
128?
To 137. And what we really should focus on is obviously the underline and the crossouts, right?
That's right, the red lines.
All right. And you said 137. Okay.
And the annotations from the city attorney's office.
So that's, okay, that's helpful.
How about if it's just the ordinance page?
I think it's page 12 on the ordinance. Did I get that right? All right. Okay, so I'll start first of all.
I'm sorry, Councilor. I think it's page 3 on the ordinance.
Page what?
Page 3 on the actual ordinance.
Yes,
So
see it way down here?
I'm working off the one that came in the packet, Thursday packet,
Yeah.
that is in
Yeah,
this form?
that's fine. You could use, it's just go to the ordinance attachment, which I believe is attachment A,
Right,
and then it's page 3 on the ordinance.
thank you.
So it's funny, I'm using the other one, right? The November one.
I think the page numbers should be the same
And
between.
it starts on page 3.
Page
That's
3,
the same one.
packet page 128.
Right?
Yeah.
And then it goes all the way to packet page 137, right?
Yes.
Right.
And that's page 12.
She was asking about where it started.
Oh, I thought she asked where it ended.
Right, okay, we're good.
Got it. Just want to make sure we're on the right page. All right, so I guess there are two things I need to understand here. The first is you said no single family or duplex will become non-conforming based on this. Will anything become non-conforming?
Not because of the new minimum. What we're going to propose to the council is that a land use does not become non-conforming for failure to meet the minimum densities established by this proposed ordinance.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. So, but how about in any of this multifamily section that we're talking about right now, does that make anything non-conforming? It shouldn't, the way I read it, but I just wanted to make sure.
What's the ARB provision?
To look at anything that becomes
Less than.
infeasible.
Yeah, no. I can't think of a reason why a use would become non-complying based on these standards.
Okay. Then I wanted to talk briefly about the non-complying unit density issue. So what I understand you're doing here is you're saying a project that has a higher density is no longer non-conforming. It was non-conforming before because it had a higher unit density than was allowed under our zoning. So if you have an RM20, you have something with an RM40, it would no longer be non-conforming. Am I reading that correctly?
Yeah, I might phrase it slightly differently, and we may need to add some clarifying language in the ordinance when it comes back. But the use today, let's say this ordinance gets adopted, the use would still be non-conforming, but we're allowing it to be rebuilt to that density. And we should specify in the ordinance that when that is done, that isn't because that doesn't suddenly, you're not building a non-conforming use from day one of the permit being issued.
So why shouldn't we say that any property that it would be solely non-conforming due to a higher density is no longer non-conforming? Because there are negatives to being non-conforming as far as I can tell. You have trouble remodeling stuff, you have trouble coming forward and adding stuff to residential, you have trouble making it better. There seems to be all sorts of issues. So I guess the question is, if we do support our existing housing units, let's take, what's the big project? There's two of them. There's the one on Alma, and then there's the senior center one, right on, what do we call that again? The big senior housing project that's huge and tall. Channing House? Channing House, yeah. So I would assume Channing House is non-conforming unless it's a PC, but I don't know, it might be a PC. And 101 Alma, I don't know if that's non-conforming or not. But there's probably some other ones in the downtown that seem to be higher density, that were built in the 20s or whatever they look like. So I guess my question to you is, why, it seems to me that being non-conforming is a bad thing. It makes it harder when you own a non-conforming property. And so shouldn't we say that because of density, since we seem to support our existing units, that's what you're saying here, that if it's more than, you can rebuild it. So the question is, why would we want to say that it's non-conforming?
Right. I'm agreeing with you that if somebody were to redevelop their site under this provision, they should not be considered non-conforming from day one, that we ought to honor that as a...
So do we consider a remodel to be redevelopment? I mean, what is if they want to remodel it? I mean, I notice we give people a hard time on non-conforming uses when they want to do minor changes on a non-conforming use. So the question is, if we want to support our existing residential stock, why would we just not say they're not non-conforming anymore?
I think that's an opportunity for the council to have that discussion. We've not analyzed that, so I don't know of all the potential pitfalls, if any, associated with that. We could certainly look at that more closely. But I will say that there are some challenges when a site is declared a non-conforming use. There are some limitations on what could be done, and I think that our code, we're probably at a point where we should probably be looking at some of those standards.
So, I mean, I think there's still other issues that a lot of these sites might have, right? They might have. It seems to me that there might be some height issues with some of them. So I guess the question is this a true change, or would the density, I mean, if you have an existing building at a certain height that's over 50 feet, that would still be non-conforming with the density, and if you couldn't get that density back and rebuild it, then you'd have to go below.
That's right.
So we're still saying that.
That's right.
So I guess when you analyze this, did you find that to be much of an impediment, or did you not analyze it, or is it?
Yeah, we weren't really looking at the sort of the edge cases so much.
But that's my question is, are they the edge cases?
I think when you're looking at a building in the RM zones that would be exceeding height or other development standards and unit density, that's not the type of redevelopment that we were trying to incentivize in this ordinance. We're looking at more of the smaller end. You're over by a unit or two or three, and allowing that to be redeveloped, because the impact of that on a neighborhood is less than it would be for one of these larger developments.
And I'm not suggesting we change that. I'm just trying to figure out what you were trying to get at to this.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to decide whether or not we should basically say that they're not non-conforming. Because it seems to me that if it's really just number of units, they'd benefit from being not non-conforming. They would still have to comply with other development standards.
Right. If redeveloped.
Frankly, if I said, the proposal I'm thinking of making, and that's why I'm going back and forth with you on this, is that no housing project in the city should be non-conforming just because it is of a higher density. That would still mean it would have to meet all the other development standards, and if it didn't meet the other development standards, then it would be non-conforming.
Yeah.
But if it's purely an issue of density, and I don't know how many that would affect, because there might be, we have a lot of standards that have changed. We have setbacks, and that I don't know if that makes things non-conforming or not. But there's all sorts of things that make things non-conforming. I'm just really trying to decide why we wouldn't just make that a blanket statement, as opposed to just saying, you can redevelop it to be exactly the same, but it's still non-conforming, and you would then have to make it conforming to everything else. But existing projects, if you don't redevelop them, they're non-conforming. I wasn't sure why we would do that. I'm trying to decide why we would give that incentive, frankly, when a remodel might be the way they want to go.
Yeah, I appreciate the question, and I probably would need a little bit more time to think through what are the consequences, positive or negative, with a broader policy statement like that. I do agree that if we are looking at a site that I would say is more mainstream relative to these non-compliant uses, where you're over by only a couple of units, if redeveloped, that redevelopment should not be considered non-complying or not complying for use, because I think that's going to be a deterrent for anybody to redevelop their property, and then on day one, and once they get their certificate of occupancy, is being non-compliant and then restricted. So on that point, I agree. We should take a look at that and make sure that that's clear in the ordinance, that should you take advantage of this provision and redevelop, you don't get you're not considered a non-compliant use.
So what do we mean by redevelop? Do we mean like you have to tear the whole thing down and start over again, or does it mean that you can remodel it?
Yeah, remodeling is still permissible as long as you're not intensifying or expanding a non-compliant use. So you would still be limited by those twin sort of regulations that we have on the books today.
Right. So I don't know if you guys are interested, but I would move that we just simply make it that no project is non-compliant simply because of the number of units.
Look to the maker and the seconder.
Sure. So my motion is that right now it says only if you redevelop, you can redevelop it the same. The point is that you wouldn't be non-complying just because you're at a number of units. You still have to comply with everything else.
Right.
But if you're just simply over a couple units, that doesn't make you a non-complying project.
Right, and so what are you proposing then?
So I'm proposing that we change this, give broad direction to staff to come back and say, and when they redo the ordinance, it's a minor change, that they would simply say that if you're over in the number of units, does not make your project non-compliant.
So then you wouldn't have, can staff just answer what would the effect of this change be?
Yeah, I'm trying to look at that.
I see where you're going, but.
I'll say this, I appreciate the sentiment and the spirit behind that. It's difficult for me to, 2 points, on the fly, do that analysis to understand what the, effects of that might be. And two, this is not, Molly, I'm looking to you on this. This is the section of the code that we would have to change is 1870, dealing with nonconforming uses, which is more of a citywide provision. And I don't believe we've noticed for that chapter to be changed. So I don't know if that's an area where we can make changes if we needed to.
Yeah, maybe you take it, I think you'd take the item as direction to come back in another phase if we haven't noticed it.
Yeah,
We should do that. And we should go through PTC as well.
Councilmember Sharp, would that be okay by you? To have them take it as direction for a future?
My preference would be to change it now.
think you're getting
Well, I guess the
some
question is,
pushback.
I am getting pushback, but I guess I don't really understand how we can change it on all multifamily here to make it complying on a specific case, where when I want to do the broader case, I just don't get it.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Councilmember. You're right, we could include a footnote in the RM table that says, no property that is exceeding the maximum density unit allowed for the zone and property shall be determined shall not be a non-complying use.
That's all I'm asking
for the purposes of, Chapter 18,
And-
blah, 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 blah. I mean,
And what would the practical implications of that be? One is that you can still redevelop at the higher unit count, which is what staff has right now.
It's that you could remodel without having the strictures of non-intensification. And intensification can be minor things. You might want to put in a rooftop garden upstairs, or you might want to put in an extra parking space.
I see what
You
you're
might
doing.
want to, there's a ton of that stuff that comes up.
That
and we're then
non-compliance prohibits you,
precluded.
yeah. Okay. I think if staff kind of understands the purpose of this in the RM district.
I understand the purpose. What I'm telling you, and I'm not disagreeing with the approach, it's difficult for me here at the table to understand
Do it on
all the
the fly.
ramifications of it. It may be perfectly the most appropriate thing to do. It's just, I'd like a little more time to think through it.
Okay. So can we just take this as direction then, Councilmember Scharf?
If that's the only way I'm going to get a second, I guess so.
May I weigh in on this?
Yes.
Let's make sure that the maker, are you okay?
So I would be okay accepting this if it's, staff understands this as direction to work on it.
I actually want to weigh in on the process for this.
So council members, it may be throughout the evening that there are a number of ideas that, you'll want to entertain, and we probably do, because the zoning code is so complex, it has many intertwined, interconnected sections. We should take these new ideas and have an opportunity to read and understand and think about them and draft them and come back. So I think maybe we might be looking for a sort of parking lot bucket or something like that, where we could come back then on consent.
So that was actually something I was thinking as well and was going to suggest. So, as I said before, there were, or implied before, there were things that were in the work plan and that were in the original colleagues memo from last November that didn't make it into this ordinance yet. But part of the work plan is not just to have this ordinance revision, but also to have a 2019 revision. And so I would suggest that we do create, as the city attorney suggested, some kind of a parking lot or a kind of a running list of things that we would like the staff and the PTC to look at for the 2019 revision. A couple were mentioned earlier during the discussion before recusals began, and I would suggest that this is one of those items that we could put in that list to help tee up the 2019 housing ordinance revisions. So that would be my suggestion for this one, rather than making it a part of the 2018 revisions, for the reasons explained by staff. I'm also hesitant to make the change tonight.
Councilmember Scharf?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so I don't know how staff and the clerk want to handle this, but we've got at least one item that.
Well, wouldn't it be Councilmember Scharf, seconded by whoever, or you incorporate into the motion, that staff is directed to bring this back in 2019? Would that
There you
be-
go. There you go. Let's change it to that, and I will second it at that point, or accept it.
Am I done?
Well, let's see it, and I'd probably be comfortable accepting it also as a friendly if it's to be discussed for 2019. And that gives, again, staff and potentially PTC the time to take a closer look at it and make sure there's no unintended consequences.
Okay, Councilmember Koo.
Are we talking about this amendment right now, or can I go back to the main motion?
You can go back to the main motion since it's incorporated, it's part of the motion.
So a question for you, Councilmember Scharf. When you're saying that it doesn't intensify if there's addition of more units, and so it's still in compliance, it will still be in compliance, then does that take into, that would increase density, so that would mean that more people are living there? Would that include more cars, parking?
We were talking about existing units.
But you said that if they can remodel and exceed the number of units, right? The project is over the number of units. Am I misunderstanding something here?
Well, first of all, it's to come back now in 2019 and discuss this and have staff analyze it. But no, the intention was not to allow necessarily more units. It was to allow other modifications that may need to be made without having to have the strictures of being a non-conforming use, which when people try and remodel a non-conforming use, there's all sorts of issues that come up.
Right, I appreciate that. But increasing number of units is something that's also possible.
Well, I suppose you'd have to have a zone change. I actually don't think it's possible.
Okay.
I actually do not think it's possible.
Okay, thank you. So first I wanted to just, answer the question that Councilmember Fine had asked, why did I support the Housing Working Plan? The reason I supported the Housing Working Plan was because I thought we were going to go at it at stages with priorities set in place for what is needed the most and with good data. Right now, we're missing a lot of data. So that's why I supported the Housing Working Plan, because I really wanted to see housing, but starting from the bottom up, people who need it the most, which are the below market rate. And then I wanted to ask also on 2B, minimum density, how was it done previous to this proposal? That establish a minimum unit density as provided, allow fewer units when determined by planning director.
Yeah.
And
So I'll just make a general statement, and then Jeannie might be able to help me out on specifics. But just by way of example, if it's an RM, X property, and the code says that you could build up to 5 units based on your, potential, and and we have no minimum density today. It may be that you could build a single-family home on that property today and then foreclose the ability to do 4 more units. And if we're trying to encourage more housing, the idea is that you establish a minimum that says to a property owner, no, we don't want to see the single-family home here in this multifamily zone. We want to have you put a minimum of 3 units or something. Maybe not the maximum, but at least some base standard or floor that's higher than 1.
okay. So I kind of misunderstood this one. I thought that we used to use variances or exceptions in order to have them kind of justify why they wanted to go with, I guess, okay, I get it.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, I'm done.
Councilmember Du Bois? Did we wait long enough?
Sorry, I was trying to figure out what parts of the ordinance exactly this section applies to. So I still want to understand, what happens with an R1 or an R1 with an ADU. We said it does not become non-complying. So if they want to knock it down and rebuild, can they do that as an R1?
If the RM zone has a single-family home, you're asking, could they demolish that structure and rebuild a new single-family home with an ADU?
Or just a new single-family home?
No, if they demolished it, and in that scenario, based on the proposed minimums, you'd have to meet the minimum standards, the minimum unit density.
So when you say it's not non-complying, what does that mean?
So if this code provision goes forward as proposed, just to use, again, the same example that I used a moment ago, and I may not be precise on the numbers, but it's just illustrative. Let's say you could build 5 by right, maximum on a site, but the new minimum standard says that you have to build at least 3, and you have a single-family home on there today. If you demolish that single-family home, the replacement project would have to be at least 3 units.
But can I refurbish my home? Can I remodel it?
You can remodel it.
So does it mean
you can add on
to leave like one wall up and I can rebuild?
Well, so we have so that is a conversation that we definitely need to have at the council, how we address those types of buildings. But if you meet so our code, so let me back up. With my comment at the beginning of this section, what I'd like to do, and it was endorsed by the maker and the seconder, is add some provision that says if you have a single-family home today on this RM1 zoned property, you can add on to your building. You can do additions, remodels. You can add an ADU if you want to add an ADU.
Right. As long as you have FAR available.
That's right.
Wait, did we incorporate that yet?
Yes.
We did. That's what I thought. I just didn't see it here.
Yeah, and you do have to meet all the other development standards.
So, Tom, I just want to jump in there.
Yeah.
So I got to say, I am not going to vote for this with that in there. I think that if you own a single-family home, or frankly, if you own a duplex, you should be able to demolish it and build yourself a new single-family home. I don't think that we should tell people that they can't tear their single-family home down and create a new single-family home. So if we can't do that, I'm not voting for this. I just going to be real clear on that. Yeah, no, I mean, I just think that if you bought a single-family home in Palo Alto and you wanted to maintain it as a single-family home, that you should be allowed to maintain it as a single-family home. And if you want to tear it down and build a new single-family home like everyone else who wants to do that in Palo Alto.
So Greg, you're saying just for single-family homes. So if I have a 4-unit and under this law it now becomes a 6-unit,
I would
that's
actually
fine.
go as far as a duplex. I mean,
Okay.
you know, a single-family home or a duplex. A 4-unit, I'm fine with it.
So I would support that if you're making a motion, or maybe the makers would, that just for those two cases.
Yeah, I'd make a motion for those two cases, the single-family home and the duplex. And obviously a single-family home with an ADU, but, you know, that kind of concept.
I mean, so essentially you're saying the minimums don't apply for singles and duplexes.
That's what I'm saying.
Do we know how many single-family homes are in these RM districts?
That's a number we can find out. I don't have the number today.
I mean, I see where you're going with this, and this was the question I kind of had earlier. I think part of the incentive here is to encourage people to densify the RM properties they have. But I also understand the importance of single-family homes. I think duplexes may be a little different, and I would request, could we limit it to single-family homes? Otherwise, I mean, you're kind of undercutting the base of this, right?
I disagree. I think that 2 units on a property it still feels like a single-family neighborhood. People who live there, but 2 units, you know, there's enough of those duplex things. I disagree. I think duplex and a single-family home. And most of the time, we tend to exempt things that are duplexes or single-family homes when we do it. You know, it's different than having an apartment complex, which is basically 3 units, or more.
There are two things we need to know, though, how many there are. So we need some sense of how many sites there are that fit that description.
I'm not sure
There
why
may
we
not
need
be
to know
that many. Well, I think you need to know, is it affecting 10 or
I'm not sure why it matters. It could
500?
affect 5 for me, or it could affect 500. It wouldn't make a difference how I vote. I mean, it's an interesting question, but I'm not sure.
It would make a difference to me, right. It would make a difference.
I think Sharp is raising really it's just a principal question. I was comfortable with, I thought staff was going to recommend language specific, especially for single-family homes. Could you scroll up or show the rest of the motion? Were we able to get that in there yet, or are you still looking for us to add that in?
It was a different understanding, I think, until I asked if you could tear it down.
Yeah, I think I heard staff during their introduction to this section say that they would like it to be incorporated into the motion, that we would direct them to bring back that change, right?
That change being that a property is not deemed a non-complying use for failure to meet the minimum density.
Yeah.
If it's a single-family home.
Or even if it's a duplex or a triplex and they needed to have 4 units as a minimum density.
Right, and what we're saying is we want to limit that we want to do that for single-family homes and potentially duplexes, and that's the point of debate, I think.
Right, so this would be a change to what I understand to be part of the motion that would say, some language that would say that, notwithstanding that, a homeowner could redevelop as a single-family dwelling or possibly duplex.
Right, but you were looking for us to incorporate that what I understood during your introduction to this section, tell me if I was wrong, my understanding was that you were asking us to include that in the motion. Did I misunderstand?
But yeah, I think, let me just clarify a point here. This last discussion that Councilmember Scharf brought up with the single-family home was not part of our intent. What we're saying is if you have a single-family home today, the ordinance passes, and now you have a new minimum standard of 3 units required as a minimum density. Should you redevelop that site, you'd have to do the 3 units. However, if you wanted to add on to your home or add an ADU, or even add another unit, if you wanted to add another unit, you could do so, and you would not be considered a non-complying use under our code. The distinction here is that, if I'm understanding the council member correctly, is that we want the minimums, but we also want to let a homeowner to redevelop with a single-family home, possibly a duplex also.
Right, so there's two different concepts there, right?
Well, my question was, you were suggesting that we include this.
Not the latter part, the former part.
See, I thought they meant both, but they didn't mean both. That was the confusion.
What was the latter part? Help me understand this. I want to make sure we're all very clear and on the same page here. What is the latter part that is not included in what you recommended? Because I guess the language, what you had recommended, we didn't get in the motion yet. I thought we had, and I realize now it's not in the motion.
I believe it was incorporated into the motion.
Yes,
we need to check with the clerk.
Where is it in the motion?
We can check
I don't
with
see
that.
it.
In the motion, I said, staff recommendation with staff to bring back clarifications around this issue.
I don't see that in the motion. So
that was, yeah, I recall that. That was definitely part of the motion, so we can work with the
but I'm
clerk.
looking for it in writing, and once we see that, then we can differentiate between that and what's being described here.
Well, so
let's start with that.
Okay, but before we write it and then examine it, let's just maybe resolve what we're looking for. What we were saying is that, as Councilmember Scharf was noting, in our code, if you're a non-compliant use, you're limited to some of the things that you can do. And what we didn't want to do was make an existing single-family home non-complying just because they don't meet the minimum density standards.
I understand.
So that has to do with expansions, adding on units, and all that kind of stuff. Okay,
I got that. And
so that's part. So my understanding is that was part of the motion. Now,
well, it's not in there yet.
Okay,
so.
But that was part of the motion. And now the part that we're getting clarification on is, say this gets adopted, or forget that. The clarification part is, in addition to establishing these minimums, we also want to let a property owner to be able to redevelop their multifamily property with just a single-family residence.
You mean redevelop their single
tear
family,
it down.
Redevelop a single family as a single, not redevelop a multi as a single.
Redevelop an existing, well, I think that would require some clarification too.
I don't think
Councilmember Scharf. Right.
Mike?
I think it's a single family and duplex. You can't take 3 units.
That's fine.
And make them a single family. I'm not suggesting that.
So if you have an existing single-family home, the request is to be able to replace it also with a single-family home.
Can I inject one? So let's take a real situation. He's out of the room, so we can discuss him. But Councilmember Filseth is RM15. He has a single-family home. The question I'm hearing from Greg is, can he knock it down and put up a lovely new single-family home, an ADU in the backyard, and so forth?
So if that's your intent, we would need that to be clear in the motion.
Isn't that what you're after, Greg, or not?
That kind of thing. Look, let me tell you what my concern is. My concern is that there are a number of homeowners who bought in Palo Alto in, say, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the early 2000s, and their property tax basis is much, much lower. And for them to have to sell and move if they want to continue to live in a single-family home rather than redevelop their property, I think that's unfair.
But if they're going to redevelop, they'll be reassessed anyway.
No, because it's reassessed partially. It's reassessed differently because you keep the same land value cost, which is much, much lower. So yes, you're reassessed on the improvement cost.
On the building, yes.
But it's always less than if you go out and buy a new single-family home.
Well,
I just think it's mightily unfair to pick on a certain category of homeowner and say, you've always thought you bought this with the intent with owning a single-family home. Our zoning code has always allowed you to have a single-family home, and now you can no longer have a single-family home.
So I think this is my comment period. I think we need 5 of us to get something to pass, correct? And so I think we should keep that in mind. I think we're kind of rat-holing on this a bit. So I'll make the motion that that basically for an R1 or an R2, that they're allowed in these zones. An existing R1 or R2 can be replaced.
I think you mean single-family home or a duplex.
Yes.
And I would second that.
What's the difference between R2 and?
Or do you want to incorporate it into the motion?
So first of all, it's
I
definitely,
would just say a single-family home or a duplex, because that's
What's the
what we
difference between that and R2?
these aren't R1s. I mean, a single-family home
got
on
it.
RMB
Yes,
is
that's what I mean. Thank you.
So let's get the language clarified, and then I think that it's likely.
So it shouldn't say
we'll
R1, it
incorporate
should say single-family home or duplex.
I didn't know you were R15.
So you're saying allow a single-family home or duplex to be rebuilt without meeting the minimum density requirements?
Correct.
Just to be clear, they can still, if they choose to, go up to those.
Yes.
Yeah.
Could we include in that with no reduction in number of units? So that way a duplex would not be rebuilt as a single-family home.
That's okay with me. Greg?
Well, it's also a legal question. Could we just clarify with no reduction in number of units? So that way the duplex or a house with an ADU would not be rebuilt as a single unit. Just to avoid a net loss of units.
So I said I'd second it, by the way.
But we might have incorporated it as, anyway.
Yeah, I think incorporating that would be wise, because this just simply makes sense. Because if you suddenly have discovered you're taking down your single-family home and you can't replace it, I think you're not only going to be unhappy, you may sue the city as a result of it.
So I think the simple provision here is that you also allow a single-family home to redevelop as a single-family home, and you allow a duplex to redevelop as a duplex, even with the minimum density requirements.
Yeah, so our maker and seconder are okay with that clarification?
I am.
So let's do that, and that sounds like
Greg,
we would
are you-
incorporate it.
So Greg, they're saying if it's a duplex, it stays a duplex. Yeah.
Right, so let's change that, so it would be to allow a single-family home to be rebuilt as a single-family home, and a duplex to be rebuilt as a duplex without meeting the minimum density requirements.
And when you say duplex, we would allow a single-family home with an ADU to qualify? No, it's not a duplex. Okay, I'm just asking the question. Okay, so.
Or we could just say with no reduction in number of units, and that way encompasses all of those.
I think it's a mistake to not allow people to have the flexibility, to give incentives not to build ADUs. An incentive not to build an ADU would be to say, once I build my ADU, I can never tear it down. I don't think that's where I want to go with that.
So I had some other points. This is my
Okay,
first
so
one.
I think it's fine as is then.
I think this is fine, and I think staff gets the gist of our conversation, and I know this will have to be written in a second reading.
Yeah, so I'll accept it.
Well, I'll accept it first.
I'll accept it second.
So I had a question on the non-compliant density. Why does that require rental ownership?
We're just trying to make a distinction between a site that was over the maximum density. You're talking about the redevelopment where you exceed the maximum density? That's where this rental piece comes in. We were, it was more of a sort of a policy consideration about allowing the continuation of rental housing in that situation, as opposed to taking those units off the market and making them ownership units. So it's a.
Yeah. But do we have any non-conforming buildings that are ownership already? Would they be forced to convert to rental?
There'd be no ownership buildings that would be forced to convert to rental. This would only apply, well, you're not going to get a redevelopment of a condominium building, most likely. Where we would see it is
Going the other direction?
Yeah.
Okay. And so again, when I started to ask before, the affordable definition changes in these different sections. On some sections, it says we require be eligible for federal financing to be 100% affordable. Some of them we had a clause that said the average would not exceed 60% AMI. This one doesn't have either of those. And I wonder if staff could just talk about why the definitions change in different sections.
Can you tie us to the section in the RM that you're referring to in the ordinance?
Yeah, this is on page 10 and the top of page 11. So for these zones,
okay, other than
it's strictly 120.
So, yeah, so
if you compare that to the definition on like page 17, the definitions of affordable housing are different in different sections. Yeah. So you look at the last sentence there, and it goes over to the next page.
yeah. So let me just take one step back and, highlight this code section. This is a provision of our code that's somewhat buried and not easily, I don't know that a lot of people know this, but in our RM 40, or when you have a housing project that exceeds 40 or greater units, we require some element of that housing project, even if it's in an RM zone, to have a component of retail associated with that. And it's a great provision, and just not one that I don't think people are very familiar with. And so all we were saying here, aligned with our other recommendations, that if you are building an affordable housing project in the RM zone, that you wouldn't be subject to the retail requirements in that instance, for the same reasons that we've had it in the other areas where it's difficult to often finance a affordable housing project that also has a retail component. And the reference here is similar to the reference in other sections for 1665.020, which references our affordable housing requirements. And I see what you're saying is that we made the distinction here between 120% AMI, and in the other section that you referenced, we under, I think it was the housing incentive program, we were making a different threshold because of some other interests that we were trying to pursue. So on this one, we were just saying if it meets affordable housing under our definition of the code up to 120% AMI, they ought to be exempt from this requirement. And it's a policy call as to whether or not you want to ratchet that threshold down or not. But our recommendation and the Planning Commission supported it at 120%.
Yeah, so the idea of retail in a, I guess, multifamily 40-unit or more project that's at 120% AMI, to me, makes sense. I'm not sure why we're removing that in this case. Yes, just in this instance for...
Councilmember, if I may. So there's a requirement in our code that says in the RM zone, when you have more than 40 units as a part of the development, you have to have a certain amount of retail built into the project. And what we're saying is if you're an affordable housing project, then you wouldn't need to build that rental component.
You wouldn't have to.
You would not have to.
But the definition of affordable here is 120% AMI. So my proposal would be that we add that language that's found in the other definitions of affordable housing means 120% AMI, not to exceed an average of 60% AMI, excluding the manager's unit. So it would allow a range of units, including 120%, but it would, to qualify for no retail, it would have to be mostly below market.
So, I mean, here's the thing. First of all, as the interim planning director did mention, this was vetted by our planning commission, and even people at 120%, as we've discussed before, are actually being subsidized, right? So we can all argue about what is the definition of affordable housing. Ultimately, it's subsidized rentals, and traditionally that definition has been up to 100%, but the housing crisis is so bad in this area that many cities are now moving to 120%. And the reason we are exempting them from retail is because businesses, and especially residential, have to subsidize the retail on the ground floor. And staff is roughly, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but the thesis here is that affordable housing projects where the rents for the residential units are subsidized should not have to cross-subsidize retail.
And I'm not arguing against that. I'm saying let's make it truly, below market by adding this average clause.
120% is below market.
And no, it's not by definition.
It is. I mean, that's what we talked about at the VTA project.
120% of average income is above average.
It's above average income and is below average rents.
So, but again, I'm not arguing with you again, but this is for 40 more units at above average income. And all I was suggesting was that we continue with that exclusion, but we make it for an average of 60% AMI.
I have to clarify confusion on this for me. So would this 40 units apply in the R combining district and the downtown combining district, that if you went to 40 units or more, you wouldn't have to do retail in those? Would this supersede those prior requirements that we have?
So the section we're dealing with is not touching the downtown district.
And the California Avenue district. That's what I was thinking.
Well, we have.
You have the R combined.
This is a very specific provision dealing with the R district. This piece here.
In the R district. In the RM district.
Yes.
So it has to be in an RM district.
Yes. This piece that we're talking about. Yes.
So where in the city would this affect things? If it's not downtown California Avenue or El Camino, where's the RM district?
Well, yeah. You have a map? Okay, so it looks like we've got a map of the RM districts. There you go.
So it does say located more than 500 feet from neighborhood commercial services already. So that may exclude much of the area around downtown and parts of Alma.
What page did you just go to for that?
17. It's slide 17.
I went to the
Slide 17.
slide.
It's not numbered on the page, but it's between 16 and 18.
So how does this conform to walkability to all the retail in the comp plan that is constantly cited?
So
Slide 13. 13?
Mayor?
13, 14. Sorry, 17, slide 17.
Thank you.
So that would be like the Midtown Shopping District? I'm trying to look at, it says Middlefield and...
So these are residential areas that are not in close proximity to other commercial services. The code requires that if you are 40 units or more, 500 feet away from commercial services, you need to build into your project 1,500 square feet of retail.
Okay.
And what we're saying is, that's a good provision, let's keep it, but if you're affordable housing and you're not in the business of retail, we've heard from housing providers that creates a challenge.
More than 500 feet away from commercial services. So it wouldn't affect our Midtown shopping centers, any of those.
This provision would not.
Yeah, this provision would just simply be if you're 500 feet away from commercial services.
And in an RM zone and building more than 40 units.
Okay.
So jumping in with another question, a lot of this is along Alma. Are we saying that on Alma would require retail if somebody were actually to create more units?
If they met the standard, they would be required to put 1,500 square feet of retail on the project site.
So
That doesn't seem to make any sense, to be honest.
Well, so I mean, it's your neighborhood, convenience store is the concept, is that you have some kind of
On Alma, you would have to walk to it.
Well, you'd have to walk
You would live
to
there.
any of these places. I mean, the idea behind this provision, and again, like I said, it's not one that we frequent very often because we're not, we don't see that kind of density here, for one. But should somebody qualify for that, then they would have to provide the retail component. And again, it's to have some neighborhood walking place that you can get your milk or, get whatever it is that you're looking for without having to get in your car.
So it sounds like there's not a lot of support for this, but again, this map is very hard to look, but to Greg's question, it looks like the Midtown Shopping Center is highlighted.
So this map is showing you where there's RM 15, 30, and 40 zoning. And what we're saying is this has not been queried to remove those properties in that zone that are more than 500 feet away from commercial services. It's just a map of your multifamily zoning in the city.
So the comp plan calls out some shopping districts in the city, including the Midtown Shopping District. Does that take into consideration? Is that protected in any way?
So I don't believe that's RM zoned, right?
Well, again, I'm looking at the map. It looks like it's pink. But this is the Wells Fargo. It's the Safeway. It's the coffee shop.
Again, so there's other services. Can I see the code section? The code section says if you're greater than 500 feet away, for any project containing 40 or greater units and located more than 500 feet from neighborhood commercial services, as determined by the director, a minimum of 1,500 square feet of neighborhood serving retail, personal service, or eating and drinking uses shall be provided.
Okay.
And all right. So that would.
So again, not seeing support, I will move on. All right. Thank you. So are rooftop gardens part of this one or not? They're not in this section, right? No. Okay.
They will come, Tom, I promise.
Yeah. So the big one we haven't talked about yet. Parking in each section refers to section 1852. Should we talk about parking as we go through each unit, or should we talk about that on its own?
Parking is going to be considered at the end, which is part of the citywide.
It's way 3 pages in.
Okay, so if we're going to discuss parking, I'm good. Thank you.
Could we be at a point where we're going to vote on this?
I'm ready to vote.
I don't see any other lights on. I'm just going to take a step. What?
Is Tanaka still with us?
No, Tanaka has departed for the moment. So I am going to call for a vote on this item unless I see another light, which I don't see. So would you vote on the board? And that passes unanimously with, oh, thank you. Passes unanimously. Councilmember Tanaka is off the phone now. Vice Mayor Filseth is out of the room, and Councilmember Holman. So that finishes the first item, which is number 2, and takes us on to number 3, which is downtown CD-C zoning district. And on this one, Councilmember Scharf?
I'm out. And if I could ask if we could take if I could ask if we could take a 5-minute break.
Can we just recuse myself?
Yes.
I'm recusing myself because I have a property interest within 500 feet of the downtown district located at 616 University Avenue.
It is currently 8:20. Will you come back to your seats at 8:25? Just a quick stretch.
Yeah.
City Council as they're moving along on these various items. Some people excuse themselves and some are back. And we're doing a little stretch here as these other items. The item number 9, the public hearing for the Palo Alto Municipal Code regarding the non-residential square footage cap in downtown commercial zoning district. Comprehensive plan, California equity. This one is requested to move to a date uncertain. That's item number 9 in 2019. Public hearing, item number 10, adoption of an ordinance amending section 1818 of the grandfather uses and facilities of the downtown commercial district to adjust regulations relating to the non-compliant facilities, Environmental Quality Act. This ordinance is with the scope of the Comprehensive Plan Environmental Impact Report, and the staff requests this item be continued to December the 10th, which is next week. Then the item number 12 is a public hearing amending the various sections of Title 18 of the Palo Alto Municipal Code related to the residential mixed-use developments, including but not limited to a minimum maximum light density unit size, floor area ratio, and open space, rooftop gardens, parking requirements, including but not limited to the regulations related to the parking of downtown commercial use, retail parking, mixed-use projects, the ground floor retail preservations, entitlement approval process, and regulations governing residential, multifamily, residential, to promote housing opportunities, and furthermore comprehensive of CEQA determination and consistent with the comprehensive environmental impact report. That is continued from November the 26th, so that is going to be, that item number 12 is going to be moved as well to the 17th of December. So we continue on with this item, this long land use item that we have going on tonight. Has a lot going on, and we will continue tonight as we break. They're taking a short break here. They should be back. We are back next week for another broadcast of the Palo Alto City Council. Taking a look again at this week, we also heard from Councilmember Tanaka tonight. He was participating from the Prince Park Tower, Tokyo, Shiboken Minato, Tokyo, Japan. He will also be chiming in tomorrow night for the Finance Committee meeting. The discussion and recommendation of the City Council to accept the Macias, Ginny, and O'Connell's audit of the City of Palo Alto's financial statements on June 30th, 2018. It's a management letter. And discussion and recommendation to approve the fiscal year 2018 comprehensive annual financial report and approve budget amendments in various funds. Item number 3 is review of the term near capital projects and regional quality control plan and recommendation to adopt a resolution declaring intention to reimburse expenditures related to 4 capital projects from the proceeds of bonds to be issued by the city for wastewater treatment fund. And item number 4 is discussion and recommendation of the City Council to approve the Chamber's audiovisual phase design upgrade approach, and that is tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. If you guys are interested in attending, it's not going to be broadcast. It's at the community room. It's the Finance Committee, and that is December the 4th. All right, and this is, of course, is Monday, December the 3rd, and we are broadcasting tonight. We're waiting for the council to come back. We have another broadcast next Monday night, another broadcast of the council. It's also an early start, and then we also have one on the 17th. That will be the last broadcast of the year. So taking a look at next week, it's the approval of a five-year operating revenue sharing agreement with Team Sheeper for operations of a Rinconada pool. That was continued from November 26th. We did hear from a lot of those swimmers in oral communications tonight. Also a discussion of airplane noise and environmental impacts, and also the construction number with the management services for architects and capital improvements on California Avenue's parking garage at 350 Sherman Avenue. Then on Monday, December the 17th, also an early meeting. Both meetings, I believe, are 5 o'clock. There is a study session with Joe Simidian to finish out the year. That'll be interesting. And then an update on the Roth Building and potential next steps, and the annual update on the Palo Alto TMA and Caltrain update on grade separation. We then have a break for Christmas and New Year's. We're back. This, of course, is the second night of Hanukkah. Happy Hanukkah, everybody. And we then have a break for the last 2 weeks of the end of the year. And we are back on Monday, January the 7th for the election of 2019, the election of the mayor and the vice mayor. Very exciting as well. So that's what's going on. I was talking about President Bush earlier, and I want to get back to that, but also a radio host, Ray Taliaferro. I actually knew Ray's brother. I did acting with him in the city. We worked on a couple of projects. Really just an outstanding voice in radio in the middle of the night, a very strong lion of the left, a very strong San Francisco liberal, very enthusiastic, and he was a big part of going to bed at night and listening to him on the radio. Sadly, his body was found. He was with KGO 810. It was found in Kentucky. Family said yesterday the 79-year-old Ray Taliaferro was an outspoken liberal who hosted overnight talk shows on KGO from 1977 to 2011. He was reported missing on November 10th. He was last seen near a pizza restaurant in Paducah, Kentucky, according to police. He was found in a wooded area a mile away. Police said that he may have been experiencing disorientation and signs of dementia. The family is in the process of working with the police to learn matters surrounding his death. At this time, they're processing this turn of events and ask for privacy as they work through the loss, the relatives said in a statement yesterday. Authorities said Taliaferro was a resident of Massac County in Illinois, not far from Paducah. Taliaferro in 2011 was inducted in the National Association of Black Broadcast Journalists Hall of Fame. So certainly very sad. He was a really energetic and enthusiastic radio host, and I mean, every night he was on in the middle of the night doing the overnights, and so Ray Taliaferro, that's very, very sad. A lot of people very sad. Apparently, he was I didn't know him. I did get to work with his brother on a few things, but I didn't know him. But it's a very sad story there. Anyway, we're thankful for everything that I have. I'm thankful for everything I have. I got to see Roger Inman tonight. He's back, recovering. He was got me some water. He was running the show tonight, doing some stuff. It's great that he's back. Janani Shaner's birthday today, which is great. And then when he's covering everything, like doing investigations into the President's Hotel, following his Chelsea team, running marathons. He is just a joy to be with on his birthday, which is always exciting. Such a talented guy. And we are live in downtown Palo Alto as we wait for the council to get back to this item, which is going to take us late. It's a pretty overloaded agenda tonight, but they were able to move a couple things, so but we're still going late. And it looks like these next couple of meetings on the 10th and the 17th, they'll start early, and they probably will go late because the council is in a hurry to get everything done before the end of the year, which is coming up.
Calling the meeting back to order. We have accomplished the first section. We're going on to the downtown zoning district. Councilmember Scharf is recused on this one. So we are going to look to staff for a brief presentation on what this one involves. Once again, you're on page 11. Packet page 107, unless you, have we agreed this is the same as?
As long as you look at this, as long as you look at the staff report page numbers, they're the same last week as they are this week.
So this is page 11.
So it's page 11 of the staff
Right.
report.
So, okay. Okay, guys. So, Jonathan, we're all set.
Okay, so as the mayor said, the summary of the downtown CDC district changes are on page 11, regardless of which version of the staff report you're looking at. And then the actual ordinance changes begin on page 17 of the ordinance and run through page 22. So to summarize the changes here, I've got on the PowerPoint I'm looking at November 26th, packet page 142.
All right, we'll just say packet page 9, that small number that's underneath the small print. Okay? Just to make sure we're all literally on the same page.
Yeah, so Mayor, it begins, the section that we're dealing with on the ordinance is on page 17. That's where it starts. Packet page 142.
And it ends on page 22, packet page 147. So using the PowerPoint here to guide our summary, the downtown changes proposed to eliminate the maximum density requirement, and this just allows the FAR and other standards to dictate the density on the site. Next, to establish a maximum unit size of 1,500 square feet. The idea here is to eliminate the incentive that currently exists for developers to build, for example, a large penthouse unit that only requires a couple parking spaces versus a larger number of moderate-sized units that would generate additional units and would be more affordable by design. The next series of bullets relate to parking. So first, exempting the first 1,500 square feet of ground floor retail from parking requirements within a residential mixed-use building. Next, adding an objective standard to preclude curb cuts on University Avenue. And then third, eliminating the in lieu fee option that currently is available for offices or other commercial above the ground floor to put residential standards on par with office parking standards. Looking at uses, the changes would allow residential-only development except in the ground floor overlay, the GF overlay, and where the retail preservation ordinance applies. And then lastly, allowing rooftop open spaces in the downtown. And we've spoken a little bit already about the standards that would be applied as part of the open space design on a rooftop, such as lighting, landscaping, rooftop equipment, and certain height exceptions. And then additionally, the proposal for the housing incentive program that would apply in the CDC district. And again, this just aims to provide a local density bonus program alternative to the state density bonus law, and that we believe would be an incentive greater than an applicant using SB 35. So by law, a local program, again, needs to provide more density than the state law allows. And this proposal does that in a way that provides an incentive to go through the city's process. So in this case, right now, in the downtown, you can do a residential FAR of 1.0, and this program would allow you to go up to 3.0. If you were to invoke SB 35, you would still be stuck at that objective standard of residential FAR of 1.0. So that's where this incentive comes into play. Second, allowing the affordable housing overlay standards without the legislative process. So right now, if you want to apply an affordable housing overlay, you have to go through the Planning Commission and Council review, and in this case, to allow those standards without that legislative action. And again, if you chose to go through the housing incentive program, that means you're choosing to go through the ARB architectural review process. And so that graphic is showing what that process would look like. Okay, that's the summary of downtown.
Okay, thank you very much. First light on is Councilmember Fine.
Thank you again for the presentation and all the work on this. I especially want to give you guys some praise for the housing incentive program. I think it is a nice balance between promoting more housing, but also doing it in a Palo Alto way. So I think that's laudable. I've spoken with staff about these changes pretty extensively over the past year, and I am happy with most of them. So I will move the staff recommendations on the downtown CDC district with one amendment, that we strike Section 8 and direct the Planning and Transportation Commission to do a deep dive on that change.
Page is that on?
That is on page, sorry, let me find it.
21.
Page 21 of the ordinance. Yeah. And just to speak to this quickly, I think the housing incentive program and a number of the other changes here are going in the right direction, and happy to speak about those more in depth. On Section 8, so two reasons I want to strike it here. So one, the original direction from the colleagues' memo really was intended to look at, can we actually unbundle the parking from residential uses, and is there a way to do that through an in-lieu program? And then through the Planning Commission meetings, this other change was introduced to remove the in-lieu commercial parking requirements or abilities from second-story commercial space. And that is a really significant change for our downtown. It will essentially preclude any rebuilding of many commercial structures downtown, and there was zero input from our business community or from the chamber or from other folks who have property interests in the downtown. And I completely understand the argument that it's important to have carrots as well as sticks. I just want further review on this. I think it's a significant enough change for our downtown that we really haven't clearly vetted it. And it's important to involve all members of our community in those decisions. And for right now, we can focus on the housing piece and continue evaluating the commercial aspects. So that's my motion.
And Councilmember Walbach, do you want to speak to your second?
Yeah, I think that, this is, as with the last section, I think this is pretty good. I would have liked to see, again, a little bit more aggressive, especially on the parking stuff. This is one where I actually might suggest an amendment to bring back or to study more in the 2019 ordinance, as we had an item in the last one, just for consideration. As far as in lieu goes, yeah, the whole point of the colleagues' memo on the housing work plan is really to create carrots for housing development, not to create additional sticks for commercial. We've spent a lot of, we've done a lot over the last couple of years, I think, to very effectively put a leash on commercial development. We were looking to make in lieu available for housing development, not eliminate the in lieu parking program. And so we were looking to create something, not eliminate something. And the housing work plan doesn't seem like the place to eliminate something that doesn't currently have to do with housing. So I agree with the one amendment that Councilmember Fine suggested, as was teed up by staff as well. So as I said, I do want to see a little bit more study of some of the parking stuff, especially in downtown. I'd be happy to make that as an amendment, as a suggestion for the 2019 ordinance, if you're open to hearing it.
I'm open to hearing, sure.
Yeah, so it would just be for the 2019 discussion, to ask staff and PTC to further study decoupled parking, in lieu parking, and off-site parking for residential developments in downtown.
Does staff get the gist of that?
You adding this?
And I can add clarity if that's not clear.
You're adding this with the maker of the motion, correct?
Well, let's make sure we've got it and
yeah, so I'm watching to see what gets typed as well. And I'll just note that it is our intent to return to the City Council probably after you have the your council retreat or the priority setting discussion, with also a discussion about the housing work plan and amendments that we anticipate making into the next year with your guidance. So we would certainly fold in this recommendation into that priority setting discussion for analysis.
Right, and I would also point back to the original colleagues memo, which was approved unanimously by the council, where it says, allow residential projects to consolidate parking and TDM efforts with other projects or with the Palo TMA, explore bringing underutilized parking spaces into the public market, car light housing, explore car light housing, and with reduced or eliminated, and this ordinance goes to reduce, but we actually suggested even eliminating off-site parking requirements, such as with Transform's green trip certification, and also explore. Actually, I guess we did get that last bullet point in there about reducing parking requirements for projects with effective TDM measures. But there was a lot in that colleague's memo that we don't see here, and so I'm basically saying, go take another look at that for the 2019 ordinance.
Thank you for that, Councilmember, and depending on how the motion shakes out, it is, what I'd like to do is take that and then come back to the council early next year and say, here's what we've been asked to do, here's what we think we can bite off, and do you endorse this plan? And we would include that as part of that package.
I think that's probably acceptable. For the clerk, it's actually parking for residential developments in this incorporation.
Yep. And also should include decoupled. So it's 3 items: decoupled, comma, in lieu, or offsite.
I'll accept that, but if other colleagues have comments on this, I'm happy to talk about them. I think Councilmember Walbach and I, as authors of this colleague's memo, this was one area we didn't feel there was enough exploration, and we'd love to have a little bit more. If you all have other suggestions, happy to hear them.
Yeah, and I guess I would say, just to clarify, at the end of that amendment, in 2019. So we're not trying to rush bringing it back right away. We want staff and PTC to, take the time to think about it carefully.
Mayor? So there was another part of our presentation that we cut short, and if, depending on when you think it's the appropriate time to do that, in addition to the proposed ordinance changes, we've teed up in your staff report some additional development standards that would apply to 100% affordable housing projects that would allow an FAR up to 4.0 and height up to 60. We've not talked about that, and we can do that after we get through the proposed ordinance or incorporate it as part of the discussion. I look to you for your thoughts on that.
I think things are okay for the moment. We'll see where they go. The first light I see is Councilmember Holman. Welcome back.
Thank you. A few things. We are, going back to my comp plan and EIR questions earlier, this allows 3.0 FAR. And the only discussion I remember having during the comp plan was an allowance for 3.0 FAR for hotels in the downtown area. So I can imagine there would be significant environmental impacts if 3.0 FAR was the allowed floor area ratio for CDC. Let me double check, I'm not getting ahead of myself here. It is 3.0 FAR allowed. Yeah, although the chart, chart goes to 2.0, but in the script it says 3.0. Or in the table, I should say. So Jonathan, you want to help out there?
Page are you looking at?
So the text says 3.0.
I'm sorry, if you can give me a page number? On the staff report, perhaps.
Around 21.
I'm looking at, but that's, what page is that? That's 20, but that's having to do with TDRs. So I know I read it, but there's a lot of commercial sections here, so help me if I'm wrong here, but I thought I had read that the CDC was a 3.0 maximum. But in the table, it shows 2.0.
So if you're looking, are you looking at table 3 on page 21 of the staff report?
Table 3 on page 18 of the ordinance.
So today in the CDC, and table 3 on page 21 of the staff report may be more helpful, but today in the CDC district...
I'm sorry, there's no table on page 21 of the ordinance, there's no table.
So maybe I can clarify. So the table that you have on page 18 and continues over on 19 for the downtown is basically our existing standards today. And you get to the housing incentive program with a letter that's listed after that on page 20. So we didn't want to change our base development standards. And we did that deliberately so that we can highlight this as a waiver that somebody would need to make from our development standards, and therefore it would not qualify as an SB 35 project if they chose to do the 3.0. So the development standard table that you see in the ordinance is the same, pretty much the same, except for those wherever you have those strikeouts. And then on page 20 is where we begin the HIP, where we talk about waivers that can be granted by the director if you go through the ARB process. And we stipulate that on the top of page 21, that could not exceed 3.0 FAR.
Okay, so I think I've got notes all over the place, and sometimes my notes become confusing. So
I share that problem.
So again, going back to comp plan and the EIR, I don't recall anything being suggested as 3.0 FAR for the comp plan other than hotels downtown. So this allows other projects at 3.0, and I cannot imagine there wouldn't be CEQA impacts.
So the comp plan policy that was the root of this proposed change is that the comp plan said residential development could essentially dip into the commercial FAR allowance in these transit-oriented locations. And so today, you could do a project downtown that is 3.0 FAR by using transfer of development rights if you were a residential and commercial project. And so the idea here is this puts residential on par with a commercial development to allow it to build out at 3.0 FAR.
So if the comp plan policy, I'm sure it doesn't read quite like this, and I'm not trying to hold you to that, but if the comp plan policy says you can dip into the commercial FAR, that seems to say to me that we would be converting commercial FAR to housing FAR, not piling on top of that.
Right, so if you were to do a 3.0 FAR project, it would need 100% residential. You would not have a commercial component in that project. The maximum, and that's why that total floor area value hasn't changed, the maximum is still 2.0 or 3.0 or whatever your
But you could get to 3.0 with residential, all residential.
That's right.
Yeah, so.
And you could get 3.0 with a residential mixed-use project today.
Only with TDRs, though.
Right.
And we have a limited number of TDRs. So I go back to my point again, is if we're allowing not just hotel, but other types of projects, aside from TDRs, to go to 3.0, I don't understand how that was evaluated in the comp plan EIR.
Yeah, so you know, the council may have a different perspective on this, and if that's the case, then you would direct us on how to proceed. But based on our review of the final environmental impact report certified by the council and the programmatic nature of the comp plan document, we believe this to be consistent and fall within that environmental analysis. That's staff recommendation. If council has a different perspective and you think that an more expanded environmental analysis is required for that, then that would be the direction that we would get to go do that. But we believe that it is consistent with the council's policies and that document.
Okay, let me go to something else then. Rooftop gardens, you heard my questions earlier about rooftop gardens. Does staff want to address that any further? Because here in the CDC, 75% of the required usable open space for residential component could be rooftop. And so that seems as though it would impact potentially ground floor open space or individual balconies. So the point of private open space is to have space that people can walk out of their unit and have it as literally private open space. It's very different to have, it all lumped into, or a good portion of it lumped into common open space, because you don't have the private use of, your own herb garden, for instance. So is this just to accommodate more floor area ratio, or tell me why we're lumping so much into private into common?
Well, I'm sorry, that last, why not?
Why we're lumping so much of the private into common?
Okay, so there is no private open space requirement for the commercial districts. We do have that for the RM district, but not in the downtown or some of the other areas that we'll talk about this evening. So the intent is, as you said, to get more units on site. And moderating our usable open space requirement in such a way that would allow for that to happen. There's two things that the Planning Commission did and staff had proposed, and the Planning Commission, I think we had a standard of 70% for all the different districts, but the Planning Commission felt that it should be tiered, and that downtown was more appropriate to have. We already have a higher height limit, and it's more suitable for bulkier or massive buildings than, say, other areas of the city. And so by allowing more open space to take place on the roof deck, there was an understanding that you may not get as much modulation downtown, but that downtown that might be more acceptable or appropriate than, say, El Camino, where we've reduced that threshold. And again, these are numbers that we've put together to help achieve that increase, to just balance how many units do we get on site. This is clearly an area where the council could ratchet those numbers down if that was appropriate to do so.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult without having drawings that kind of compare this or that. Not every single iteration, but
Yep.
some of the iterations, it's difficult to visualize some of that.
We do. Sorry for cutting you off. We do have one. I don't know if it's helpful. I mean, there's one rendering that we put together in the between the Planning Commission and this meeting. Do you have it on the slide? But you're right. I mean, this is a comment that the Commission raised as well. Is it's sometimes hard to visualize some of these discrete little changes, and I think when we embark on an effort like this again, we may want to talk to the council about allocating a little more budget for some kind of graphic representation of the work that we're doing.
Yeah, it's. I'd rather the request for allocations come earlier than when we're.
So if we.
Isn't it 2 slides from one?
No. I don't have it on the screen, but if you look at packet page 164, there's a rendering of what 3.0 FAR would look like and where open space would be provided on both the ground floor as well as the rooftop, in an example of a 100% residential project under this proposed zoning.
And if you note on this packet page 164, this was, we were working, somewhat quickly, but also very thoroughly with our consultant to help draft this. There still are some constraints when we remove some of the different levers in our development standards. We still have other codes that come into play, not just planning codes, but building codes that have to deal with light and ventilation. And in this particular example, and I don't know if this holds true across every property, but in this particular example, we weren't able to achieve the 3.0 FAR, even though we had that as sort of the upper limit. So there may be some constraints on some properties where, we say up to 3.0, it may not be achievable in every instance.
Yeah, and I did look at these, and I also looked at the other drawings that are for the CDC, and they're massing models, but they don't kind of compare, and you can't have everything, but they don't really compare having, open space here or there, what the different constraints are. Going back to rooftop gardens, I still have the same concerns as I addressed during my questions, is source of the lighting. and noise. And no lighting should be, I don't see it constrained in here, but I don't think any lighting should be pointed up. Is that allowed? That wasn't clear to me.
I think we have I'd have to look at our,
Cutoff fixtures downward facing.
in this ordinance, we have some regulations on page 25, letter E, and, yeah, just letter E, I think. That relates to how do we address light sources. Again, I think as we were talking in the beginning, we can certainly add to that and say that no light sources shall be visible from the public right-of-way, like the direct light source shall be visible without, shall be screened from the aspect, from the public right-of-way.
And no lighting should be
And if you don't want to have
directed
uplighting,
upward either.
I think there's, the board has had this conversation as projects come forward in some instances. I mean, there's concerns that we have about light pollution and all that comes with it. In some instances, the board has worked with a project design to have low wattage uplighting that just kind of accents, portions of a trellis or a building that might be attractive. But the other thing is we have a provision that says the open space up on the roof can't be used after 10 p.m. So, it's up to the council. We can certainly make this more. We want to balance how many objective standards we have versus letting the board have a little bit of flexibility to do what's a good design for the building.
Yeah, uplighting that's going to wash up the side of a building is one thing, but uplighting on a rooftop is very different when it comes to bird safety, for instance, and light pollution both. So I don't think we should allow uplighting on a rooftop. And I'd like to add that to the, okay. Add that as an amendment.
Can we just see the language, but I'm probably supportive.
On rooftop gardens, no uplighting is to be allowed, and light source should be shielded.
Does staff think you can work that into some pretty simple language? Cool, thank you, I'll accept that.
I'll accept it too.
Great, thank you.
Good catch.
And having to do with the noise, it goes back to, thank you for putting that amplified equipment would be prohibited. I just don't know how this is going to be enforced.
So, let's see.
And here's while you're thinking about, so I've commented before from this dais, it's like, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, we both started talking at the same time. I've commented from this dais before, and we've heard members of the public, and I've had many, many calls over the years from members of the public who have noise complaints, and nobody comes, or if they come, the noise is already stopped, or if the police come, they say, we don't have any way to measure noise. So I don't know how this is going to be moderated.
I have a suggestion.
What?
Make it be 3 floors or higher. Right now it's 2 floors.
Make it be 2 floors? But this is
The
about
ordinance
rooftop.
says it has to be 2 floors or higher, so make it 3 floors or higher. Higher up, the less noise gets down to the ground.
So the higher it is, the less noise. But still, how do you moderate it? How do you monitor it?
Okay, so one thing that we had contemplated that you'll see next year with the 285 Hamilton that got pushed, and I don't want to get into the details of that because that's not before you right now, but it's a rooftop issue, and we recognize the challenge that we're having with enforcement, particularly with noise, and how that gets prioritized with the responding party, whether it's the police department or typically the police department. And as you know, there's other matters that the police are responding to that makes it difficult to get a timely response. And then, as mentioned earlier, we had the concerns about the decibel readers and things like this. They have to be calibrated, people have to be trained, there's challenges with that element. So one scenario that we've contemplated and you can consider tonight is saying that any activity or noise that is generating any use of the rooftop open space that generates noise that is audible beyond the property boundaries is a violation of, this ordinance or something like that. And what that allows the responding officer to do is it's a lower threshold test to respond to that complaint as opposed to calibrating a dB monitor and things like that. But beyond that, I don't know how else we get to any other type of enforcement mechanism at this point.
So could we incorporate that into this?
If the maker and the seconder support it, or by amendment.
I would like to do that, and let me just speak to it just quickly before offering that up, because anytime that we have a noise producing situation, because noise, the way it travels, and because our ambient level increases whenever there's more noise added to the environment, so we just have this ever-increasing noise level in the community. So I rather like your solution about measuring it from, not measuring it, but if it's audible beyond the property.
Sure, and one word choice, not, just an option for the council to consider. But I also think that, and I'll look to Molly here, that I think that the police could also use existing provisions of the code to respond to a situation that was disruptive of rooftop activities without having it bound to the noise ordinance or even to this provision of the code. So there may also be existing authority within the police department to respond to complaints that happen too.
Okay, so I'll look to you to help with some language here, but another amendment would be to add to the, I'll add it, add it to the enforcement officers' toolkit to conduct code enforcement activities if noise is perceived off-site from the yes, what?
We were just thinking more of the policy angle on that about, downtown. And, I think that here in Palo Alto, we do have residents who live downtown. And if we're thinking about housing production to meet our numbers, where are we going to get those housing units? And we anticipate that those will be in our commercial areas primarily. And downtown, people self-select to be downtown, and how the tolerance for noise may be different in some parts of the city than in other parts of the city, and how we set this up differently than potentially some other sections of the code where we have a similar roof deck along El Camino or California Avenue are just other things to consider as well.
So can I suggest in this situation, it's not just other residences where people do perhaps select to be there. We also have a number of hotels downtown. And hotel visitors don't want to be hearing noise at 10 and 11 o'clock at night. So it's another reason, and I know we've had complaints from hotels downtown complaining about even noise at the ground level. I won't need to name any entities, but even ground level noise hotel visitors complain about.
Okay, so I'm reminded by Jeannie that we're drifting into the citywide provision, which...
No, I'm not. I'm talking about downtown, downtown hotels.
But the issue of open space standards, I mean, so I'll look to Molly to help us sort through this, but we've got this open space on the downtown, and we got the open space requirement that applies downtown, in Cal Ave, and along El Camino. And what we're doing here differently in downtown is setting a 70% threshold. And so I guess the question that I need help with is, to what extent is this a citywide discussion that would benefit from, I wouldn't want to exclude a council member from participating in a citywide discussion. No, it applies in, the percentage is unique, 70% here versus Cal Ave.
But the standards are in a general section.
I think it does make sense to hold the standards for the whole group and consider them more broadly. You could end up making special rules for different areas, but as it's set up, the standards are to be uniform.
So, but you said we could make special rules for specific areas, so isn't that what we're doing right here?
Well, I think that's not the staff recommendation. That the way it's set up is that there's one set.
But we could recommend different than that.
I'm not suggesting you can't have the conversation. I'm suggesting that maybe the best place to start the conversation is in the citywide bucket, which you'll get to.
Right. And the unique part here is the threshold of 70% or 75%, what is it? 75%.
So help me understand the process then, because I've got this, lopped off amendment here. So if we have the citywide discussion, but we have two council members who are recused on two portions of the commercial, how do we then, if we're going to have the citywide discussion, hone in on the different areas? I'm just struggling with how the process would operate.
Everyone can come in on the citywide, Molly, as I recall.
But if we're going to refine it for various parts, like if downtown is different, then I'm just not understanding why we wouldn't do it now or do it after we've done the citywide.
You thinking downtown's different than Cal Ave?
Potentially.
I think they're pretty close.
But if we're doing citywide, then if Cal Ave, then you're recused on Cal Ave, so.
But at least
to staff, do you want to have the citywide discussion, then come back and refine downtown or Cal Ave?
I think so. I'll wait till they've had the discussion.
Hmm. 10 o'clock on some of it. I think it's 10 p.m.
We've got a standard, we've got a number of standards that apply to open space that are regulated, that relate to the things that we've been talking about, the light, the noise, the landscaping, and these are citywide provisions that apply where there's open space. The unique piece that applies downtown is the percentage. You may decide, council may decide we don't want roof decks altogether in the citywide discussion, and then, that would have an effect on this section, obviously. But I think the question of to do roof decks or not do roof decks is a citywide discussion. And if you're okay with the 75% threshold, that's all we're really looking for at this moment.
But if this comes back as a second reading, then we're approving this as it is.
Still need to have the discussion on the citywide piece, which you haven't had yet, right? So
I'm still looking for, sorry if I'm just being dense on this, but are we going to have the citywide discussion about roof decks first, then come back and address downtown roof decks in terms of noise? As opposed to doing it now?
The same. You want the same standards citywide.
Well, so the council has.
But what if we don't?
As far as open space goes.
So
But what if we don't?
Administratively, having the same standards is always, helpful. Council may have a different perspective on what noise you want to have, but I would say the issue of noise and how it relates to open space on the roof is a citywide concern. And if you're not interested in open space as a solution, then you would strike it in our citywide discussion. I mean, unless you're,
So Councilmember Holman, if you are suggesting that you'd like to propose a specific set of standards for the downtown only, you can make that motion. And if that's council's wish, we can explore that here. But the staff has proposed a set of standards that would apply throughout. So I think, if council wants to consider whether you want to have this discussion for a particular set of standards in each zone, you can do that if you want that level of complexity and differentiation. That's a decision for you to make.
And the conundrum is, as I'm sure you can imagine, is if we don't put this in here and the discussion for the rest of town becomes something else, then there's no opportunity, it would seem, to go back and then try to readdress this. So that's why I'm wanting to get it in here. So the amendment would be to add to the enforcement officer's toolkit to conduct code enforcement activities if noise is perceived off-site from the subject property.
So I think I know what you're getting at. You are worried about noise impacts from roof decks in the downtown. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I think the whole council will share that. I think this is a bit too far, saying if noise is perceived off-site from the subject property. I mean, that means any noise, right? If I hear a peep, if I hear somebody, putting on a radio, then it's talking on the phone, and then it's a code enforcement issue. And right now, that's not the standard in most of, actually all of our city, right? If I'm in a neighborhood, if I'm in a single-family home, and I hear somebody across a backyard fence, that's not illegal. And I don't think we should be making that illegal just for roof decks. So I'm not going to accept this, but I do think you have a good line of argument in terms of figuring out what the code enforcement activities are for noise from these properties. I just don't think the standard is nothing.
Well, can I just respond to that? Because I've never known anyone, and it would be unreasonable for anyone to complain about someone comes up behind, I come up behind you and I scare you and you yell. Nobody's going to complain about that. It's ongoing, persistent noise that people complain about. And that's what this is about. Otherwise, it's not a...
I think actually the ongoing persistent noise is what Interim Planning Director Late was saying in terms of disruptive ongoing noise. And I think that's a little more specific and something our police department is used to, well, hopefully not used to, but does hear about and is able to respond to. So I would encourage you to maybe, can we focus on something like that?
We could, but again, nobody's going to complain. It's not going to be a code enforcement activity because I scare you and you squeal.
So I just think it's unreasonable to say no noise from a subject property. I mean, this is downtown we're talking about. Like, in downtown, there's some noise that's part of a downtown. So I would encourage, can we craft something that's a compromise, saying persistent disruptive noise, something like that?
How about if disruptive noise is perceived off-site from the subject property?
I think that's fair. I mean, is disruptive noise something our police department kind of understands as a enforcement activity?
Sorry to go on so long about this, but it's a big deal.
I agree.
So I agree that it's a big deal as well, and something that we need to take a look at. I am concerned, though, the more that I hear the conversation going on, that trying to tackle this issue in this ordinance is probably not the best place for it. We do have a need to address code enforcement follow-up, and I just don't know that this is the ordinance to do it. If the council's not compelled by the other policy interest of having more housing units and relaxing our usable open space standard, then that might not be something that we want to pursue. But the enforcement piece, trying to tie that into this ordinance, I think is difficult and has the potential to. I think there's a different forum where we need to have that conversation.
Perhaps so. That and our noise ordinances need to be updated for about 15 years. And we've never gotten to it, and I don't know, it may be another 15 years before we get to it. So I will leave this, and it will either go up or down, and maybe it is, as you suggest, maybe we just address rooftop gardens separately, but again, my concern is not getting any constraints in there if we just have that general discussion.
One last thing, I also think this actually may be helpful in the citywide ordinance, right? As we're looking at all of these open space and roof deck requirements, that perhaps there would be helpful to have staff follow up in terms of what you just mentioned, updating our noise enforcement ordinances. I don't disagree with that.
Where's the motion at this point? Does it need a second, or are you incorporating it?
It's the amendment.
So given staff's hesitation here, I'm not willing to accept this. I do hear your concerns on this, and I think there's work to be done here. I just worry that if we go really deeply trying to regulate the code enforcement of noise on roof decks in the downtown for new buildings based on the zoning code, we're really getting too deep with things.
You're not incorporating it?
Not yet, but I will, Councilmember Holman, I will indicate to you that in the citywide ordinance, I would be happy to support something saying have staff come back with a noise enforcement update for these different types of roof decks. I think that's...
So, Karen, do you want to persist with this and get a second?
I could go with, relying on the commitment of Councilmember Fine, I'll remove the amendment. But thank you for the discussion. I think it's been helpful.
So we'll eliminate that amendment.
And then another question, sorry, that's page 23, and I think that goes beyond where we are. This comes into play a few places. Sorry I took so much time with that. The community is really concerned about noise, really concerned about it, so thank you for that. On page 21, and again, this is addressed other places too in this proposed ordinance. It says that the director may waive any development standard, including parking, after the project with the proposed waiver or waivers is reviewed by the ARB. So my question is this. So we have a limited number of times that a project is supposed to go before the ARB. It's 3. So my question is, does an applicant submit at the same time a project that is compliant and a project that's not compliant? Or how do the number of reviews comport with this? So an applicant's going to send before the ARB a project that's non-compliant, I would guess first, before a compliant project? How do you see this playing out?
You're referring specifically to an applicant's request for a waiver?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I see it playing out the same way that we process projects today. That waiver request would be embedded in the proposal and reviewed by our department and a recommendation sent to the Architecture Review Board. And it would still be subject to the same ARB process where they would have up to 3 reviews, and the board would send a recommendation to the director for final action.
And so if the director gives an awful lot of latitude to the director,
yeah, I can answer that question. This is important for this to be understood. It's what we're saying is that somebody who goes through this process, the request for a waiver is not going to be, as arduous a process as applying for a variance, a DEE, or any of those other discretionary processes that we have. We're trying to incentivize housing, so our expectation is that people will file applications that do exceed the FAR up to the amount that they can apply for based on other site constraints and requirements, and that as long as the ARB can make its findings, that a project like that would be acted upon.
So the ARB doesn't specifically address parking requirements or spillover parking. They don't specifically address that. They just go by what the code requires. So how's the ARB going to make a judgment about parking spilling over into a neighborhood, for instance?
One second. So I just wanted to make sure, and you're on packet page, you're on ordinance page 21, right?
Correct.
Specifically about the affordable housing district. This item is just not 100% affordable housing.
Okay, and you're on number 2?
Pardon me?
You're on
Number 2.
paragraph number, okay.
Yeah.
So this is a section that deals specifically with 100% affordable housing projects. And the reference here is that the Planning Commission had a conversation and sort of recognized that the city had recently adopted the affordable housing overlay and then had this other standard coming in, and there was an interest in having some parity or alignment to that. And if the 100% affordable housing project was one that met the federal tax credit standards for funding, that instead of having to go through a legislative process to apply the overlay zone to the property, they could just go through the standard discretionary review process, and the director could waive up to those amounts that are provided for in the affordable housing overlay. And so it would be subject to the ARB findings, and the overlay that the council approved had established some different parking standards. I think it's 0.7, maybe 0.75 per unit. And so that's for again, a 100% affordable housing project that qualifies for, that is funded through federal tax credits. That's the universe that we're talking about here with this specific paragraph, right here.
So does this allow projects even greater than the affordable housing overlay project?
It does not.
Zoning?
Well, it does downtown up to 3.0 FAR, and the affordable housing overlay allows up to 2.4.
To 2.4
FAR.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But the parking is better under the affordable housing overlay, less. Open space is also per unit. Is different for affordable housing. But yeah, is that because of the overlay or just, okay. So open space is another standard where it's a lower open space requirement for 100% affordable housing, as opposed to the, 150 that we're proposing for market rate units.
I'm finding a little bit of a conundrum here because we were looking at the rooftop open space. We want a consistent standard, but we're not being consistent with the affordable housing overlay requirements.
Well, that's right. So we're the other the other
Won't
challenge.
you be glad when I'm not on council anymore?
No, I mean.
I wouldn't. Don't answer that. I was not looking for an answer there. Please don't. But you get my question, though. It's like there's.
No, I appreciate the question because the Planning Commission struggled with this as well. And
yes,
there was an interest in where they fell on the matter is that they thought it was, I don't want to use the word fair, but they noticed a inconsistency with respect to the process, that one of the things we're trying to do here is streamline it, and if I can be in one part of the city and apply for the affordable housing overlay, but I have to go to the Planning Commission, the Architecture Review Board, and the City Council to get an approval, that didn't sit well with the Planning Commission. They said, we don't need that lengthy process to do what we're essentially doing already with these other aspects of the code. It should be the same process. And so this was our effort to align the affordable housing overlay to the goals that we're trying to accomplish here, to streamline review, but also give, and give incentives for housing, the housing incentives that we're proposing.
okay. And then I'm going to ask one more question, then cede to somebody else because I've taken a long time here. But still on that number 2 on page 21, I just want to make sure there's nothing else burning here. You talked about tax credits for affordable housing, and we decided with the affordable housing overlay, I think it was, to use 120% AMI. But I thought the funding for affordable housing was at 80% and below. Do I misremember?
So earlier this year, the federal tax credit requirements changed. And what we've tried to do in this ordinance is build in a little bit of flexibility so that as that changes, our standards could change. But the bottom line is that to be eligible for federal tax credit, to qualify for this, you have to be funded through these federal tax credits. And there's different types of ways to accomplish that. But you make an important distinction. And this was also part of the Planning Commission's discussion, is that we don't want to let a 120% or above 80% AMI project not go through that legislative process. If we're trying to really capture this on the affordable housing aspect, we're really trying to target this income level. We want to create that incentive that streamlines the review and allows people to, a housing developer to take advantage of the allowances up to the amount that's allowed for in the affordable housing. So that's an important distinction made here in this paragraph that is not true for the affordable housing overlay.
I will stop there because I've taken a long time. Thank you.
Councilmember Du Bois.
I'll try to go quickly. So in the meetings with developers, was there any discussion about putting restrictions on commercial development?
No. I mean, you had the more specific dialogue with folks, but.
I mean, as a way to encourage housing by making commercial less attractive.
It was more about the influence of the retail requirements on developers' ability to build residential.
Okay. Yeah, and I do want to note, I'm concerned that you didn't meet with any retailers. I think Councilmember Welbeck started off by saying that this was really focused on incentives, and he was saying the words I want to say, but making the opposite point, which I think we need both carrots and sticks. And I think the staff report makes the point several times that we can make all these changes, but we may not see any additional housing because commercial remains attractive. And I think that's a problem, and I think it's something that we should all really think about. I mean, we can make these paper changes, but if we don't get any housing, we haven't really done anything. So,
can I respond to that?
I'd just like to continue for a little bit.
At the appropriate point, yeah.
I appreciate, I guess, Councilmember Fine, you removed the in lieu parking, the elimination of in lieu parking. But I would like to say, I think we need to consider some sticks, and we should send it to PTC and staff. And, thinking of several here, I mean, we increased the FAR for hotels as an incentive for hotels. I actually think we should consider decreasing it back down to 1.5 as a way to incent housing. I do think we should evaluate the elimination of the in lieu fee for commercial parking. I've seen some analysis of the cost of development, and parking can be a relatively small portion of a project, but if eliminating it is all profit, it just drops to the bottom line. And then it's in the comp plan, and it's in the housing plan. I think all of us have talked about it. Really encouraging conversion of commercial FAR to residential FAR. And I think, and staff correct me, I think this enables that, but it doesn't require it. In terms of, there are things that enable conversion of commercial space and mixed use to become residential, but nothing to really incentivize that. And again, I think we've all agreed we kind of want to see that downtown. So my first motion would be to have the staff and the PTC analyze the interaction with housing production of say number one, hotel FAR. And number two, the elimination of the ability for commercial uses above ground to participate in the in-lieu parking program. And 3 would be methods to match an increase in residential FAR with a decrease in commercial FAR in mixed-use projects.
So, is that all the language?
Let me try here.
Yeah. What's that?
I think you guys are asking the question. Well, why don't you finish your
That's
suggestion
the
here?
motion in the in lieu parking program. No, so to have staff and PTC analyze the interaction of housing production by number 1, changing the hotel FAR. Number 2, and then the elimination. Yep, so make that 2. And then, 3 is methods to match. Okay, yeah, so that's the motion.
Okay, why don't you go ahead?
So I'm probably going to accept this. I just want to talk it through for a moment. Yes, so I think you're right in terms of the CDC zone. If we allow bigger hotels that may, degrade the housing production. So I think the PTC and staff should look at that. The elimination of ability of commercial uses above ground to participate in the parking program, agreed. There is kind of a putting a thumbs on the scale issue there, and I want the PTC to kind of cost that out. And there may be multiple ways of doing that, right? One might be increasing the in-lieu parking fee, right? Tripling it or something. Another may be eliminating it totally, or only allowing you to do a certain number of units. I just don't know the answer to that.
Okay. So Beth, should you make that say in lieu parking program?
Yeah, in-lieu parking program. And third, methods to match and increase residential FAR and decrease.
To match, delete and on the third one? No, keep that and. The first and. Yeah, there. Match increases in residential FAR with a decrease in commercial FAR.
So just on that one, I just want to hear if either my colleagues or staff have any ideas about that. I mean, how would we, is it realistic for us to think that, the second floor of Relate IQ, on Emerson would convert to housing? And
I'm not talking about existing buildings, I'm talking about new buildings. In a new building where there's potential FAR, how do we actually either require kind of more residential and less commercial?
So isn't that the housing incentive program, right? We're saying, I just want a little more clarity on number 3. I think I know what you're getting at, but I'd like to.
Does staff have an idea of how to kind of go beyond what you have in the current ordinance?
So if I'm understanding, one of the things we did talk about with these advisors is it's one thing to bring residential on par with commercial, but it's still more expensive to build out a residential development. You can imagine they're building kitchens, bathrooms, building out all the tenant improvements, whereas typically they can deliver a cold shell on a commercial development, or even if they're doing the tenant improvements on the commercial development, it ends up being a lot cheaper in their lease. So part of it is getting residential over and above what you can do with commercial to make up for that difference in the cost.
Yes, that's an incentive. I'm talking about a stick, which would be really to redefine our downtown mixed use to be more primarily residential.
So you've come up with some of them, which are changing parking requirements that would make
I think I'm really suggesting you allow less FAR for commercial.
less FAR or other development standards, because again, residential has open space requirements and other standards that commercial development doesn't have. So you would need to reduce the development standards, that flexibility that commercial development has, reduce FARs, require parking on site.
I think what you're almost getting at is reducing the commercial FAR, just.
Changing the definition in our zoning. And again, this is really just to have staff and PTC analyze this.
I'm happy to accept this. I think number 3 needs a bit of work at the PTC to figure out what those parameters are, but.
Does staff kind of understand this wording?
Yeah, I mean, it's how do we favor residential more in existing buildings and also in new construction?
Yeah, but as a requirement, not as.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I will spend some more time on it. I think it's, the easiest thing to do is to achieve that goal is to reduce the amount of developable FAR for commercial from below in downtown, below 1.0 to some standard, right? 0.5, whatever it is.
Okay.
I mean, we still want to have some commercial downtown on the ground floor.
Do we? So if this language looks good to you, I will accept this.
Well, I think I'm going to accept it. I'm just going to make a couple comments about it first. Just to be clear, I think we've spent a lot of the last 4 years imposing a lot of restrictions and sticks on commercial development in general. I'm fine with, if you wanted to add, changing the hotel and commercial FAR in downtown, I'd be okay with that too. But I don't think it's accurate to say that we need to start imposing some sticks against commercial development because we've done a lot of that. And again, the point here is to balance the work we've done over the last several years on ratcheting down the incentives around commercial development and supplement that now that we've kind of put a belt around that to start doing more for residential development. And I want to emphasize, I think, aside from increasing FAR for residential, and I do think that it's important, as we've talked about in our comp plan, to look at how to swap commercial FAR directly for residential. Again, the amendment at the top about really doing more on parking is going to be very important. I mean, if somebody wanted to do, I almost made it for a motion for this ordinance, but I'm not going to because I want to see us move this along. But, if you wanted to do a mixed-use residential building on University Avenue, they only fronted onto University Avenue, this ordinance would not allow you to do that because you still have to put your parking on site. And we are not allowing in lieu parking off site. And so if you wanted to do mixed use, ground floor retail, 3 floors of residential right on University Avenue, that's still illegal for the most part. That's still going to be impossible. So if we really are serious about continuing to move this forward, I just want to emphasize that there's more we need to do. And as far as Councilmember Du Bois, you mentioned, the staff says, yes, this might still not help us achieve our goals. It's because of things like that, right? That we still, even with this ordinance, are not going far enough to really enable residential development. We are starting to make changes. I'm proud that we're making those changes, but this ordinance, we should not fool ourselves, is not enough. And that's why the 2019 ordinance will be important. So with that, I will accept the amendment as friendly.
Thank you. And to some of your comments, I mean, that is your motion that this incorporated as well, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Madam Mayor. So thank you. I'm glad to see that that's accepted. Just a quick check-in. Yes, well, we are in the second of 5. I would just remind us that our consultant, Jean, is only here tonight and no longer than that. So that support, let me say it this way, disappears. And so I'm just wondering whether or not, if it looks like you've made your decision, whether or not you could accelerate your movement through the items. And then we can celebrate it with we could have a Chautauqua later about what it is that you decided on here tonight. Just a thought.
Thank you for the reminder. Jean, just out of curiosity, do you have a turning into a pumpkin time?
Tonight, no.
Tonight, no? Oh, phew.
That was the wrong answer. Okay, so
but tomorrow morning at 12:01, she does.
So I'm done. Thank you.
We won't order the coach yet. Right? Okay. Karen?
Yeah, nobody has mentioned anything about, or actually, it was,
Lydia's waiting to speak, though. Can you wait a minute?
I'm sorry, go right ahead.
I just wanted to ask on unit size, number B. So with the average housing unit of 1,500 square feet, does that limit condos for sale units to the 1,500 square feet also?
So the standard applies equally to condominiums and rental units.
Say that again?
The 150 average,
1,500.
yeah, I'm sorry, yes. It's the 1,500 applies to rental housing and condominium units.
On the open space, so if these units have their own balconies, and I think there was a maximum size or a minimum size for it, does that also, is the rooftop open space there because they wouldn't have a balcony open space, or is that not?
Yeah, some units would not have if somebody took advantage of this, it's likely that we could anticipate some units would not have a private balcony.
Right. But so it would be mostly for projects that might not have a balcony, and that's why we're pushing forth the open space in the rooftop.
The reason we're suggesting open space to satisfy the rooftop open space to satisfy the open space requirement of the code is so that we can get more units inside the building envelope that's already allowed.
I see. How does that open space affect non-conforming buildings? Does that affect them?
Okay, so the change that we're making is actually consistent with current requirements for open space requirements. For smaller units, we have a higher standard today, that's 200 per unit, and we're proposing 150 per unit for all units.
But say, for example, a building is bigger than size and not, that is non-conforming. It's just built much more bigger than is allowed on that piece of land. So the open space would be for new buildings, or can existing buildings ask for them as well?
So an existing building, we probably wouldn't see much change with an existing building. It would be non-conforming, and it would be allowed to be continued non-conforming with respect to the open space requirement. So this will more typically apply to new construction.
Okay. Give me some pros and cons in your HIP program, the housing incentive. So you're basically coming up with this program to make it more attractive than the SB 35. So what are some of the pros and cons? One, I know you said that with going with the HIP, you would have to go through design review, ARB, whereas SB 35 doesn't. But then you also gave some numbers of how many units would be required for affordable housing for BMR units versus the SB 35.
I'll start, and maybe Jeannie may have some comments to amplify this. And I think it all goes back to our starting place and the ask that the council had of us, which is to find ways to incentivize housing, and to do so in a way that respected the neighborhood character. And we already allow downtown buildings up to 50 feet and 3.0 through TDRs to take place downtown. And so by introducing the HIP, we're allowing residential units to extend, well, a couple of things we're doing. One is we're allowing residential units to extend to the 50 feet as it's allowed today, but also increase their FAR from 1.0 in the code today to 3.0. So the more FAR that we add, the more units that can be produced, the better we can increase our numbers. Another provision is that we're allowing for, except in the ground floor overlay or combining district, outside of the ground floor combining district, we're allowing 100% affordable, we're allowing 100% housing projects. And
100%
housing,
affordable.
just housing projects, affordable or market rate. And that's a change from our code today, where you can only do housing as part of a mixed-use development today in a commercial
In downtown.
zone, in a commercial zone, any commercial zone, unless it's on a housing opportunity site. And so the reason we came up with this housing incentive program was twofold, at least. Maybe there's more. If we introduce those standards as part of our base district zoning requirement, 3.0 FAR and the things that we're doing, a project that qualified for our local housing program, our local BMR program, would be able to get up to a 35% bonus on top of the 3.0 FAR that we already have. And we see the 3.0 FAR as going from 1.0 to 3.0 is quite an incentive. To go from 3.0 to, help me with the math there, 4.3 is it? Was more than we wanted to authorize sort of by right through a review process. And with respect to SB 35, it's, again, just trying to understand how we can create an incentive that is more attractive to developers and still do two things. One, retain some parking requirements, which SB 35 would allow. A qualifying SB 35 project downtown would not have to provide parking. Is it just for the housing component of the whole thing? And I think that's for the house. Yeah, I think that's for the housing component.
For the housing.
Yeah. And also it preserves our ability to do design review, which we would not have under SB 35. So, that's not a straight pros and cons list, but it helps inform why we came up with this system in light of the existing state and local regulations that apply.
However, because our codes right now is to build to a 1.0 FAR, if somebody came in with under the SB 35, they can only build up to the 1.0 FAR.
Yes.
Okay. Open space. How, rooftop, right? What is the distance from a residential, from the low-density residentials? And is it by district or by the home? Can you explain, are we talking, so say, for example, from Lytton backwards is a lot of residential. How far can a rooftop garden open space be at?
So on packet page, do we set setback requirements under the other section? Okay. On packet page 144, page 19 of the ordinance.
150?
Page 19, below the table, letter or number, under number 1, the new text that's added in that paragraph. For the downtown area, we say that the roof deck, you cannot do a roof deck if you are abutting a single family or two-family residential use or zoning district.
So it's that first row that is abutting the single
Yes.
family, but then across the street,
Would not be abutting.
that's pretty close. Also, having the opportunity of being on the rail committee, I'm starting to find out noise issues and so forth. And it seems like the higher you go, the further the noise goes. So actually, if you're higher, then the homes or the properties near right below them might not have as much of a noise impact as further out. As evidence, we also hear noise from Shoreline. There are nights that it's very clear. I could be at the concert myself, and then I hear noise from Stanford. I don't know how you're going to address that, but I guess we can go back to that when we're talking about the citywide. It's just that most of the higher buildings will be here in downtown. So I have concerns about that as well. Did it used to be 150 foot away from a residential zone, and is this a change, or has it always been like this? I guess it's not.
For roof decks? I don't know, there's transitional height requirements that are within 150 feet, and I don't have the precise language in my mind, but I don't believe that we had any specific standards for roof decks.
Okay. And that would be discussed in the citywide, if we wanted to discuss standards of distance? Okay.
Yeah, distance standards would be.
This is actually in the CDC.
Okay, so Jeannie's pointing out to me that on that same page that I was just referencing, that if you wanted to increase the distance requirement for roof decks, if you wanted to change that standard somehow, this would be the time and place to do that.
So give me an example from Lytton, the buildings that are abutting residential. What is 100 feet going towards university?
So I'm going to try to pull up my map now, but you're wanting to know roughly what 100 feet would be relative to Lytton from those properties? So the CDC zone extends, so you're concerned about the, so CDC extends along Lytton on both sides of the street for a good portion, right? From Alma through Kipling almost, and then?
Well, mostly wherever they're abutting low-density housing, single-family homes and.
So so those are all abutting, and you wouldn't be able to do a roof deck abutting a single family.
Right, but I'm looking for where does the 100 feet from abutting?
I don't know what the 100-foot, are you proposing a 100-foot standard? How far would that cover?
Yeah.
So I think many of the properties we have are, it's hard to establish that downtown there's a lot of variability, but I'm sorry. Was it?
Maybe they're 25.
I don't know what the lot width is. I guess it would require a little bit, it's hard to do that right now. I don't have the tools with me to work with this number of 100 feet. If you wanted to have a discussion about whether there should be a greater standard with the council and then maybe give us some parameters to work with, we can study that. I'm sorry, I just don't have a number to give you.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys would accept the amendment in terms of including that open space, any rooftop gardens would be, should be 100 feet away from any residential zones, low-density residential zones.
So what's the current standard with these changes?
So what we're proposing downtown is that if a rooftop deck is proposed, it can only be proposed where it does not abut a single or two-family residential use or zoning district. So we're just getting the most adjacent property, and I think the suggestion is go another property beyond that.
Yeah, I think I'm more interested in having a property be the unit of measure actually, rather than the, just quantity of 100 feet. I think.
You're more interested
in having it be an abutting property rather than a measure of feet, right? I think there are some properties, first of all, that may be bigger than 100 feet, actually, right? And there are some certainly that are smaller, but I think you're trying to decrease the impact of noise, light, et cetera, from a roof deck, mainly to the abutting property, right? And so I think, and it could, I acknowledge it could
To
be.
the zone that is lower density.
So why, can staff just explain why you did the abutting property rather than a quantity of 100 feet, 75 feet, whatever it may be?
So we certainly could do a standard and measured in feet. I think we chose abutting because that was the property that we thought would be the most impactful.
I'm just worried that, I mean, I know some of these, like you mentioned Lytton, right? And I think that is a good example, actually, but are some of those properties on Lytton are probably deeper than 100 feet, right? If you think about like the bank between Emerson and, yeah, so I think actually the abutting property is actually probably a stronger standard in this case. Yeah, I mean, the banks, use your mic?
That's a good example, because there's a whole garden back there. It's probably more than 100 feet.
I think the abutting property is actually a stricter standard here, especially on the south side of downtown. And on the north side, if we're thinking about things along here, I mean, think about the church converted to offices here, same thing. So,
Okay.
So I just want to put that out there.
I can withdraw this because I think that we need to look at the
Right.
enforcement side of it and also, the standards. Okay, I can withdraw this. Thank you.
Karen, you had another question?
We were going to rooftop discussions again, and I thought we were going to hold that off for an overall rooftop discussion, and will we do the retail 1,500 square feet? We'll do that as a general discussion too, because that affects several of the commercial. So clarification on those, correct?
So let me just, with Molly on this.
Do you want to talk? Okay. After Karen. Sorry, just saw your light.
He's kidding, it's only 13.
We'll treat that under the citywide.
Pardon me?
Under the citywide provisions is where we'll capture the 1,500. It applies to all of the commercial districts.
Okay.
That we're studying tonight.
So citywide and rooftop will be citywide.
So the question, yes, citywide, rooftop, citywide, so the parking exemption for 1,500 square feet will be considered under the citywide, and the roof deck standards to allow or
Okay.
not allow will be considered under the citywide.
Okay. And does that work with the conflicts we have, Molly? I guess you've decided that. Okay.
Is that it?
That's extra.
Okay. Okay, I think it's your turn.
Okay, thank you. I have a few questions. So the first question I want to ask is, can you explain, so right now, the way that this district FARs work is, you know, there's a commercial FAR, residential FAR, You can do some things with TDRs and so forth. But there is a maximum FAR downtown of 3.0, which is supposed to be the limit. So no matter how many TDRs you stack up and sort of how you mix other kind of stuff, you're not supposed to go over 3.0. So can you explain how a 4.0 FAR can happen?
Well, so right now it cannot, and the ordinance is not proposing that. However,
okay,
we are asking that you consider, not in the ordinance.
So the ordinance as written can't do an FAR of 4.
That's correct.
Okay. 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 Let me weigh in for a second on the open space issue. It seems to me like we may be going on two vectors here on the open space, and the rooftops contribution. We're sort of talking about noise from rooftops and so forth. But it seems to me that the primary focus of this discussion is the use of open space or the use of rooftops to substitute for some of the open space requirement, and it's not sort of a lot of detail on exactly how you use the rooftop. It's a question of, it's really an issue of reducing the open space requirement, right? And using this.
It's not reducing it, it's making it.
I understand, right? But it's allowing the rooftop space to count towards the open space requirement, right? Which, at some level is a reduction in the open space requirement for elsewhere in the building, let me put it that way. So, and we sort of talked a lot about the open space, balconies, for example, count as open space right now. In practice, in a multi-unit building in Palo Alto, is the majority of the open space requirement met through private open space, like balconies and stuff like that, or is it through ground floor landscaping and gardens and things like that?
So I don't think there's a tremendous amount of data for us to draw upon, but I will say that for ownership units, they tend to be more private open space, and for rentals, you might see more of it in ground floor kind of courtyards or patios or things like that.
Okay. Okay. Because that seems, so that's more consistent with the idea of, again, I think the fundamental basis for where this ordinance is trying to go is, one, to derive, it's trying to make the economics better for housing. One is through reducing over-design of parking spaces, parking requirements, arguing that there is some, right? And the other is using the envelope of the building more intensely, and that when reducing the open space requirement, I assume would contribute to that.
Yeah, except we're not saying reducing.
I'll find some other word. I'll find some other word for that. Okay. And then I saw in your flow chart, the proposal is to eliminate site and design review, but there would still be provision for an appeal, right? And what grounds would still be available to people to appeal a decision on?
Under the same grounds that anybody would appeal an ARB decision today.
Okay. Okay, so it would be based on the ARB. And the intent of the ARB is and the intent of this is, I've seen, the intent is the ARB would also deal with parking requirements, which they don't typically do today, but might in the future under this?
So the parking when we get to the parking discussion, what we're proposing is a set requirement.
Okay.
So there's not, if it's endorsed by the council, there's not much discussion to have about parking other than, is the circulation appropriate, getting in and out? There's no waivers or further reductions that are being authorized by this, other than the ones that, of course, that we're proposing.
Well, so I think when we get to the citywide section of this, we're going to have a longer discussion about that, I assume. So on that, I mean, so I want to support this ordinance, okay? And it does essentially what we said, I mean, what we said, it goes towards what we said, it's like, as people pointed out, it's part of the solution, but it goes toward what we said we were going to do when we passed the comp plan, which is we're going to find ways of doing this, and, you know, here's a couple of places we have found to, you know, improve the economics without theoretically, you know, impacting neighborhoods with parking and so forth. Right. The 1,500-foot exemption, okay? In this district, that's typically going to be a restaurant on the ground floor. So how much parking does that eliminate? How much extra parking does that produce?
So the answer is 6.
6
for downtown.
For downtown.
And I think we talked a moment ago about pushing the 1,500 parking waiver concept to a citywide conversation.
Okay. Okay.
But it's 1 to 250 downtown for parking. And
1
so
to 250 downtown. Okay. And today, if I'm going to build a commercial building downtown, and it's going to have a parking requirement, right? Today, my choices are, I can build it into the building, I can pay the in lieu fee, but can I also satisfy that requirement by going and making a deal with somebody that has parking? So, you know, leasing parking from, you know, downstairs in the Wells Fargo building or something like that? Am I allowed to satisfy the parking requirement through a business arrangement like that?
Yeah, we'd want to formalize it a little bit more, but you can enter into, you can provide your off-street parking off-site.
Off-site, right.
Within some parameters.
Okay, so if I can go make a private deal, I mean, that's actually a good thing, right? Because, you know, I mean, we've been talking a lot about how do we, you know, liberalize the market so that some of this unused private space, if there is any, can actually be part of this, and that's a mechanism that can do that, right? If I do such a thing, I assume that the city's going to want to see evidence that I've got, you know, I can't do a 3-month lease and claim that's going to do it, right? What's the constraints? How long do I have to secure that for the city?
So I'd have to see if the code has any guidance, but we typically have a deed restriction that says for the life of the project, these spaces shall be provided unless there's another space that's been identified.
Okay. So here's the thing I'm grappling with, you know, so for example, on the 1,500 space reduction, I mean, the reason that exists is not because we're saying there's over-design, right? The reason they're saying is, gee, that's a real problem, and we wish people didn't have to provide so much parking space, so let's just give them a spiff, right? And so where are those 6 people, I mean, for one restaurant, it's not very much, right, for 1,500 square feet, but where are those people going to park?
Right, so I think this is a conversation that we're going to have under our citywide discussion.
Okay. Okay. So, I mean, so here's the context, right? So I think most of us would agree that, you know, historically in the last, you know, umpty-ump years, the city has done a less than perfect job in managing its parking, okay? Particularly in this particular area. Residents and existing community businesses, community-serving businesses, are screaming about parking, right? Okay. And our IT system for parking doesn't work right now, right? At least not adequately, and that's why we're going out for more RFPs and so forth. Meanwhile, we're talking tonight about cutting parking requirements citywide, okay? Not just the 1,500 spaces, but going to the Fair and Piers table, right? We're gonna exempt parking, some parking for retail with no basis other than, no basis for assuming there's less demand. And we're going to say, well, we're going to put all this in the hopper and have PTC discuss it all. And also, there's the whole issue of the in lieu fee. One of the contributors to our parking woes has been the in lieu fee problem, where basically we told people, okay, you can pay some money, right, and then you don't have to park your building, and the assumption is we'll go build some parking for you, but in fact we haven't built a lot of parking in the last couple decades, right, and so we basically gave everybody a pass, right, and there was no parking, right. So we're now talking about building another garage, okay, but hasn't come to council. There are active discussions about, geez, do we really want to do this? And people are talking about housing for cars and so forth. So we have at the same time the discontinuity of, we have fairly significant parking issues right now, okay? And we're talking about making them worse, right? And then some of us are thinking, well, there'll be more capacity, and then others of us are thinking, well, people won't have cars because, they're going to ride electric scooters or something like that, right? It seems to me that in a perfect ordinance, we actually would suspend. I like the idea of having the PTC look at this all holistically, right? We actually would suspend the in lieu thing, right, at this point, right? Pending the PTC discussion and, disposition of what we're going to do with the downtown garage. It seems to me like those things are linked, right? And so you could make a pretty good case for excising bullet, I think it's I, in this ordinance. Let the PTC take it up, or at least until we make a disposition on what we're going to do with the garage. Right.
What reference?
I think it's number I. That it was Adrian's. Could you roll it up to I, please?
Are you referring to the motion?
Yeah. Oh, it's not I. Which is the one where the one to strike the suspension of in lieu? Is it H?
H.
Ah. Yes, it's H. You could make a pretty good case for striking H, okay, for the moment, pending that discussion. Clearly continue to have at least the first part of H, right? Right? Okay.
Are you saying you can make a case for supporting the way it's written or striking what's written?
For eliminating the words strike section 8 of the ordinance. Right.
Strike H is what you're saying.
Yeah, strike H.
Right. One can make an argument to strike H.
You could make an argument to strike H on this, right? Which I think I will move. I assume that's going to not be a friendly amendment.
So I think you have done a good job of kind of describing the system we have and how sometimes we are at cross purposes with ourselves on some of our parking issues. I think that's totally fair. My problem with Section 8 in this ordinance is got a couple things. So one, I think we actually don't understand where the commercial in lieu parking thing is failing, right? Is it that we're not building garages? Is it that we're not charging enough? Is it that the program exists at all? How much does it actually push the housing stuff? I think the other issue...
I would agree with that, by the way.
Right, and we don't quite know that parameter. Two, we had zero engagement with the business community and with commercial property owners, which I actually think is important for something like this because it does affect hundreds of properties downtown. Third, it also, how to put this? Let me just get on the third piece. The other thing is, like, let's say one of these does redevelop, right? And they no longer have this in lieu thing. Do we really want a two-story building on University now that doesn't have its parking on site and it's done its in lieu thing? Do we really want them to redevelop and suddenly there's like a surface lot there? Right? I don't think we've actually explored those consequences, right? Think about, like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of a good one. we don't need an example, but do we really want to, have these buildings redevelop and then suddenly like the frontage or the rear is parking instead of building, right? When I think you talked at a point, you made a point of liberalizing some of these markets. Ideally, we don't want every single building on University to have its own little, egress and ingress and, build its little garage underground. It's probably better if we do that at some district level. I think that's the intention of the parking assessment districts. And so I think there's some good in it. There's definitely some bad and there's some mystery. And that's why I think it would be premature for us to strike the entire program tonight, especially when we haven't had engagement with the business community, and have the PTC do a more full workup on this. I think the vote at the PTC was 4-3. Approximately.
I actually think that's a good argument to actually, and there's strike it altogether. I'm more thinking of it, suspend it pending disposition of the garage in the PTC discussion, right? Because like you say, it may come back with that assessment, right? I think it's unlikely people are going to build a lot of, surface parking lots downtown. I mean, it's just too expensive, right? But I think what you just said is actually an argument to suspend it, because I think it'll drive that discussion if we do that, right? And there is a safety hatch for people who want to do some commercial development and need parking, which is to go drive the private markets for what's the word I'm looking for? Be a market maker in parking, right?
Can you explain that last point?
I think it actually incentivizes people who want to do a commercial project to go figure out a private deal solution. Go find with Litton Gardens or whatever it is.
Sure,
right?
It may, but I mean, the city can also be a market maker in that play, right? And we're probably not charging enough, and we're not building the parking. I agree. So,
but the principle behind the in-lieu parking is that they'll pay a fee and somebody else will build a central parking.
Right.
We haven't done it.
Right. We're not.
And therefore, we've had a lot of fantasy parking, right?
Yes.
Which is undoubtedly one of the reasons that we have, the crunch we're in downtown, right? And so it's hard. It's, we all want the solution here, right? We want, the dentists to have their customers park, and we want, the streets closest to town to be not congested and so forth. And the question is, how do we get to that point, right? So
I don't think I want to accept this, but I would like to resolve this somehow between all of us, because I suspect this could come down to a 4-4 vote.
Do I have a second?
Yeah, I would second it, but I wanted to hear what Adrian was going to say.
Okay.
So I think, we've got two amendments in here already. So one is the earlier one that I put in, letter H, which is, instructing the PTC to analyze this further, and I leave it up to them and staff to figure out. And as well, Councilmember Du Bois's addition, letter 2, or number 2, elimination of ability of commercial uses above ground to participate in the in-lieu parking program. And then also, just kind of the genesis of this. This is the housing work plan. And while I certainly acknowledge that the in-lieu parking program does put a thumb on the scale of commercial development.
Right.
I think it is such a significant change to our commercial uses, it actually doesn't quite belong in here.
But Adrian, you struck the entire in-lieu program, including for residential use.
We said it was going back to PTC.
There is no residential in-lieu parking
This
program.
Section 8 was going to allow it for residential. So this new ordinance allows in lieu for residential.
Wait, staff, did Section 8 allow in lieu for residential? I thought it did
No,
not.
I don't think so.
No, the PTC considered it
Right.
and didn't support it.
Basically, our colleague's memo said, go look at, the housing work plan said, go look at, in lieu for residential, and said what we got back was get rid of in lieu for commercial, right?
Right, so the
What
PTC.
What we're trying to say is, go look at that again.
So
Well, the PTC
Rather than trying to
eliminated, didn't consider in lieu for residential, because in lieu's, there's no parking. Right.
Well, I think there actually is. We've seen it, as I just mentioned, do we really want each small property in our CDC district redeveloping with parking on site? I don't think so. And so I'd like to understand those impacts. I'd also like to understand what is the existing gap on the in-lieux we've obligated and been paid out for. What are we looking at going forward? I think, your idea of maybe suspending it for like a year or something, I don't think that's crazy. And we may I mean, do we actually have any projects exercising CD in lieu right now? Coming down the road? In the pipeline? I mean, I assume if there's a...
I don't believe so.
In that case, it should be no issue, right?
Should we, well, no, but I mean, this is a change forever, right? Or forever until we change it again. So do you want to compromise on something like suspend a 1-year suspension or until the PTC returns back to council on this?
I could live with that. I mean, I really just want to see what happens with the garage, right? I mean, if we do the garage, it'll solve a lot of, it relieves the pressure. If we don't do the garage, then we're back in doing sort of ghost spots for ghost cars, right? So,
I kind of agree with that. I think on top of the garage, we should be looking at paid parking. We should be looking at transportation alternatives.
I agree with that.
And those are things that I've kind of
So you
gotten
take an
lost
amendment to suspend the in lieu for 1 year?
Or until PTC returns.
Or until PTC returns, right.
Does that sound reasonable to staff? Or can we do that?
Yeah, I'd like Molly to hear that. But so if I'm understanding correctly, you're saying that for a 1-year period from the adoption of the ordinance, the commercial properties cannot take advantage of the in lieu.
Yeah, and let's see what happens. And I think that is actually kind of a push to see if somebody comes up with a solution. Hey, I'm going to go to a private market maker and get my parking done there. And if they come back to us with that, thumbs up.
Okay.
Right.
And that's kind of actually an indicator to the PTC as well about what can be done.
So this is allowing H for 1 year, or Section 8?
This,
I mean, what does this change the ordinance?
So
I think we still are striking Section 8 and directing it back to the PTC. And for the next year,
yes,
we are suspending the in lieu
no
commercial.
in lieu, no second floor and above in lieu for office for 1 year or until the PTC comes back with
So
a
the thing that Section 8 does is it allows in lieu for ground floor commercials, right?
So I suggest that we keep but modify Section 8 to say that the time limit that,
yeah,
for the year.
Yeah.
Because
just put a
after
time limit on Section 8.
After a
Can
year
you give
from
us
the date.
some language on this then?
Yeah, we can, so we can try this. I know it's an important issue and we should try to solve it. It's also hard to draft precise language as we get later in the evening, and we will come back with a second reading on the ordinance too, where you can see that we've captured that language if we're struggling to get it penned out precisely tonight. So let me look at Section 8.
So I think it's like, could you scroll up to item H? I think what we might just do is say, it's only instead of strike Section 8, what if it just said modify Section 8 to be a 1-year moratorium on use of the in lieu fee?
Yes.
And to be exempt.
Well, he's doing that. Greg Tanaka, are you on the phone? Can he hear us? Okay, so he is on the phone. Okay. And also, I want to suggest, I'm not suggesting it, I'm announcing it, that we're going to do citywide, which is first on your in your packet tonight, because we need Jean here, and we need Jean for citywide, and she won't be able to come back again. So we're going to go in that direction, which means Cal Ave will probably come another night, to be honest.
Okay.
Unless we're remarkably efficient with our
Unless
time.
you're remarkably efficient.
Citywide's going to be
Which
interesting.
you might be.
So I just to close on that, I think, is that the objective here is not to shut down development downtown, right? But it is to push everybody in the direction of dealing with this in the holistic fashion that we want to, and in the context, frankly, of the disposition of capacity additions downtown. I think that's got to be one of the vectors that we consider through this. Right?
So I think I've got some language to do this, and maybe we can do it on the fly, but it's going to change letter H to add language to Section 8. So if you look in the middle of packet page 147, there's some underlined words here. So these are commercial uses above the ground floor shall not be eligible to participate in the in lieu parking program for 1 year or until the PTC returns with recommendations.
Until the sooner of 1 year or the PTC returning, right?
So let me go work with the clerk on that. And that means it roughly sunsets after 1 year.
Yeah.
Or if PTC can come back to us.
Right. Correct.
Well, assuming I agree to it, but I think so.
We're getting ready to vote. Karen, you have a last question?
Yeah.
If you can keep it short, it would help so we can get on to the next one with Jean.
I have two, and they're both short. Page 21, having to do with Section 8. The subject says, or the title is, parking and loading, but how does loading get addressed in this? I don't see any loading component.
It's just the existing language in the title of the code. We're not changing anything with loading in this ordinance.
Okay. And the other is, just to make sure, it's going to be a silly question, but I just want to make sure that the in lieu program only applies to new development, not current development. I don't think it could even, but I just want to make sure.
It's also yes. I mean, there could be changes of uses within existing buildings. That would be new development, so, right?
Okay.
I think we're ready to vote. I have lots of questions, and I'm going to save them for another time, Jonathan, so particularly the ones that deal with open space. So
could I make a request? Could I make a request? Because this is very complex, I wouldn't want to see this, really. I'd like to see this come back, and I want to know what my colleagues think about when this comes back. Is it not come back as a second reading on consent? And that's rather unusual, but it's so complex and so complicated. There are all these moving parts, and nothing's going to come back until we've gone through all of it, I presume. You're looking at me rather quizzically.
I think my goal tonight is to get through it once before we talk about when it comes back again, because we've still got a way to go.
Okay, so it's not going to come back piecemeal.
Pardon?
Are we voting on this section too?
Yeah, Karen said, when will it come back?
I think it's a good question to talk about, but I don't know that we have to answer it right now.
Okay.
Right, because right now we haven't received a whole lot of changes in the section, so there's not a lot.
As I said, we haven't even gotten through this section.
I think the two language changes are this change that we've just negotiated, and then the uplighting pieces on the roof decks. I think everything else is actually
pretty much the same.
Is more work for our PTC.
It isn't that I'm
Lydia,
saying.
I see your light going on.
Yeah, I wasn't indicating that we had made a lot of changes to this, but it's just like we have moving pieces that we haven't addressed yet. And what we've talked about, even though we haven't made that many changes, is so complex. I'd hate to see it come back as a second
I would
reading.
agree it's complex. Lydia?
Help me understand, 3.0 FAR on a 10,000 square foot lot, what kind of square footage does that come to?
30,000 square feet.
On a 10,000 square foot lot?
So you get one FAR for each lot times 3. So if the base lot area, if the lot area is 10,000 square feet, a 1.0 would be 10,000, 2.0, 20, and 3.0, 30.
And so what does that look like and how many floors?
Well, actually, we have a diagram that's pretty close to that, I think, right? On packet page 164 or
I don't have
one of the
my
attachments.
I have the other thing that you guys sent out.
So this is another sort of diagram that we have for you, if it shows up on your monitor, although not sure. What's the What's the lot size on this one, Gene?
This one is 15,000 square feet.
So this is a 15,000 square foot lot. So a 45,000 FAR up to 3.0.
So, I'm sorry, I can't see, but it says residential, that is in a box. What does that say inside that box?
Oh, it's just highlighting the change in unit density from the existing code today. If one were to hypothetically redevelop this property that we identified, which is today just a surface parking lot.
So today it would be 36 units.
Today you would get-
But with the new no?
Today you would get 10 units
And commercial.
with commercial, because it'd be mixed use.
Okay.
And then with the proposed change, this hypothetical development would yield 36 units.
36 units. Okay, that's okay.
Okay, so with that, we're getting ready to vote on this, but Councilmember Tanaka, can you hear us? Hello? Well, I'm going to call for the vote and hope that Greg can at least, I don't know whether you can hear us or not, but if there's nothing else, let's vote on the motion, and then we'll, if Greg is around, we'll see if we can get him to come in. Okay, it looks like we have a 6 to 1, 1 abstain, and 1 we cannot reach by phone. Okay, so we need to, pardon?
And Ku, you should probably read out Ku, no, Tanaka, and Sharp.
Yeah, Ku.
Abstain. Tanaka not present.
Yes, yeah, as I said, we can't reach Tanaka. Lydia's voting no, Sharf is out of the room, and the rest of you are voting yes. Correct. Okay, so because we have reassessed this, and because Jean is still here, we need to go back to the one called Citywide. And if you remember Citywide, so Citywide is, Molly, we can all participate, right?
So yeah, there's
With the exception of that one glitch in there.
Yeah, John will explain.
That's right. So I guess if we have, okay. So Corey will return, but we're going to take on all the citywide issues. But before we dive into those, there's one discrete piece that we want to tackle first, because there is the conflict of 3 council members on this issue. And it specifically has to do with the proposed parking standard as it relates to proximity to transit stations.
Right.
Fixed rail. Yeah, thank you.
So do you want
Fixed
us
rail.
to take that up first or last?
Yeah, first. And that's on packet page 113 or staff report page 17.
Okay.
And so
you need
what
the
we're-
3 of us to leave. I need to designate somebody to run it.
You got it.
And how long?
This is like a 2-minute conversation.
Okay.
No, I'm kidding.
So Adrian, listen up. You need to run the meeting, and you're only going to do the part that we have just discussed, which is on page, remind me, we just had it up. Page.
Page 17 on your staff report, packet page
Yes, that's-
113.
yeah,
If you're
right.
looking at the other one. And it's a very discrete section that we're dealing with. And that has to do with the proposed parking standard within 1/2 mile of fixed rail.
Fixed rail station, so this is a conflict for council members on a real property basis. Council members Nis, Filseth, and Scharf need to not participate in this item.
Okay.
Yes, we discussed this last week, but within 1/2 mile of a fixed rail station. So this is University Avenue for the 2 of you, and Cal Ave.
Let me ask a procedural question here. Okay?
There's only 5.
it's within 500 feet of a half mile.
Yeah.
So the proposed rule is
I know.
substantial parking reduction within a half
Right.
mile, and each of you is either within that half mile or within 500 feet of the half mile. It
So
doesn't make a difference.
I want to ask a procedural question on this, since, you know, I expect there's going to be some interest. So we're going to, the goal here is to postulate some new standards for parking in the city. I expect there is going to be some interest in framing it in such a way that an applicant can either choose between the new standards or the old standards with bonuses, okay? But if you choose the new standards, you don't get the bonuses. I suspect there's going to be some interest in discussing a structure like that, and the half a mile of transportation, or the proximity to transportation, is going to be one of those bonuses. Once the three of us recuse, can that discussion still be had?
Yes, the conflict issue is the same.
Okay.
According to Google Maps,
We'll show you.
So it's really- is it
We'll show you
500 feet?
planning's map.
because Google Maps says 0.7 of a mile.
So we'll pull up the planning map. We discussed this last week.
I don't recall this discussion.
We all knew that planning had their own sort of world geometry anyway, but
Guys, the sooner we leave, I think the better, so.
okay, so we're not precluded of having such a discussion later.
You are precluded. You are recused on this item, regardless of the nature of the decision. It's the location of it that,
No, I understand, but the idea of having one set of standards that are eligible for bonuses and a different set of standards that are not,
I'm sorry, one more time, one set.
we are discussing adopting new standards for parking in town. I suspect there will be some interest in discussing the idea of having alternative sets of standards. One, the new ones, but then you're not eligible for a variety of bonuses, or you can take the old ones plus the bonuses we're talking about. So can Greg, me, and Liz participate in such a discussion?
No. Because the governmental decision is within the area, the closeness of your real property, that you are not permitted to participate in the discussion. It doesn't matter whether the governmental decision is just to relieve parking standards or to choose door A or door B, relieving parking standards or achieving other types of bonuses. That's the same. The issue is that those proposed rules would impact property that is within 500 feet of your real property.
Okay.
All right. Hopefully. Quick couple just context questions. One, do we have Councilmember Tanaka on the phone? Okay, thank you. Let's see if we can get him back on. And two, so just to be clear to those of us remaining up here, there's 5 of us. All 5 of us have to vote for this. And we are looking just at the proposed parking standards for within half a mile of a fixed rail station, right? So those 4 numbers, 0.5, 0.8, 0.8, and 1.6. Can you tell us what pages those are in the ordinance?
In the ordinance, this appears on ordinance page 26, bottom of packet page 151, and the top of packet page 152.
So 151 and 152 in the ordinance, and 113 on the staff report. And Councilmember, sorry, it's getting late. Wolbach, I see your finger.
Yes, I'd like to move the staff recommendation on this part.
Could you repeat the pages again? I'm so sorry.
Sure. So it's ordinance page 26 and 27, packet page 151, 152 of the November 26th packet. It says multiple family residential near fixed rail station.
And Councilmember Wolbach just made a motion to go with the staff recommendations, which are summarized on page 1, packet page 113.
Holly, might want to turn off your mic. Just dibs all the others.
Does anyone want to second that?
Do you want a second? Adrian, do you want a second? You can. Adrian.
Okay, I'm going to second it just so we have a motion on the table. And I'll remind us, we do need 5 votes on this, which is, I think, why the mayor was indicating this should be quick. But with that, I'll cede the floor. Do you want to speak to your motion?
Yes, I think we've talked a lot about parking already tonight. I think that, parking was one of, along with number of units allowed per acre and FAR, parking was maybe even top of the list of one of the key things we need to address in order to encourage more housing, especially micro units, studios. The fact that this motion, this recommendation coming out of, this proposal rather, ramps down the requirements for studios more than for one bedrooms, creates a new standard for micro units, even lower than as typical studio, I think is really important. We are really just talking about proximate to rail, to fixed rail stations. So we're talking about proximate to the California Avenue or the downtown train stations in particular. It just makes sense. A lot of study's been done on this. It's, I think, a reasonable proposal, and I think we should accept the recommendation.
Thank you. So I'll just speak briefly as well. So our discussion really is limited to multiple family residential near fixed rail stations, the second row in the table on page 151. As we spoke about last week at our meeting when we were asking general questions of our Farron Pierce consultant, who I believe that's you in the back. Thank you very much for sticking around. You're one of the last people here. And as the Vice Mayor pointed out, there definitely seems to be some slack in our parking standards, and our challenge is to right-size them without negatively impacting neighboring areas. And as I mentioned after questioning our consultant, I thought we were being a little too conservative in lowering these ratios, but I'm willing to accept that. And then finally, it really does make the most sense if we're going to be lowering parking standards to do it near transit investments. And our fixed rail stations are one of the largest transit capacity that we have here in Palo Alto. So I think these are reasonable, but happy to hear you all thoughts.
And Councilmember,
yes,
if it helps for us to just spend a minute explaining why we came up with these numbers again, and
please
Jeannie
do.
Will help me with this. So it starts with the premise that if you accept that there's some slack in our parking standards and that what we've proposed is right sizing that appropriately, this reduction for proximity to a fixed rail station is based on the 20% reduction, I believe it's a 20% reduction, that already exists in the code today that somebody can ask for. And there's usually this awkward process when going through the development review process when somebody's seeking a parking reduction to grant it or not grant it based on the parking dialogue that we've been having for a number of years. And so what we thought is let's help housing projects move forward more quickly by simply codifying that 20% reduction that housing projects are already able to ask for in our zoning code when they're within a half mile of a fixed rail station, and just make that by right with this additional requirement for the transit pass for each unit.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So just based on that, I would put forth to my colleague that for a micro unit, you could get 0.8 spaces. for a studio, you could get 0.8 spaces. For a one-bedroom, you can get 0.8 spaces, and for a two-bedroom, 2+, you could get 1.6 spaces with that 20% reduction.
The only exception is the micro unit, which
Yeah.
didn't exist before. And
So, right, so
Now it's 0.5.
we're just making this as of right, and, you know, we can flex, we can discuss that 0.5 to 0.8 variance on micro units. And then the PTC approved this, I presume. Thank you. So just please, I don't have lights, but just raise your hands if you want to talk. Councilmember Du Bois.
So I think it's going to be a tough discussion, and it may be the last one tonight. So I think parking impacts are a real concern, and I think we're really in danger of some serious community backlash if we push too hard. One question I had was, was there a special parking requirement for affordable housing before, or was it the same as none of?
Was there a special requirement for?
Was there a decrease in required parking in the ordinance for affordable?
Yes. I just want to respond to that.
Yes. So right now, the way it is now, based on income level, there's a 20 to 40% reduction that you can
That's
request.
the red lines, but what was it before?
No, that's the current standard. You just have to request it. The change that we'll talk about in the citywide is that it would essentially be by right. You wouldn't have to go through the waiver process.
I see. So this table on page 27 for affordable housing, 100% affordable housing.
Right, so that table on page 27 looks very similar to the row on page 31.
So I'd just like to remind you, Councilmember Du Bois, we are specifically focused on the half-mile fixed rail stuff.
Right, so is this entire table on page 27 part of that discussion?
No, it's just the
No.
one row.
Just the row that starts on the previous page, multiple family residential near fixed rail.
Okay, thank you. So again, I think there were some serious flaws in the parking study. And I think our experience is at odds. Reading the details of the PTC discussion. Sorry, I'm just trying to pull my notes together. I think it showed that there didn't seem to be any trend in decreasing car usage. It was within the bounds of error of the study that 94% of the people in town have a car. And I think 62% of them had 2 cars. And and the other thing was that except for very low income people, we didn't see a discernible difference in demand for parking. And so one of my concerns is for low income, are we actually penalizing people by not giving them parking? And kind of where this led me looking at this study is I think we should try less parking for the micro and studios near rail. I think we see a trend of more people living in 1 and 2 bedroom studios. And so my proposal we would stay with the 1 and 2 parking spots for 1 and 2 bedrooms, but go with the lower amounts for the micros and the studios. Because I think it's more likely that those would be single occupants who could potentially use the rail and be car light. Yeah, so I think the rest of my comments were not to do with the rail column. So that was really my thought about that. Yeah. So that would be my motion, I guess.
Okay, thank you. I was waiting for that.
Yes.
So Councilmember Du Bois is asking to amend letter C to 1 and letter D to 2.
Right. Yeah. This is for near rail, but. So it is less than our current parking requirements.
It's actually, by my read, the same.
It would be the same as the proposed parking requirement for micro and
It would be the same, so I mean.
But since we haven't gotten to the proposed parking requirement, I think we'd keep it as written. on the board.
So is there a second or an acceptance?
I'm not going to.
Well, if I could just jump in. You're looking at, so right now, if you are doing a one-bedroom, you can petition for a .8, right?
Well,
You could seek a
right
waiver
now,
for .8,
you could
correct?
request 20% reduction, and since that current standard is 1.5 for a one-bedroom unit, it would be a 20% off of 1.5.
So it's .8 based on our proposal, but it's a little higher based on the current code standard.
Got it. Okay, so
One other point I wanted to make. If you guys remember, when the head of Palo Alto Housing was here, he was urging us to do one spot per bedroom, and he actually said 1 and 2.
So I'm on the fence. I'm warming up to this. I guess what I'd say is your proposal that we would still allow the petition for reduction for 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms, but only the lines A and B would be the buy rate? Because, you know, it basically would be more encouragement for micro units and studios, which I think a lot of us have talked about wanting to see more of.
So is this replacing the current language about the 20% reduction?
No, because that provision could still apply to transit locations outside of the half-mile from fixed rail, so on El
So it
Camino or
would
elsewhere.
literally, what I'm proposing, literally changing the table to these values.
Right, and I want to make sure that I'm reading this correctly, that one could still petition for that 20% reduction if the amendment were to pass, that could you still petition for an additional 20% reduction? is my
No, so
question.
the way, I'll find the provision, but you can't sort of double dip. So you're either, this standard applies, not in combination with that other standard. The other standard still exists so that, again, transit locations away from fixed rail, near bus intersections, for example, could petition for that 20%.
Yeah. So what happens if? Yeah, I guess I might have other questions. If there's, I'm not going to second it, but I'm curious to hear what other people think if there's a second. But
Well, I'll second it for discussion, but I have questions.
Okay. Councilmember Holman, do you want to speak to your second and then your questions?
Yeah, this is just, why are we only doing the multifamily residential near fixed rail? Because that's where the conflicts are, right? So that's why we're doing only that. And does that include also, it's a little bit hard to tell from the chart, sorry. Does that include the 100% affordable housing and the senior housing? It looks like it's in the same category, but it's very hard to tell from this table.
There's no additional reduction for senior housing near proximity to fixed rail stations.
So it's just, so it ends with guest parking for near rail?
Yeah, it's 2 columns. It's the bottom of page 26 and the top of page 27 and what you see on the motion board up here.
So it doesn't even affect guest parking?
This is exactly, no, we can have another conversation about guest parking in a moment, but this discrete piece is what we're talking about.
Okay, then, hang on just a moment here then, sorry.
And if I may ask a question, Karen, Councilmember Holman, while you're looking at your notes, question, I guess, for Councilmember Du Bois, is with this amendment, would somebody still be, would there be interest in allowing somebody to ask for a parking reduction up to 20% or no?
No, it was as described because those units are could be near less useful transit, right? could be buses.
Well, I'm just talking about a fixed rail station is basically Caltrain's, it's the university and California Avenue stops.
Yeah, but my understanding is if you're a quarter mile fixed rail, you have this table, no further reductions, and then you
Right,
use
and
the other option. Yeah, that was the intent.
Okay,
So, again, because I think when you get to a two-bedroom, you potentially have people not all using rail.
So were there discussions with people who live in affordable housing projects about what their needs were? Because the study didn't seem to indicate that there was much difference between market rate and affordable.
So again, I think what we're saying here is that we've got our existing code section that we believe has a higher requirement than maybe, it may not match the need. And whatever that number is, what we were trying to do here was automatically apply the 20% reduction that allows for the code, which is provided for in the code. That's one of the challenges with producing housing is when we have to go through these discretionary review processes to make an ask for something beyond just the discretionary ARB approval, it colors people's perception about the project. And so if we get to a place where we think that, yeah, this is the right parking standard based on this location to Caltrain station, then let's take that pinch point, that pain point in the conversation and just make it by right and require these transit passes so that we're not having to get hung up on that issue. But it all depends on whether we got the right, we've calibrated it correctly citywide.
So I guess my problem with this is, and I think I'm going to remove my my second. Is my problem with this is, some of the, and I know we're not talking about affordable housing here, but some of the larger affordable housing projects are very close to rail, and we're talking about providing go passes basically, but we don't have any monitoring or any results or any reports about how the TDM program is working, which essentially that is, and that they could apply for or use these lower parking requirements and then still apply for a reduction?
You can't you cannot apply for a reduction on top of this. We're trying to take that whole piece out. And as far as the monitoring, I acknowledge that, again, this has come up a couple times tonight. We've got a problem with, we've got a challenge ahead of us with respect to how we follow up on our code enforcement efforts for conditions of approval, our TDM program, a lot of different aspects which we have to tackle. The way this would play out practically, you'd go to the ARB, you'd get your approval, there'd be a condition of approval that says for the life of the project, there shall be transit passes available to the tenants, and that's something that we could follow up on and enforce should we find out that there's a problem or at any point, after they get their project approval and occupancy.
Yeah, as much as I may be sympathetic to it, I did watch the commission discussion about this part of this, and there was a lot of discussion about how there's just no support for how the TDM program works and how this would work. So
I agree that there's some work that we're still fine-tuning our TDM requirements.
yeah, so why would we adopt something that we can't enforce yet?
Because
it
I think
seems
this is
the order is backwards.
Yeah. Well, first of all, TDM programs on housing in and of itself is a bit of a challenge. It's different how you would impose that on a residential project than you would on a commercial employer. But what we're also not doing is we're not adopting a TDM plan here. We're taking the highest value element of a TDM plan and we're making it a code requirement and saying you will provide a transit pass for each unit in this building. And that's relatively easy for us to enforce. We go there, we verify that they're providing those passes or they're not. We're not monitoring a TDM plan. We're just looking for a very discrete compliance element.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say, I just don't think we have the capability of enforcing that or even monitoring it. So I'm going to remove my second.
Okay, so the second's been removed. I see Councilmember Wolbach motioning to me. Councilmember Koo, do you have any comments? I want to give you a go.
So the parking study actually never went out. I think the scope of this parking study was very, very limited. If we are going to do this reduction of parking spaces near the fixed rail, and this is for both market rate as well as for affordable housing, right? I thought it would be really great that if the housing that is close to the California station was included as well, because there's both market rate as well as affordable housing over there, and it would have helped tremendously. We had a public speaker who came out tonight and basically said it's pretty much impossible sometimes to get the right timing, the convenience, and so forth, and they went out and got a car. I also know, speaking with the residents in those areas, they also say that most of the people who live there do own cars. So at the same time, basically what Councilmember Holman had said, we're really going about this backwards. We should be making sure that all our mitigation impact measures are and enforcement is in place. But then also, I don't know how you account for growth in the future. We're just getting more congested. How do you account for the growth that's going to continue to take place here? You take one person out of the car, there might be 4 more that's coming in. And then as time goes on, our living units are just getting more impacted, and more people are moving into a studio, more people are moving into a 1-bedroom, and we're not really kind of looking at this realistically. I find it very hard to support based on this study here, and so I'm sorry.
So not to waste everybody's time, can I just get a straw poll if you're not going to support this motion? Okay. Molly, since we need 5, what happens?
So there won't be a policy adopted here. I understand from the planning director that this ability to do this reduction is already in the existing code. It's discretionary with the director, so.
Okay.
Okay, so he's looking at that. We are also, so no action tonight because you need 5. We need to look more closely actually at one of the conflicts. It's not completely clear. It's a conservative and correct thing to do to not have the member participate tonight, but we can look further at it, and we may be able to have one of the members who's out of the room now come back, and Councilmember Tanaka will be into town at some point. So this is an item that could come back.
All right, so considering we have 2 council members who seem that they're not going to support this, I'm going to go to another round from you 2 have indicated, but I'm probably going to make a new motion that we just continue this section. So I had Councilmember Wolbach first. Sure.
Yeah, as I was saying before, I wasn't ready to second Councilmember Du Bois's amendment, but I was open to it or some other compromise. It sounds like even with that compromise that Councilmember Du Bois had suggested, it was not supported by people we have here. We will potentially have more people participating, and frankly, I think we need to spend a little bit more time understanding this one. So I would support bringing this back at this point. I was hoping we could find a compromise with all 5 of us agreeing to it tonight, but if even the motion that Councilmember Du Bois had suggested was not acceptable, then I don't see us coming to a successful compromise this evening.
So I've got Councilmember Du Bois, then Councilmember Holman.
Yeah, so I have to apologize. I'm really fading fast. I don't know if we need to bring the rest of the council back, but I would actually move we just continue the rest of the
I will second
discussion.
Well, I don't think we can continue the whole discussion.
Continue this
I think we continue
section.
this section.
No, I'm talking about the whole thing.
Yeah, I think once the others come back in, then we may still
You
discuss
can make that motion, but right now we are talking about the proposed parking standards within half mile of fixed rail station.
Yeah, so I would support continuing this, and I will make my other motion when they come back
Okay,
in.
so Councilmember Du Bois, I'll get to you in a moment, Karen. Sorry, Councilmember Holman. Councilmember Du Bois has made a substitute motion to continue these parking standards within a half mile of a fixed rail station.
Second.
Councilmember Walbach is the second. Do you wish to speak to your motion? No. Second. Councilmember Holman?
Yeah, I have a procedural question. So this didn't pass, so, I mean, I guess the council can do what it wants, but it seems kind of irregular to like, okay, let's continue this to another time when we might have the votes here to pass it. It didn't pass.
Council always has the ability to amend ordinances, so, and that's in your procedural rules as well.
It just, well, I probably won't be here when this happens again, but just like if I don't get my way on something, it's like, okay, we'll just continue it until X, Y, or Z council members here, so maybe it will pass.
I think we're thinking this would
I
come
would
back
put
next
it
week.
another way, which is that a minority of council members, or even a majority of this council today, does not have the ability by ordinance to bind a future council. So if council wishes to take this up in the future, they may do so.
I understand it could be taken up again, but to continue it seems irregular to me.
The future people who are voting on this very may well turn the entire thing down, or these provisions. Any last comments? All those in favor? If you can hit your lights, please. So that passes on a 3-2. It's a motion to continue this item. I'm sorry we couldn't reach anything on this. Let's take a very quick 4-minute break until 11:10, and we'll get our colleagues from the back room out here again.
speaking clearly at all.
I flew in from Boston last night. I think while Jean is here, we should make an attempt. And if people could be brief, it really would make an enormous difference, because we won't have her again. So, Councilmember Fine, if you can kind of pull us back together again, because we don't know where you've been. And I'm going to presume we're just going to start right at the...
On the last item, we failed to reach an agreement, and so we continued the parking standards for half-mile within transit to another date. And now we're on the citywide, and staff wants to kick us off quickly.
Okay, great. So just a few slides on the screen. The first item is open space standards, and this is a little confusing because the open space standard change does appear within the district regulations. So for the individual districts, it's described here because it is the same across the multifamily, the RM districts, the CDC, the Cal-Ave, and the El Camino Real districts. But the idea, the proposal is to standardize it across those districts at 150 square feet per dwelling unit as the residential requirement for open space. Next is the review process for residential for 10 or more units. The way it is now, residential projects of that size have to go through site and design review. So that's Planning Commission review and City Council review in addition to the ARB. The idea here is to eliminate that site and design review and just have the ARB review. And this would be consistent with the way that commercial projects are reviewed and the way that residential projects with fewer than 10 units are reviewed. Next is a fairly narrow change to the retail preservation ordinance to exempt 100% affordable housing projects from the retail preservation ordinance. This one change that the Planning Commission did make was that this exemption wouldn't apply on El Camino Real. So an affordable housing project in El Camino Real would still need to be consistent with that retail preservation ordinance. But the idea here is that the feedback that we got from affordable housing developers was that it's challenging for them to provide retail on site. Yes.
Quick question on that. My understanding is that it also doesn't, the exemption also doesn't apply in the GF combining district and the R combining district. Is that correct? Okay.
Right.
So let me just ask council up here, do you need to go through these one by one, open space, review process, retail preservation, or parking? Or can we take this in one fell swoop? Okay.
I think we went over it last week as well.
Okay, so Councilmember Walbach?
So
sorry.
If you'd like, we can go through the parking slide. If you just want to jump in, that's
Sure,
fine
go ahead.
too. Okay. So last item is no small item. It's the changes to parking requirements. Last week, we discussed the Fair and Pierce consultant report about the empirical study of occupancy rates on existing parking on multifamily projects. And so what's on the screen and in the report are proposed citywide revisions for multifamily residential uses. So regardless of which district you're in, these are the standards that would apply. The city regulates by bedroom, and that's the proposal to continue that now. So right now, there is no standard for a micro unit, which we defined as a unit that's 450 square feet or less. And then the standard for a studio would change from a 1.25 to one parking space per studio, one bedroom from 1.5 to 1 space per bedroom, and a 2+ bedroom unit from 2 spaces. Excuse me, that would remain the same at 2 spaces. The guest parking that Fair and Pierce evaluated, essentially their recommendation is that the guest parking requirement is actually included in these standards. So an additional guest parking requirement would not be required here. Senior housing, the data suggested a standard of 0.75 spaces per unit, and then affordable housing, our proposal is just to make those existing reductions by right. So right now, for an affordable housing project, you have to demonstrate, you have to ask for and receive that waiver, and instead the proposal is just to allow that by right.
All right. So, is that it?
That's kind of it in a nutshell, right? Okay. Councilmember Walbach.
I'd like to move the staff recommendation with one change, which is to remove the except El Camino Real from the exemptions.
So exempt 100% affordable housing projects, cross out the rest.
Right, cross out where it
Correct?
says except on El Camino Real.
Okay.
So like, for instance, if you're looking at the staff report on page 10, so staff report, page 10, or if you're looking at the copy from last week, that would be packet page 106, section C, where it says retail preservation, we would just remove the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 last words where it says, and on El Camino Real. So just to speak.
Did you get a second?
I did. It sounded like Councilmember Scharf was seconding the motion. So just to speak to it briefly, because it is quite late. Yeah, look, I think this should have, like a lot of other parts, and especially the parking stuff, I think we should have gone further. I think we should go further. Hopefully that happens in the next year or two. The future council will be able to have those conversations. PTC next year will be able to look at this a bit more. Frankly, I think that the parking standards here are too high. I think we are requiring too much parking. As I've said before, parking it's such a huge ticket item. That cost gets passed on to the residents, makes the housing more expensive. Not just makes it less likely to get built, but makes it more expensive. But I understand that politics is the art of the possible. This is a compromise. PTC worked on this a lot. Staff worked on this a lot. Consultants worked on this a lot. We've had a lot of community input. Some people arguing we should go lower, some arguing we should go higher. This is a compromise I'm willing to live with and support tonight. There's a lot of other stuff we could have thrown in here too. And a lot of other stuff, if it was up to me to wave a wand and say I had sole discretion, I might change as well. But again, a lot of work went into crafting this compromise. I think it is a sound one, and we should move it forward.
Yeah, I wanted to thank staff, first of all, for doing this. I think the open space is a really good move. I think that eliminating site and design review makes a lot of sense here. And I agree. I think it's really important that we don't allow affordable housing projects to break the blocks in places like Cal Ave, where it's really important, but I don't think the same thing applies on El Camino. And I don't think there'll be enough of them that'll make El Camino really a different street. So I think it makes sense to do that. On the parking, I'm struggling a little bit, frankly. I think we should adjust multifamily parking requirements based on maximum anticipated demand. However, I'm just not sure I understand what we're doing here. So let me just understand what this does. So I wanted to ask the questions. So for a micro unit, we're going to go to one space per micro unit, right? Is that correct?
So, based on the conversation that preceded this, I don't think we need to even clarify what a micro unit is in this ordinance.
Why not?
It would just be a studio. We would just consider it a studio. There's no benefit to defining it at this point.
Okay, so, well, we're talking about citywide, so why wouldn't,
we don't have,
so you would just call a micro unit a studio? That
There
makes
was
sense.
going to be a different standard for micro units versus studios.
That's fine. Okay,
the
so
fixed rail.
but that's what we're going to have here, all right? So then for studio, it's a 1. For a 1-bedroom, it's 1. So why have a difference between a studio and a 1-bedroom? I mean, frankly. And then for a 2-bedroom, it's 2, but it says 2 plus bedrooms. So if you have a 3-bedroom, we're going to stick with 2. We're going to stick with 2. Is that correct? Yeah. And if we have a 4-bedroom, we're going to stick with 2.
Consistent with today's code.
So today's code only requires
2.
2. All right. Okay. So the only real changes is to go from the studios and the 1-bedrooms. Is that correct? So we're really getting rid of 0.25 parking and then 0.5 parking. That's what we're doing here. All right. I mean, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, we're making a change to this, there's a little bit more to it, Councilmember. We're getting rid of the guest parking requirement, which is a 10% reduction in parking. And for senior housing, we're making that a by right reduction as opposed to an ask. Okay.
But we have, I mean, the numbers you gave us before made me feel really comfortable on the senior housing that we weren't going to have spill over into the neighborhoods. Right. So I guess where I get a little confused is what are we doing on affordable housing then? Because it just says existing reductions by right. What are existing reductions?
So what's in the left column, those are the existing reductions that a affordable housing project could request. So based on income level, you could get a reduction of 20 to 40%.
So,
but you have to ask for it.
But your parking,
it's a discretionary.
Your parking stuff, I thought the parking stuff you just came to us with showed that there's actually no loss of cars with low-income housing.
It didn't have any statistically significant differences, right, between market rate. So we're just saying, so we haven't changed the standard, we've just made it more simple.
Well, what we've done is know before that people had to come and ask for it. That's true.
Right.
So
the part that...
But I mean, I guess that's in contradiction to the notion that we would have a parking, we would fully park. Because what we're saying is that we're going to, for affordable housing projects, we're going to allow people to park in the neighborhoods.
Well, so what we're saying is the part that we talked a little bit about before, which is okay, I think, to repeat, is part of this is wrapped in, there's a lot of different pieces. One of them is process. And when we have a housing project that's coming forward and asking for a parking reduction, there's a challenge in some of that.
Well, what it is the neighborhood comes out and says, hey, you're going to have parking in the neighborhoods.
Yeah, and so this is...
We want to stop the neighborhoods from being able to do that.
Well, where the parking is right-sized to the requirement, that's what we're looking for. And if the council doesn't feel...
What I'm saying is your study told me that you are not right-sizing the parking on affordable housing.
Well, to be clear, it just didn't show a difference between market rate and affordable generation rates. It still showed that there was excess supply for nearly all of the categories.
Well, then,
let me see if I can...
What it teased out was that there was a different parking demand rate for senior housing, but that market rate.
I believe seniors, disabilities.
Seniors, I believe it.
I just didn't see it for low income, and I saw no reason why it would be that way.
Right. So the market rate and the affordable housing demand rates were very similar.
So we should have the same.
Let me try concretizing this for a little bit. So if you look at a one-bedroom, currently the standard is 1.5, and we're going to reduce it to 1, okay? Because that's what the Fair and Pierce study showed. For both market rate and affordable, demand should be about 1, okay? Now, if you look at the existing standard, if you have a very low income, you get about a 30% reduction, right? So 30% off of 1.5 takes it to 1, which we think is realistic. But if we go to the new standard of 1 and then apply another 30% on top of that, now we're down at 0.25, and we've underparked the neighborhood. We've underparked the facility. If we underpark the facility, people are going to park in the neighborhoods, okay? So right now, if you look at the Wilton Court project, it's a very, very fragile agreement between the neighbors and the developer on parking. There was negotiation and back and forth, and they reached a point that they carefully agreed could be maintained. Had we gone with a standard that says, no, okay, it's actually 30% less than that, okay, then we wouldn't have got agreement, but we'd have the neighbors and the developer, like this at each other again, and we don't want to have that, right? So we need to make sure that we adequately park these things. I mean, the focus should be on max demand, right? And the problem is that once you take the Fair and Pierce study, which attempts to calculate maximum demand more accurately than maybe we have in the past, once you layer on top of that the bonus reductions, okay, then we're below max demand, okay, because your study shows no statistically significant difference between affordable and market rate. So how do we square that circle and resolve that so we don't produce underparked projects out there? Because it's better to have a fully parked one that we reach agreement with.
That's a question?
Yes. And it's also a really question, did I do my arithmetic right, and or is there something I'm missing?
No, that sounds right. And at the end of the day, this is a policy call for the council. I think we were guided in part by the council's action on the affordable housing overlay, which established a 0.75 per unit. If we're thinking that's not the right standard, then the council could simply strike that provision and keep it the same as the other market rate housing that we're proposing.
Can we do that? That is, the 40, 30, 20 isn't state mandated or something like that?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we could do that?
We could do
Yeah,
that?
you can strike this affordable. I mean, if somebody's doing a state density bonus project,
Right.
then they would be able to take advantage of some different parking standards. But I think it's pretty similar to what we're proposing anyways.
I thought it was.
This is not, this is a local standard, this 40, 30, 20.
That's very helpful.
We thought it was a mandate. Okay.
All right, so then I will make an amendment that we strike the, what would you call it? The affordable housing standards? Is that the right term?
And we make the affordable standard the same as the market
Yeah,
rate
the
standard.
affordable standard should be the same as the market
rate
standards. But I also want to capture, do we have anywhere that if we're doing housing for people with disabilities or whatever, I want to just have us park it appropriately, not overpark it. So
Okay, so what are I think we still have retained the ability for somebody to request a reduction.
Yeah, so that's fine.
Okay, so we'll keep that ability to somebody ask for it, just not make it by right. Perfect.
And presumably, that will be granted based on some kind of analysis and data that says, yes, in fact, the actual demand is going to be less than the standard because of this, this, and this, right?
Clarifying question. So we are just striking, making it by right, but keeping the 40, 30, and 20% reductions for affordable projects at the applicant's request.
But it's a discretionary review.
So actually,
Gentlemen, I want to.
I actually was saying that there's no 40-30, you can ask for a reduction in parking if it seems warranted. That's how I would like to say it.
I think that's the current standard.
Well, the difference is we're going 40% off. I'm fine to keep the current standard off 1.25, 1.5, and 2. We have lowered the parking
and you
requirements.
can still ask for a reduction.
And we're still asking for 40%, which seems way too much to me.
So I just think the thing here is, we're trying to say we want affordable housing. Parking is a large cost of that, of producing that. And we are allowing them to ask for reductions, which can be evaluated. And I hear you that, we are lowering the overall standard, and so therefore the percentage reductions mean more. But we're still going to evaluate it, right? Should we just re-choose, go 30, 20, 10? Or, 28, 3%?
I would like to actually say that they can request a reduction if they can show that they don't expect to have the demand. If they do a study, that's how it works.
So I would put to us then, are we going to trust those parking studies? Because right now
I trusted the Fear and Pierce one to go down.
I don't know. We're throwing a lot of water on them right now.
I actually thought, we grilled Fair and Pierce here, last week.
And we saw
I was actually
buildings,
okay with it.
Oversupplied by 40, 55%.
Yeah.
And we're not willing to flex on that for affordable housing.
Well, I don't think I want to get us to where we are not building excess parking, but we are not getting cars in the street.
I agree.
And it's fairly clear to me that if we go from 40% less than this without any basis for it, which seems to be, and it's not free. Basically, then what we're saying is that we're willing to have cars on the street, more cars on the street that are not fully parked because it's affordable housing. And that's a policy choice, and it's a valid policy choice. It's just not one I'm willing to make.
So I would encourage you to, I see where you're going. We're going to need 5 votes on this.
So is the maker, can I jump in?
I'll leave it for a second. We're having a discussion, but.
Underparking is a formula for antagonism between the affordable housing developer and the neighborhood, right? And you don't want to do that.
Right.
So, right. So, as the maker, I would be willing to entertain this if there's still an opportunity for an affordable housing provider to bring forward a proposal and say, look, in this particular site, we've got an awesome TDM plan.
Yeah,
and,
no, that's what I want.
Right, so
That's
as
exactly
as
what I want.
long as, but what I'm saying is.
That's
right,
exactly what happened in
well, this
Wilton
is-
Court, okay?
right,
They said, but we got this and this and
But
this.
what I want to be clear is that what you would not be eliminating is all the 40, 30, 20. What you would be eliminating then is where it says by right.
No, I want to
So
eliminate
you-
the 40, 30, 20.
But then you just contradicted what I said right before.
No, if you come forward and say you have a great TDM plan because you're close to rail,
Then it's
you
not
have
by
this
right,
other
it's
stuff.
discretionary. But you're saying get rid of it entirely. What I'm saying is allow below whatever new standards we set, because we all talk about how we want more affordable housing. If an affordable housing provider comes forward and says, we can go 40% below and make it work because of our TDM plan or because people are disabled or whatever, that it would be overparking this particular proposal. So I want to allow that proposal to at least apply. I'm okay with compromising and removing the by right. But on one hand, you're saying you want to allow them to apply for 40% reduction, but on the other hand,
I'm saying they can apply for a 50% reduction. I'm saying they can apply for anything they can justify.
But where?
I'm happy to say you can apply for anything.
Well, if you want,
you can justify.
then actually what you would say is where it says senior housing, you would change, because that says go up to 50%. You would change senior housing to senior, affordable, or disabled, and then say up to 50%. Or is that one not by right?
Well, I think 50 seniors by right.
So I think
No, but you
actually,
need to have a mechanism for that, actually. 'cause
Gentlemen, I think what's being missed here is that we actually need it in the code to allow people to apply for an exception. That is
I'm
important.
happy to say that people should be, let's put in there that
Affordable
affordable housing providers can apply for an exemption. It just needs to be justified because the motion is that if they can apply to exemption to adjust the multifamily parking requirements to be based on maximum anticipated demand.
Right, so
That's what the language says.
So it'd be, an easy change would be in this, where it says allow existing reductions by right, you would say allow reductions as justified.
Well, why don't we just, I'm fine with that.
Right, so that way you could keep the 40, 30, 20 as indicators. Yeah, but
It's artificial. It makes, I don't think it does.
the point of that is to encourage affordable housing.
The builder starts with fact, an analysis fact-based that says a affordable housing provider may adjust multifamily parking requirements based on maximum anticipated demand. So I'd be completely fine with that.
Then change your motion to that,
I
and then
will.
I'll consider
Put that in.
So
To amend-
I'll
add
wait
a
until
new part, strike the
the
proposed affording housing related to parking for multifamily housing, and to add that an affordable multifamily developer may seek,
How about, or projects, because it might,
multifamily, what? Not
development.
Development, may ask for a reduction in parking requirements based on maximum anticipated demand for that project.
What are you going back to, the original requirements?
No. Yeah, I mean,
They're making it
basically,
the
it's
same.
one-on-one. If they come in and say, we have a TDM program, we're close to rail, we're on a bus route, we're,
Otherwise, you're going to stay
or,
with the current standard.
that's correct. And so for most things, it's the current standard unless you have an absolute analysis.
I think you're getting loosey-goosey, to be quite honest. You're saying, if you do this, if you do that, without giving them something to start with.
Yeah.
I think you,
Yeah, without having, that's better. Without having had a chance to talk about this with affordable housing providers, right? The people, or the organizations and their future tenants, who are the number one reason why we started down this whole journey, to propose this amendment without having checked with them, I'm not going to accept it. Yeah, I'm sure you'll find a second, and maybe it'll pass. Thank you for accepting the amendment. That is better. But I can't accept this.
So since we seem to not be using lights, we just seem to be like jumping in when we want to. I'm jumping in.
So wait a second, where did the name this at this point?
So I think I made a motion, I'm not sure. I think I got a second from Phil Seth, but I'm not sure. You got a second?
Okay, so let's put that in there. So you're not accepting that, am I correct? Okay, so do people, if you want to speak to this motion in particular, put your light back on.
So I actually don't
Go
think I
ahead.
got to speak to my motion, but as long as I get to come back to it, I'm happy.
You spoke for 10 minutes.
No,
So you're done.
I negotiated the
Okay.
motion with.
Councilmember Fine.
Thank you, Marinus. So a few things here. Like most of this ordinance, or all of it, these changes were approved by our Planning Commission, so thank you for that. Two, I want to point out, with this change, you are actually making it harder than the current standard around parking for affordable housing projects. I think that's a bad move. Third of all, if I were an affordable housing developer and I looked at this and I said, oh, I can go to Palo Alto and ask for an exception. Come on, guys. We don't do that. And I think that's a really bad place to be. Parking is one of the highest costs of housing development. It's even more onerous in affordable housing developments. I think the middle ground would be retaining our 20, 30, 40%. But the way these things are moving across the country is, San Francisco's looking at eliminating parking minimums, right? San Jose has pushed. They are getting 40% affordable housing projects by eliminating parking requirements. And so I think, I'm still speaking for a moment. And so I think this is a really poor move. And to me, it sounds like you're dying on a parking spot. And this has been through a planning commission. So I don't know. It looks like it's probably going to pass, but I think it's a really poor move.
Okay, two others, Holman and Koo.
Regarding the amendment, I think it might be helpful to clarify, you say like, if you indicated like up to 50%, maybe if you want to put that in there to give some kind of indication to affordable housing developers that it's not 10% we're talking about, it's still whatever they can demonstrate. So if you'd consider that.
I would consider that.
Okay, so we'll be adding that. May ask for a reduction in parking requirements up to 50% based on maximum anticipated demand. And then clarification, does the seconder?
Phil Seth?
Okay. Then on D above, it says adjust multifamily parking requirements based on, and it's related to this, so I'm not speaking to the amendment, I'm trying to get clarification here. Adjust multifamily parking requirements based on maximum anticipated demand. Coincidentally, the changes generally reflect the standards permitted by the state density bonus law. Other changes are proposed to incentivize affordable housing reflect lower parking demands near transit. So is what that means is accepting what's in, well, table 2, but I'm looking at this. And that is actually, I'm not sure we're referring to apples and apples here. So if somebody could point me to where that D is in the ordinance, it's table 2. But table 2 is on packet page 29. Is that what we're referring to?
So I think it's page 27. The 100% affordable housing, that would be removed in the middle of that page. That's all added text. We would delete that.
But D is not affordable, it's multifamily parking requirements. So
Oh, yeah.
I'm confused about D and the amendment.
Well, D is just the proposed
proposed changes here, the ones and the twos. And the change is that the affordable housing is going to be consistent with the market rate housing.
So D was just picked up from this chart in the staff presentation. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think D refers to the staff report, page 10 in the staff report. That's what that D is. And that's a reference to the proposed parking of 1 parking space for 1.5 bedrooms or fewer, and 2 parking spaces for 2 bedrooms or more. That's what D does. And then adding a new section E.
I don't see that. I'm sorry, I don't see that on.
So that's page.
Okay, all right, D, okay, got it.
And that page 10 reference to D is incorporated into the ordinance on page 27 of the ordinance. I'm sorry, 26. No, yeah, 26 of the ordinance, where we changed the 1.25 and the 1.5 to 1, and the 2 stays at 2.
So why wouldn't we just refer to?
That's just part of the, D is just part of the base motion, right?
We're down to.
And then the amendment is to strike the affordable housing piece.
Yeah, got that. I'm just wondering why we wouldn't just, why we have all this language, why wouldn't we just refer to table 2, multifamily residential? It's just,
you could, I think.
It's just clearer.
Clerk is just, this has been the format that we've been doing the rest of these, where we've been citing the staff report references, but.
Okay, all right. Okay, I'll go back to the amendment then, now that I've got that clarification, and I'll be supporting the amendment.
Okay. Were you done, Karen? Lydia?
So all of this parking is for just residential units. So, for example, it's not seniors that are in nursing homes, or for affordable housing that has developmental people with disabilities that need therapists to come by and to be overseen. This is just people who are going to just live there. It's an apartment sort of thing.
Well, it's for the project.
Huh?
For senior housing, we're not talking about convalescent care facilities. That's a different section of our code. That's not what we're talking about here. We are proposing to reduce the requirement for senior housing based in part from the Fear and Peers parking study. The developmentally disabled projects would be able to qualify for a reduction based on the amendment that's being contemplated.
So, say for example, Channing House is having such an issue with their parking spots, and they're constantly emailing us about that they don't have enough. So, where does Channing House fall? Is it is it a senior housing, or is it included with convalescent homes?
I don't know. I've seen some emails about that, but it seems more related to some removal of some spaces as opposed to a broader set of standards that would apply to a new development. I mean, there may be some individual cases that we need to study and follow up on, but I don't know where that would fall definitionally.
Channing House is senior living with some care facility.
Yeah.
Addendum.
On site? Yeah.
On site.
Yeah, okay.
And so those kind will not fall into this parking ordinance.
It sounds like a portion of it could qualify. Another portion might be based on some different parking standards in the code.
And that would allow for it to be increased for employees, for nurses, et cetera.
So all of our parking standards, where they have commercial or support services, is inclusive of the customers, the beds, the employees. It's all inclusive, and now inclusive of guest parking as proposed.
So thank you for making this amendment or motion substitute. I really don't think that affordable housing tenants should be treated any differently from market rate. They're going to be doing the same thing. So yes, we're trying to get more housing, but I don't know. It just seems like treating lower income tenants differently just doesn't seem right. So I'll be supporting. Yeah.
Very briefly, I actually think this is much clearer if what we're really saying is that you may go ahead and lower your parking standards up to 50% here. That's better than 20, 30, 40. That actually means that someone for low income can go to 50% if they can prove that that's where the parking is. Someone with very low can go to 50% rather than 30, and someone with 40%. So either those standards are, we're saying they're more than suggestions, that you can get there even if you can't demonstrate. In reality, the facts are that you don't have the parking reduction. And that's the policy choice that I'm not okay with. I actually think that hurts the production of low-income housing. I actually think the reason people turn against low-income housing is when it creates externalities in their neighborhood, and that's the fight we have, and that's what happened on Maybell. What happened on Maybell is the community was convinced that there were externalities that we weren't dealing with, and what they mostly mentioned was parking. And so we need to convince the community, if we want to produce low-income housing, that we are not dumping parking into their neighborhood. When you look at these RPP things that come before us, I mean, I voted to allow more parking in the RPP districts because they're extreme. We look at having 7 more spaces come in, and dentists and doctors want to park there, and people go nuts. And here we're saying that we're going to overpark, we're going to underpark projects, and get the neighborhoods all worked out. I think that hurts the production of low-income housing, whereas this helps it.
So let me start with, when did you vote on the last affordable housing project? You've been on here a while.
I believe it was Maybell.
Can I speak to my second at some point? Go ahead.
Oh, have you not? Sorry, I didn't know you hadn't. And the last time a successful one was voted on was 2010 or 2009. I'm not sure which. We're looking at 10 years since we have voted and successfully carried out an affordable housing project. Nothing is more difficult for an affordable housing builder than looking at standards that say, after you have proved that you can actually lower this in such a way that we can afford to build there, only then are we going to come and talk to you. I think having vague standards is absolutely the death of affordable housing in the future. And while it sounds very tempting, you can go down, you can do your TDM, you can say this, you can say that, and eventually you can just prove that the housing is, you can go to the 50%. But looking around town, I cannot see one affordable housing project now that is underparked, not one. And we've had any number of studies on it. So I find leaving this too loose is not going to attract people in the future. And we have struggled with just one in our community. So I cannot support your amendment. Eric, and then Joseph, and then back to Karen.
So let me try this for a second, right? So I think we need to adjust our thinking a little bit on this, okay? I think we need to sort of shift perspective from maybe where it has been in some cases in the past, okay? We look at this and we talk to affordable housing developers and actually other kinds of developers, and we say, what are the obstacles in their way? And say, oh, parking, right? And so we say, okay, parking is what prevents us from being able to move these projects forward, okay? I actually think money is what keeps us from being able to move these projects forward, but we say parking. But the reality is, the problem is not the parking spec. The problem is the cars, okay? There are going to be more cars than there's space for with this particular spec. And so if we relax the parking spec, okay, the number of cars doesn't change, okay? What happens is, we relax the parking spec and we say, we got a spec that says if I put a TDM program in place, which involves who knows what, right, and buy go passes or something like that, and we say, therefore, we need, X much less parking, but we don't know, okay? There's nothing to back that up, okay? And we take it out to the neighborhoods, and the neighborhoods go, we don't believe that, okay? And so part of the, well, I'm going to say this the wrong way, and I don't mean it to be as pejorative as it's going to sound, okay? But part of our mentality is we go out to the neighborhoods and we say, gee, we're going to work with the neighborhoods and we're going to mediate and reach agreement and so forth. But mentally what we're saying is, well, we're going to go tell them what we're going to do, okay? Because if you're really going to reach agreement with the neighborhoods and mediate and so forth, it's really a two-way process, then you have to accept that we might have to downscale our project, right? We might have to go raise some more money. If we can't afford to build these 5 parking spots, we may have to go find some more money to do that. And that's what it means, is to reach a consensus with it, okay? So we got to not have ourselves in a position where we say, well, we just need to do this and they don't agree, so we'll just go tell them, right? And we'll go tell them again, right? And, we'll vote here on it, right? I mean, that's what leads us to contention, okay? The reality is the cars are what they are, right? And we have to accept that the cars are what they are. And so if we do the process that we're talking about here, we're asking the applicant to have a serious conversation with the neighbors. Sorry, am I boring you guys? We're telling the applicants, we want you to have a serious conversation with the neighbors and justify why you think it's 20% or 30% or 40%. And in the case of, the most recent was Wilton Court, they came back with their justification. They said, here's the kind of people we're going to have living here. Here's a bunch of evidence and data, right? And everybody looked at it and they said, oh, they reached agreement, okay? Which was not the same as saying, I got go passes, so I should I need a dozen less spots. And I think what we're talking about here actually pushes the right conversation to happen, right? And it's not like we do a zillion of these projects, as the mayor pointed out, okay? I think this is an important thing. I mean, in order for these things to be successful, we need to have neighborhood buy-in, okay? And if that means the applicant needs to come back and say, I need another $1 million from the city, okay, in order to fund the parking space so I can get agreement with the neighbors, right? Well, we got some of that kind of money around, okay? So we need to think a little bit out of the box and get out of the mode of just going, well, this is what I got by right, and, we're all going to stuff it down your throat. I mean, that's not the right way to say it, okay? But that's the point. This drives the right conversation, a mutual conversation, as opposed to a template which nobody believes. Thanks.
Holman's after me.
Okay, whatever at that end, fight it out.
I have a couple of amendments I'd like to propose to this amendment. One is to clarify. It might just be a wording thing, but I think you want to clarify that it should say, and replace with, and add that. So after the semicolon, it should say, and add that. Just to make clear, you're not striking that too. You would add the word add where the cursor is. You okay with that? Yeah. Okay. The other is the 50% should be 100%. Probably not going to be accepted. Okay. I'll take that as a no. No, that's right. But because if you can, this is the point, right? If you can,
the spirit is right.
If you can, well, this is the point that the maker and seconder of the amendment are trying to get to. Would you accept it?
I would, because I actually
will you accept that as 100?
I actually would accept that, because if you could prove that no one in that complex has a car, right? This was the Bicycle Club of America, and it was limited to those people. No, seriously. I mean, I don't think we'd ever get there.
One on California Avenue right now, California Hotel.
No
parking.
Well, there's a difference between no parking and people not having cars. 'Cause-
If you change that to 100, I will vote for this.
All right, let's do it.
The point is not the parking spec. The point is not the parking spec, it's the number of cars.
That's right.
Sounds like that was accepted as a friendly amendment to the amendment?
It was.
All right. I'll vote for the amendment.
Karen, and then, is that the order?
Wow. I'm actually a strong proponent of affordable housing projects, but I don't know 100%, and you have to demonstrate it, but wow. I can't imagine how that could ever be.
I can't either, Karen. None of us can,
And,
right?
but I don't know, dangling it out there is kind of, it's,
So
boy,
you
that's-
might be able to do it through private covenants, I don't know, that don't allow people to own cars. I mean, it's theoretically possible, I don't know.
can you, is that even legal? I think we've lost our city attorney. Is that even legal? Can you do that?
She's good. She told me that she's good for another 2 hours.
My dog isn't, so we have to wrap this up. So is that legally possible? Seriously?
Yes.
You can do that? And then, of course, there's, how do you enforce that, or how do you know it's happening?
It's actually probably easier to enforce no cars than like 10 cars, right? I mean,
So if we vote on this amendment, which I think we're about to do, can we continue everything else till, I mean, it's midnight. It's midnight.
We apparently can only take about one thing up an hour. You know what? I mean, one
Well,
sentence up an hour.
these are difficult conversations, and
Parking is always tough.
yeah, and there are, as has been said, the externalities of this. I just want to look to Jonathan. It's like, what kind of, and if you're the planning director for 10 more years, but there's somebody 10 years after you, what would you want as evidence that somebody would be able to reduce successfully their parking requirement by 70%, let's say?
Well, I think
I
it
mean,
would.
what kinds of things?
Yeah. Well, I think we'd want to understand the use of the building, and I don't know. It's hard to imagine somebody coming forward and asking for a 100% or 70% reduction in parking. I think it'd have to be very clear and convincing that that was absolutely appropriate to do, and not marginally, but by a long shot, for us to support and get behind that kind of a reduction. And so I think it's a tall order, I would say, to be able to achieve that. And I would want to maybe talk further with our legal staff under sort of what kind of conditions would we be able to deed restrict a project in some way, and what kind of enforcement mechanisms would we have, and how would we make sure that the property owner was paying for that, and making sure that we weren't, relying on us to figure it. I mean, there's things that we could do, but it would be a tremendous amount of effort to get behind a project that was requesting that kind of a reduction.
Well, actually, I can
So
imagine.
could I ask-
I can imagine one, actually. I can imagine a scenario, okay, which is the developer goes and signs a long-term lease with the building across the street that's got a bunch of extra parking for all their needs.
It's not going to be that much parking excess, though, is it?
But
So
that would be off-site parking as opposed to, which is a permissible action.
So could I add just a minor amendment to this? Is like on the last line, on maximum anticipated and demonstrated demand?
I'm fine with that.
Eric? Okay, all right.
Could I ask a question, Karen? Demonstrated, does that mean that they would have to tell us where they're parking those cars?
It's not where they're parking the cars, it's like what their demand for parking would be.
We're not good with demonstrated.
So I'm still going to oppose this amendment, mainly for the reason I think it's important to have clarity in our standards, particularly around affordable housing projects, where developers kind of in the breach with their financing until they can get some certainty. And having to negotiate with the city about those standards has a huge impact on their financing capabilities. So I'll be opposing it for that reason. However, I do want to laud you guys for accepting the amendment about 100% based on maximum anticipated demand. I actually think that's important and in the right spirit for folks asking, can we think of examples? I think you've proposed a couple. I would also put forth to you any building built before the invention of the automobile didn't have parking. So for thousands of years, people lived without parking and the world kept on turning. I'm still going to oppose this, but hopefully we can get back to the main motion and get some work done.
Okay, and I'm going to continue to not support this. I think, once again, you've left it too loose. And when you're attempting to do affordable housing, which is probably the most difficult funding package to put together, you need something determinative. It does not mean that you do not negotiate from what you have listed here. You still negotiate. You still work with the neighbors. We couldn't have all of these. We have 26 affordable housing projects in town. Somehow, even with a standard, they worked with the neighbors, they worked with the people who were otherwise involved in it, and they made it happen. I think completely eliminating any requirements whatsoever up to 100% is admirable and not attainable. So with that, can we vote on the amendment?
Well, we have an issue. Councilmember Walbach has an issue with the word demonstrated. And
with the word what?
Demonstrated. I wanted to ask Councilmember Holman, so I know what you're trying to get to, but I'm not sure the word demonstrated. Councilmember Filsath was saying to me, what does demonstrated mean? And, I think what you're trying to get at and what I think is anticipated in doing this is a fact-based maximum anticipated demand.
Justified.
So I think, I'm not sure we need to say anything other than maximum anticipated demand. I think what's built into that is the notion that it has to be justified. I mean, so I think, I don't want to lose Councilmember Walbach's vote just because we put in the word demonstrated, so you will.
So what about anticipated and justifiable demand? That seems it would be like data-based.
I'm just looking at Councilmember Walbach, it's up to him.
I'll just take it. You got me for taking it out.
So why don't we just take out and demonstrated and get Councilmember Walbach's vote, then it passes. Otherwise, we'll have a 4-4 vote.
I would have thought we would have had 5-3, or, excuse me, there are only
For an amendment,
7 here, 4-3.
for an amendment, Molly, do we need 4 or 5? Can I have 5? Okay.
On the amendment? But we're only voting on the amendment.
But on the amendment, the same, 5 or 4?
Majority.
Okay. Yeah, because it's an amendment. Are we correct?
Well, I'm going to
Where's
take it
Lydia?
out because I'd like to have more consensus rather than less consensus, and we do need 5 at the end of the day. So take out and demonstrated.
Okay. Can we vote now? Are we there? Okay, it passes on a 5-2 with Councilmembers Du Bois and Tanaka's gone, isn't he? Okay. So that passes and takes us to the main motion.
You know what, I have some other questions to this. I have to go. We've been here 7 hours, 7 hours plus.
We're about to vote on the main motion.
But it's not that simple. It's not that simple.
Well,
I would ask that we
I want to
can,
vote on the main motion.
Yeah, I don't know why we've been
I'm ready to vote
discussing
on
it
the
for an
main motion.
hour,
no, we haven't. We've been discussing this amendment.
but we've been discussing the whole, this adjusts the actual, this adjusts the motion rather dramatically. Karen, I would like to suggest that we call the question and vote.
No, I have questions on retail, and I have questions on, if you could scroll down to the top of it,
Pardon?
questions on open space and questions on retail.
Karen, are you asking to have just a couple of questions answered, or are you saying you're just not going to vote tonight?
I would like to continue this to the next night.
Okay, I think some of us are ready to vote. So,
Then I have questions then. So on, we're not doing retail parking here. This doesn't do retail parking, does it? It does?
Yes, it includes retail parking.
Okay, is that at the very top?
Page 29 of the ordinance. Packet page 154.
okay, Karen, can you hold it to 5 minutes?
Depends on how quickly we can come to agreement. I mean, we spent a long time on the amendment, an awful long time.
And we spent an awful long time in the whole thing tonight.
We have. So show me in this motion where the parking for retail is, because this motion is very dense.
Yeah, I think that the discrepancy is that the staff report has it within the districts, Cal Ave, CDC, CC2, and now that we've got this issue with the recusals, it's shifted into this citywide section. So it appears in the ordinance on page 29 within this parking section, packet page 154.
Yes, but where is it in the motion?
Well, in the motion, I think it's sort of buried in D,
Well-
which is other changes are proposed to incentivize affordable housing and reflect lower parking demand.
And I think that's not clear at all.
Yeah, it's not-
It's
it's
not
not.
clear at all what the action is that we'd be taking.
Or
Not clear at all. So,
Yeah. Okay. So I think that if on this issue of the 1,500, so the way that we've been approaching this is we've been copying what we have in the staff report, and I think there's some rough sort of mentions, and I think most of it's covered, but I agree that if we wanted to make a deliberate action, and Mayor, this is substantive to the motion, if we wanted to make a deliberative action on the waiver of the 1,500 square feet for retail, that should be added as a part of the motion, and without that, then I don't think that carries.
okay, so what you're saying is it's not in the motion correctly right now, right?
I don't see the 1,500
Okay,
being
all right.
directly referenced right now.
I'm fine with it not being in there. So do we have any thoughts from anybody else? Because I don't agree with the 1,500 square feet.
Yes.
And especially, and here's why, just quickly, it's like, here's why. There's been no outreach, as far as I can tell, to the retail community at all. And where would even the retail operators, the staff park, let alone customers? Retail needs parking for their customers. I do not in any way, shape, or form support the 1,500 square foot parking exemption for retail. And we have nothing in front of us or that the Planning Commission discussed that demonstrates that that's justifiable either.
So I just want to be clear on the record, when the planning director 10 years from now looks at the administrative record and wonders why we're not doing a parking reduction for the first 1,500 square feet as we suggested in our staff reports. So that is not a part of the motion presently. We've talked about it in some of our parking districts or in some of our discussions, but right now we thought we were going to capture it here in this section, and it's not part of the motion right now. So
So I'll make a motion that we add it. The 1,500 square feet parking reduction that staff thought it would be here, because I thought we made the staff motion, frankly.
yeah, it's a little bit vague on this point because how we've had to address that. So
So we have no data that supports this, none. No input and no data, not a whit.
I added it. I thought, I don't know, it's up to Councilmember Walbach if he agreed.
We talk about wanting to make database decisions. There's no data. And the staff even said there wasn't any outreach out to retailers.
So I made the motion. I'd like to speak to it briefly if Walbach second agrees.
What is the language you want to include?
The language is that we will have, what's the staff language?
So in all of the commercial districts that we've been discussing throughout the evening, we've, to again incentivize affordable housing and reduce the cost of providing parking, we've given a credit, or you don't have to park the first 1,500 square feet of a the commercial portion of a residential mixed-use project. 1,500 square feet. In the downtown, that counts for 6 parking spaces. Elsewhere, it's about 8, depending on the use. Retail.
It's for retail.
Yeah, is it, do we specify retail or retail?
No, we didn't.
It could be restaurant as well.
So it's retail or restaurant, it's not for office.
Not office.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll accept that.
Okay, I'll just speak to my motion briefly.
Is this an amendment?
It's incorporating. No, it's incorporating.
Well, so 1,500.
I don't, but give me 2 seconds to speak to it. And the reason I think I should speak to it briefly is I just died on the sword on the affordable housing issue. Right? And I want to say why this is different. And this is different in that when you have, say, downtown California Avenue.
What's our parking for restaurant?
When you add a 1,500 square foot retail, you are not inducing, for the most part, new cars to come down there. For the most part, people go, I'm going to go downtown and go to a restaurant, or I'm going to go shopping. It's rare, unless you're building an anchor or something that's going to be really inducing, you're unlikely to create more parking demand, frankly, because people are going downtown anyway. So I view this as something where, and we have a strong policy on council to support new retail, and therefore I think this is different. I kept it quick.
So I just want one comment to that. So I think it is creating new demand. And what it's going to do is it's going to take away parking need from other existing retail uses or restaurants. I think it's a terrible idea. And again, there's no background, no information we have to substantiate this as a viable thing.
To suggest, even with lights on, that we call the question. Unless you insist on voting on calling the question, I would suggest we now vote on the board.
But wait. So this was incorporated into the motion. So now you're suggesting we vote on the entire motion?
Yes, we are going to the entire motion.
Well, I'm not ready then. So
then, Karen, we're done with it for now?
Then I'm going to vote no on the whole dang thing.
Okay.
Because the motion still is not clear, just like I just pointed out about 1,500 square feet. It's after midnight, we're all tired, and there are things that, yeah, the ground floor retail in the combining districts. I don't think, I mean, we have Becky here from Ventura. Ventura and the Barron Park neighborhoods, they rely on El Camino Real as their retail. That's their downtown shopping areas. If we had some study that showed, like, okay, these are the pockets where we could allow 100% housing and not need the retail to support the neighborhoods, then fine. But just to say we're going to eliminate the ground floor retail protections on El Camino Real is not thoughtful.
It's just for 100% affordable housing
only
projects.
For affordable housing.
I understand.
But that's
it's up to
all it's for.
120% AMI.
I understand. But we also have an affordable housing overlay in that area as well.
Okay, I can hear this continuing on. I am calling the question. So you can,
ground floor retail exemption. Ground floor retail is only for 100% affordable housing.
Only
right?
for 100%, that's all. It's what we've said all night.
El Camino's not going to ever. El Camino will never be lined with just 100% affordable projects.
Ever. We don't have one on El Camino now.
And PTC is going to take up this issue of parking and standards, and
Right,
potentially is
right.
going to look at this as part of that, right?
Yeah,
Is that-
just as we said earlier tonight.
And PTC will look at the 1,500 square foot exemption as part of as part of this other stuff that they're going to look at?
I think we passed that.
No.
We just incorporated that.
Yeah.
They already have. It was already discussed at PTC.
They did discuss it already.
Yes. Yes,
Right.
that's right. PTC passed it. It
No,
wasn't in the staff
But
report.
in the motion for downtown, okay, remember, that we talked about the in lieu parking thing?
Yes.
And PTC, right, is supposed to take up the issue of
Yes.
in lieu parking,
Part-
6 other things, right?
yes.
Demand and so
Yes.
forth. And this is going to be part of what they take up, right?
I agree. We can, if you want to clarify that PTC should evaluate this, I'm happy to add that in.
I want to
It's not
declare
my
that
job.
PTC should evaluate this as part of their holistic parking discussion.
So one other,
I think, I see the chair nodding, and
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
one other just
You
quick
guys
comment.
need to vote or not? Okay.
Well, I think we might be, or do we need to add that to the motion? To ask?
Why don't we just take it as direction?
I'm okay with it. If staff accepts this direction, I'm okay.
Okay, great.
So we're not doing, as a part of this, we're not doing rooftop gardens. We're not doing that, correct?
voting on the motion.
Well, the motion, I think, is as clear as mud. I think it's a really dense, difficult motion to understand and interpret. This does not include rooftop gardens,
Karen,
correctly?
I hear you clearly, but it's really time to vote. You said you were going to vote no.
But if we don't know what we're voting on,
I know exactly what I'm voting for. It's right here in front of me.
With very limited discussion on really big topics that affects everybody citywide.
And I think we're not going to agree on this if we're here till 6 a.m. So vote as you wish, but it's
That's why
time
we
to
were
vote.
asking for continuing it.
And I am suggesting you vote. Okay, it passes on a 5-2 with 2 missing. Tanaka, Greg Tanaka is not on the phone, and Councilmember Du Bois has gone home. So thank you very much, and I realize we're not in total agreement on this. Dealing with housing and parking is probably the hardest thing we do. And
Jonathan, I never heard
it's
an-
always difficult to get consensus.
Jonathan, I never heard an answer. This did not include rooftop gardens, correct?
No, I mean, our understanding is we talked about citywide changes and open space, and so this motion, from our perspective, includes those development standards related to rooftops.
See, we were going to have a separate discussion about rooftop gardens, and we did not. It was included
Maybe not
very
this year.
non-transparently in this motion.
Maybe not this year. Okay, guys. Yes.
So I'll be really, really brief, but this is actually important, and I want to get it.
Before we
ahead.
go on, when are we going to take up the remainder of this item?
We will,
Do you want
just
to
so
set a
that
date
you know,
certain?
the remainder of the item will be taken up whenever we can fit it in, and literally, it may not be this year. We are down to the last 2 meetings, and we'll do what we can. We'll take a look at the agenda. I would love to finish it. This is very important to me.
Right.
But each piece of this is taking us a good hour to an hour and a half. So
I think we should have a meeting every day this week.
wouldn't that be tempting?
Microphones. Microphones.
All right.
Okay.
I will be as
Councilmember
brief
Fine?
as I can, but this is important, and thank you, staff and everyone, for sticking around so late.
Yes.
So I was at a local policymakers group of Caltrain last week, and I wanted to share a few kind of important things, and I'm sure Rob, Ed, and I will be sharing more with you guys. As Caltrain's doing their business planning, first of all, they are assuming level boarding and grade separations along the entire corridor. So right now, as you know, we don't have level boarding at any of our stations, and we certainly don't have the 4 grade separations. They are also looking at overtake locations based on different scenarios, including potentially 4 passing tracks from essentially the bridge all the way down to Cal Ave in some cases, maybe even up to San Antonio. and looking at up to 16 trains per hour, which would cause these passing tracks to be needed. So these are really major changes we haven't heard of yet from Caltrain, but myself, the rail committee, and staff will be following up on these things. I'll shut up now.
So the Committee to House the Bay Area, CASA, has come out with their suggestions. ABAG is supposed to be briefed on December 10th on Monday, which is going to make it difficult for me to be in two places at once. And I think all of you should take a look at the CASA suggestions and look at how it impacts local control and other things. And I think you should all weigh in. And MTC will be voting December, I think, 13th. No, yeah, they're going to vote, and then ABAG will vote next year.
What's the best way for us to weigh in?
You might embroider that a little. It's very complicated.
It is complicated. It's a little too complicated for me to explain it right now. So I'll try and do is send out an email to everyone about what it's about on the council. I'll send it to Beth, and she'll do it. And I think you would weigh in for, you could weigh in with MTC. You could either go to their meeting, or you can send an email to MTC. Tell them how you support it or not support it.
Lights, but you also should know, because I got a call this afternoon, that Scott Wiener's new bill will be introduced tomorrow, which is a follow-up to his last bill that we're all familiar with. And this one, as I understand, is going to concentrate on what he is calling jobs. It may not be heavy, but jobs something, indicating cities in particular that have a lot of jobs and not a lot of housing. So look for that bill to come out tomorrow. I don't know any more about it other than a call from a reporter. So what we have done tonight may look like it's very pale in comparison to what will be expected in the future.
Zero parking standards.
Well, part of it is zero parking.
No, I think it is.
Yeah, no, it is zero parking, right. Okay, anything to add? And Jean, thank you so much for being here tonight. I hope you have a lovely baby and and an easy rest of your pregnancy, but you're very kind to be here tonight when I know you had other plans. So thanks so much.
Thank you, gentlemen, on the compromises.